Chapter 1283. Is the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor also looking for trouble with the Demon King, Du Xiaofu? Seeing that the recently risen Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor was also looking for the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, the surrounding Yao beasts couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air for the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Even the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, wouldn't be able to leave the heavenly beast tomb safely. Could it be that he's also looking for trouble with the Temple Master? The Fantasy Tiger King, Savage Bear King, Long Ju, Little Falcon, and the others exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were even larger than copper bells. Despair filled their eyes. Just how much trouble had the Temple Master provoked in the Beast region? Everyone was looking for trouble with him. I don't know where he is. If you want to find him, you can go look for him yourself, said Ghost Chariot. He didn't know why the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor had suddenly interfered, but he didn't intend to say anything. It seems things are getting more and more lively. On a distant mountain peak, Huangling gazed into the distance, a faint smile on her face. Fourth Princess, the dragons, the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor, Xiongya, Xueling, and Aolong have all interfered. Shouldn't we also show ourselves? Asked a middle-aged man behind Huangling. Runes flashed in his eyes. Huangling gazed into the distance and shook her head. She arched a brow and said, "They're all looking for the Demon King. We won't interfere. Let's just watch." The middle-aged man seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. Looking at Huangling, back, he hesitated. In the end, he fell silent. Up in the air, the little girl gazed at Ghost Chariot. Her rosy, tender lips pursed. She was about to speak. Boom! Suddenly, the sound of space trembling rang out. Everyone looked up and saw that the space above the Heavenly Beast Palace's exit had begun to ripple. As space trembled, the faint roars of 10,000 beasts could be heard, after which a dazzling light surged out from the spatial exit in front of everyone's eyes, after which it slowly disappeared and a figure quietly appeared in the sky. The person who appeared in the air was a young man who looked to be around 23 or 24 years old. He was dressed in a purple robe, and his long black hair was draped over his shoulders. His face was resolute and handsome, and his eyes were especially clear and calm. When one looked at him, one would think that he was the little brother next door. As the purple-robed young man walked out, the space ripples behind him slowly disappeared. The space within the Heavenly Beast Hall became blurry. One could vaguely see the enormous Heavenly Beast Hall within the space. Not a single trace of it could be seen. In the end, the space also slowly dissipated and completely disappeared. The purple-robed young man was naturally Du Xiaofu, who had walked out from the Heavenly Beast Hall. The huge Heavenly Beast Hall had already been recognized as its master and had been stored in the Dantian Spirit Watchtower. Even the skeletons of the ancient Viper and the other 3 Snake Clan Kings had all been stored away. However, at this moment, when Du Xiaofu's figure clearly appeared in the space above, it caused everyone's expression to change. The main character is finally here. On the mountain peak in the distance, Huangling smiled. Her smile was so beautiful that it could topple cities. It bloomed on the mountain peak, but no one was fated to see it. Luan Jian looked at the purple-robed young man in the air in front of him with lingering fear in his heart. He said, "Fourth Princess, it's that person. He also asked me to pass on a message to Fourth Princess, saying that he has already repaid the favor he owed you. That guy is interesting. He really won't take any losses." Huangling smiled faintly and said to Luan Jian, "You were able to take out a seeker bone, and he didn't kill anyone. That means that he has already repaid the favor he owes me. Looks like your life isn't cheap. It has already repaid the favor he owes me." Luan Jian raised his eyes and looked at the purple-robed young man in the distance. He asked Huangling, "May I ask, Fourth Princess, who exactly is that person?" "The person who killed Dragon 9. Huang Ling, Ai's body rippled with a faint seven-colored light. Her graceful figure was alluring as she said softly, "Demon King Du Xiaofu." Hearing this, Luan Jian's eyes suddenly trembled. Palace Master. At the same time, when the purple-robed figure appeared, clearly Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ying, Little Falcon, and the others were stunned. Then they were immediately overjoyed. Under such circumstances, the few of them were already at their wits' end and could only fight to the death. They clearly knew that fighting to the death would not be of any use. However, at this moment, when they suddenly saw the purple-robed young man appear, how could they not be overjoyed? They were well aware of the palace master's strength. Gui Che's expression did not change much as he looked at Du Xiaofu. However, the ruthless aura and scarlet bloodlight in his scarlet blood eyes had weakened a little. Demon King Du Xiaofu. He is the Demon King Du Xiaofu. I've seen him before. That guy is the Demon King Du Xiaofu, who killed Dragon 9. Among the surrounding demonic beasts, there was a commotion. Their surprised voices echoed in the void. He is the Demon King Du Xiaofu, who killed Dragon 9? So he is the Demon King Du Xiaofu. He doesn't look like much. I thought he had 3 heads and 6 arms. Look at him. Does he really have the strength to kill Dragon 9? Almost all the disputes just now revolved around the Demon King Du Xiaofu. The dragons were still looking for the Demon King Du Xiaofu. They did not expect the main character to appear. In an instant, the entire void was in an uproar. When the Divine Ape King and the others heard the commotion around them, they turned to look at the purple-robed young man. The Ape God King and the others were in the minority, but they already knew about the relationship between the Demon King Du Xiaofu and the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor. Looking at the purple-robed youth and thinking about the relationship between him and the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor, the Ape God King and the others were all surprised. Didn't they say that the Demon King Du Xiaofu was a human? How could he be the father of the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor? Not to mention that the Demon King Du Xiaofu was still so young. It seems to be a little lively. Du Xiaofu kept the heavenly beast hall. The moment he stepped out of the void, he could feel that the atmosphere was a little off. Sweeping his gaze around, he saw that the spiritual Tiger King, Wild Bear King, Little Falcon, Little Ying, and the others were all in their true forms. Sensing the auras of the spiritual Tiger King, Phantom Chariot, and the others, as well as the auras around them, he had a rough idea of what was going on. Before Du Xiaofu could finish his sentence, a small figure suddenly pounced towards him at lightning speed. A clear and childish voice was heard, and soon after it was filled with joy. "Daddy!" Before Du Xiaofu could finish his words, he heard that familiar childish voice. Instantly his face was filled with joy. Little Xingxing. How could Du Xiaofu not know who that familiar voice belonged to? Apart from Little Xingxing, there was naturally no one else. He opened his arms and immediately hugged the little body that was pouncing on him tightly. "Daddy, I've missed you so much. I was so worried. I knew you'd be fine." Her small face leaned against Du Xiaofu's neck and rubbed against it. Her small arms were tightly wrapped around Du Xiaofu's neck, as if she was afraid that the person in front of her would disappear again. This little girl was naturally the little Xingxing that Du Xiaofu had been searching for. Hugging her, Du Xiaofu heaved a sigh of relief. "I've missed you too. It's good that you're fine. It's good that you're fine. I was so worried. If I couldn't find you, your mummy was going to flip out at me." "That's right, Daddy. Where's Mummy?" The moment little Xingxing heard this, she raised her head and looked around Du Xiaofu. However, she did not see that familiar figure and could not help but worry. "She'll be fine. Better than anyone else." Du Xiaofu looked at little Xingxing and carefully examined her. She was in perfect condition and looked exactly the same as before. However, the invisible aura that was faintly emitted from her body was many times stronger than when she was in the Central Plains. "Daddy, Mummy," and now looking at the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor and the Demon King Du Xiaofu, the countless demon beasts in the surroundings were completely stunned. Their ferocious eyes and ferocious faces became extremely shocked and complicated. Purple Star, Demonic Dragon Emperor, Demon King, Du Xiaofu. Just what is the relationship between them? All the demon beasts were stunned. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, seemed to be the terrifying Purple Star, Demonic Dragon Emperor's father. Wasn't that Du Xiaofu a human? Just what was going on? No one could understand. Who can tell me what's going on? The Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ying and Little Falcon were absolutely no less shocked than anyone else. In fact, they were even more shocked and surprised. Chapter 1284. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. Long Qi, Long 8, and the others were shocked. Not far away, Xiongya, Xueling, and Ao Long were also shocked. On the mountain peak in the distance, Huangling, Er's beautiful face also had a strange light in her eyes. I heard that you were in the Heavenly Beast Tomb, but I couldn't find you anywhere. You scared me to death. Little Xingxing looked at Du Xiaofu and held his familiar face with both hands. After making sure that he wasn't missing anything, a smile bloomed on his chubby and childish face. Your mother and I were also looking for you. If we couldn't find you, your mother would have attacked me, Du Xiaofu said with a wry smile after he relaxed. Mother looks cold, but she's not fierce, little Xingxing said with a smile, his eyes glowing with a strange light. She's not fierce. That woman is vicious and merciless. Du Xiaofu muttered. He was very clear about that woman's methods. What's going on? They're a bunch of father and daughter. The Ape God King, Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ying, Little Falcon, and the others had no choice but to accept the reality in front of them. This was especially true for the Ape Divine King and the others. They were well aware of the strength and ferocity of the Purple Star, Demonic Dragon Emperor. However, they had never seen the ferocious little Demon King with such a childish side. The Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor was actually so obedient in front of the legendary Demon King, Du Xiaofu. So you're Du Xiaofu? A gloomy voice sounded. Long Qi's gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. Coldness gushed out from the depths of his eyes. He said, "Surrender and follow me back to the dragons." The main character is finally here. When Draconic Seven's voice was heard, the surrounding beasts also regained their senses. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and the dragons had appeared. A huge battle was unavoidable. Little Xingxing sat on Du Xiaofu's arm. He raised his head and glanced at Du Xiaofu. Then he said to Du Xiaofu seriously, "Father, those mixed-blood dragons are very annoying. However, there is an old one whose strength should be similar to Mother's. Is Mother here? Otherwise, we can take care of the rest." Du Xiaofu frowned. His eyes swept across the scarlet-clothed young man and the blue-robed young man in front of him. Finally, his eyes landed on an old man beside the two of them. His eyebrows also furrowed slightly. It wasn't difficult for Du Xiaofu to sense that the old man's cultivation was much stronger than the scarlet-clothed young man and the blue-robed young man. The old man's aura was clearly that of the dragons. His cultivation was also at the beast realm. Even if his cultivation was suppressed in the heavenly beast tomb, he was still at the half-domain realm. It would be very troublesome to deal with him. "Hall Master, that's Long Qi and Long Qi of the dragons. They're Dragon Nine's two older brothers." The Fantasy Tiger King whispered from behind Du Xiaofu. He specially reminded him that Long Qi and Long Qi were Dragon Nine's older brothers. It seems like the dragons also value the heavenly beast tomb highly. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself as he looked at the group of dragons. The dragons had sent Long Qi and Long Qi, two pure-blooded dragons, along with a beast realm cultivator. Aside from their intention to protect Long Qi and Long Qi, they also had high hopes for the heavenly beast tomb. While Du Xiaofu was sizing them up, Long Qi looked at Du Xiaofu. His blazing aura fluctuated slightly. Soon after, a sinister sneer appeared on his cold face. Du Xiaofu, if you don't obediently surrender, then I'll have no choice but to take action. I'm very willing to see you not obediently surrender. Long Qi took 2 steps forward. His blazing aura fluctuated as he released an invisible dragon's aura. The nearby beast herds trembled and retreated. Firstly, they couldn't resist the dragon's aura. Secondly, they were afraid that if Long Qi and the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, fought, they would suffer an unexpected calamity. Du Xiaofu looked at Long Qi and gently placed little Xingxing down. He held little Xingxing in his hand and looked at the elder behind him. He smiled faintly and said, "How many people does the dragon tribe want to send? 1, 2, 3, or all of you? Trying to goad me? Unfortunately, it's useless. Do you think I alone won't be enough to deal with you?" Long Qi smiled coldly. He knew very well that the brat was trying to goad him. However, with the noble bloodline of dragons, such goading was beneath their dignity. In Long Qi's heart, he had enough information to trample on an insignificant human. In the past, many Kyushu's younger generation of the human tribe were famous. However, in the end, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. Of course, you alone won't be enough. You'd better come together to avoid wasting time. Du Xiaofu shook his head at Long Qi and said faintly, "Father, I should be able to deal with one of them. The old one is very strong." Little Star tugged at Du Xiaofu's sleeve tightly. She knew that the dragons were very strong, and she was afraid that her godfather wouldn't be able to deal with 3 of them. Little Star knew that Du Xiaofu was very strong. However, she wasn't sure how much progress Du Xiaofu had made during this period of time. Long Qi, Long Qi, Long Qi, Long Qi, and the old dragon were definitely extremely terrifying. "No need. We'll play it by ear," Du Xiaofu said softly and gave Little Star a look. "Insignificant human, you're quite arrogant. You should be responsible for your actions. I've already let you live for a long time." Long Qi raised his brows. The runes in his eyes became more and more dazzling. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile as a majestic aura swept out. Looking at Long Qi, Du Xiaofu's eyes also flashed with a trace of coldness. Long Qi's cultivation was very strong, and Long Qi shouldn't be much weaker. However, Du Xiaofu really didn't care if the 2 of them wanted to take him down. He was afraid that Long Qi was too naive. The one that Du Xiaofu was truly afraid of was the old dragons who hadn't spoken. The Beast Domain Realm's cultivation was suppressed in the Heavenly Beast Tomb, but it was still half a Beast Domain Realm. Moreover, it was half a Beast Domain Realm expert. His strength was the most terrifying. If the 3 of them joined forces, Du Xiaofu knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with them. Gue Che was injured, the Illusion Tiger King and the others wouldn't be able to contend against him, and Little Star didn't know if he could stop even one of them. The most difficult one to deal with was still the old Beast Domain Realm dragons. Du Xiaofu was most worried that the Illusion Tiger King, Little Falcon, Violent Bear King, and the others would be caught in the crossfire. Little Star seemed to have a few followers behind him, and their cultivation wasn't any weaker than the Illusion Tiger King. However, Long Qi and Long Qi also had quite a few experts from the beast race following them. "I once knew someone from your dragons. He was indeed very strong. Whether it was cultivation, strength, or arrogance, there weren't many who could match him, just like you." Deep in thought, Du Xiaofu looked at Long Qi and sighed. That Demon King, Du Xiaofu, actually has someone he admires from the dragons. I wonder who it is. Du Xiaofu's sigh made the surrounding Yao beasts curious. They hadn't thought that the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, who had killed Dragon 9, would have someone he admired from the dragons. On a distant mountain peak, Huangling Er's eyes rippled. She was also curious. Who? Long Qi couldn't help but ask Du Xiaofu curiously. Du Xiaofu looked at Long Qi and said, "He's as arrogant as you," thinking that he's very strong. "I don't know where he got his confidence from. His name is Dragon 9. He's been dead for a few years. I've even dug out his bones. The grass on his grave should have grown long by now." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the surrounding Yao beasts were dumbfounded. Their expressions changed drastically. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, wasn't someone who admired the dragons. He was just mocking Long Qi, saying that he didn't know how he would die. This, in the distance, Huang Linger also helplessly smiled on her beautiful face. Ha 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 ha. Behind Du Xiaofu, Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ying, Little Falcon, and even the Divine Ape King couldn't help but laugh. Only Dragon 8, the Elder Dragon, and the others looked gloomy. "Kid, you're courting death." Long Qi was enraged. Blazing energy burst out from his body, and a powerful dragon aura swept out. Those Yao beasts who weren't strong enough were suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes and took a few steps away from little Xingxing. He stretched out his palm from under his purple robe, and there was a faint golden light in his eyes. "Die." Long Qi's figure had already disappeared from where he was and turned into a blurry red figure. Blazing energy and strong wind fluctuated. He was as fast as lightning and instantly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Chapter 1285. Long Qi has made his move. Will the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, be his match? Although Long Qi's sudden attack was within everyone's expectations, and the dragons would definitely not let the Demon King Du Xiaofu off, it still shocked all the beasts. Qi. In an instant, all the beasts realized that the blurry afterimage had appeared less than 3 feet away from the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. That blazing aura and the terrifying might of a dragon were unleashed along with a fiery palm print. Roar! Long Qi's palm print expanded with the wind and instantly became several feet in size. There was a faint shadow of a fire dragon roaring and enveloping Du Xiaofu. Its terrifying aura was enough to destroy everything. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows, and a cold look flashed across his eyes. Suddenly, golden light surged in his eyes, sharp and frightening. The golden light wrapped around his body, and a domineering and fierce aura swept out from his body in an instant. As he shook his arm, a fist wrapped in golden light blasted out. Roar! When this fist was thrown out, the faint cry of a divine elephant and the roar of a dragon could be heard. Its aura was definitely not inferior to the former's. This was Du Xiaofu's domineering way of the fist, which he had comprehended from the ancient stone tablet outside the Du family residence. The golden fist suddenly collided with the fire dragon shadow's palm print, and a shocking amount of energy swept out. Rumble! This collision caused an explosion in a flash of lightning. The terrifying air waves and runes stirred up the surrounding space like stormy waves. Dang dang! Under everyone's gaze, as the explosion spread, Long Qi's body was continuously pushed back. His eyes were filled with shock, and the arm that he had just thrown out was placed behind his back. It was red and swollen, and he was in intense pain. At this moment, Long Ba and the old man with the dragons were also moved. Their gazes instantly changed. Du Xiaofu simply took a step back, his eyes filled with coldness. Just as Long Qi was retreating, a vast and overbearing aura spread out. The golden light was dazzling. Du Xiaofu executed the freedom steps, and he was like a ghost. In an instant, he chased after Long Qi. Humph! Long Qi was definitely not a weakling. When he saw Du Xiaofu's figure rushing over in a panic, his red eyes became extremely dark and cold. After letting out a deep cry from his throat, the seal formed by his hands changed, and his body, which was being forced back, came to a halt. Boom! Then, Long Qi's body didn't retreat. Instead, he moved forward. His fist was wrapped in flames. His aura was shocking, and it distorted the void. The blazing flame fist then tore through the space like lightning and blasted towards Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows when he saw Long Qi hurriedly throw out a punch. He was quite surprised, but he did not panic. It was as though he already knew what was going to happen. Rock golden wings. Suddenly, an overbearing golden light appeared behind Du Xiaofu's back. A pair of golden light wings swept out like the sun, and his left wing protected his front. Clang! The fist that was wrapped in flames from the dragon might landed heavily on Du Xiaofu's chest. However, it was blocked by the golden wings in front of Du Xiaofu's body. Immediately, there was a crisp sound of metal clashing. At that moment, sparks flew out like fireworks. Behind the gorgeous scene was destruction. At that moment, if an ordinary chaotic element martial honorable were to take the blow, he would be smashed into pieces. However, Du Xiaofu wasn't an ordinary chaotic element martial honorable. Not to mention the protection of the rock golden wings, Du Xiaofu also had the crazy indestructible Xian body. The crazy golden-winged rocks cultivation technique had also reached the third level of the conjoined body technique. 2 crazy defensive bodies in addition to the protection of the rock golden wings. Such a defense was simply the best of the best. It could be said that it was the best of the best. With a violent punch, Du Xiaofu's body retreated slightly and was completely blocked. Then, in the blink of an eye, he stretched out his hand and formed a handprint with lightning speed. The Xian Qi in his body was like a torrential flood. It followed the handprint and instantly formed a golden handprint in front of his palm. The golden handprint was dazzling. It was like a bright golden color. It contained the ultimacy of heaven and earth and the mystery of yin and yang. A strong energy, pressure, spread out from it. Xiaoyang seal! Du Xiaofu roared. The handprint cut across the sky overbearingly. In a flash, it landed on the chest of Long Qi, who couldn't retreat in time. Long Qi's gaze changed drastically when he saw Du Xiaofu's rock golden wings. He seemed to have felt something and retreated quickly. However, it was too late. Before Du Xiaofu's handprint, a thick red dragon scale covered his chest. Hence, Du Xiaofu's Xiaoyang seal collided with the dragon scale on Long Qi's chest under the watchful eyes of the crowd. An earth-shattering sound of energy suddenly resounded in the sky. Bang! Such an earth-shattering collision caused a shock wave to surge. The rune on the dragon scale on Long Qi's chest only lasted for a moment before it was destroyed. Crack, crack! Then the thick dragon scale cracked. The surrounding rune energy ripples swept out like a stormy sea. Humph! Then, under countless astonished gazes, Long Qi let out a groan from his throat. His body suddenly shot out as he retreated. In the end, he landed on the ground, causing a crack to appear on the ground. Puff! The crimson dragon scales on his chest cracked, and it took him a lot of effort to stabilize himself. Dragon Seven's face paled, and he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. Then he immediately raised his head and looked at the golden figure in the sky in shock. He trembled. In the sky, the wings on Du Xiaofu's back spread out. There was a burst of golden light, and it carried the pressure of the golden rock. It was not inferior to Long Qi's dragon power. Roar! Under the pressure of the golden rock, the surrounding demonic beasts growled and trembled uneasily. That is the pressure of the golden rock. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, is a human. Why does he have such an aura? It also seems to come from the golden rock wings on his back. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, has merged with the wings of the golden rock. That doesn't seem to be the case. The aura doesn't just come from the golden rock wings. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, might be from the golden rock clan. Long Qi is injured. It's only been 2 moves. How can the demon king, Du Xiaofu's body be so strong? Is he even human? Impossible. How can a puny human have a body stronger than the dragon's? The demon king, Du Xiaofu, lives up to his name. How can he be so terrifying? Under the pressure of the golden rock, there were many demonic beasts with good eyesight who saw some clues, especially when they saw the dignified Long Qi injured in 2 moves. The surrounding demonic beasts couldn't help but discuss in shock. They were terrified. The golden rock Dragon 8, the elder from the dragon clan, who looked to be in his 50s, couldn't help but twitch his eyes. He was shocked by Du Xiaofu's strength and the aura of the golden-winged Great Rock. The Dragon Clan and the golden-winged Great Rock Clan were mortal enemies. The Palace Master is getting stronger. Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ying, Little Falcon, and the others were shocked, but also delighted. Dragons, you're just SOSO. Du Xiaofu looked directly at Long Qi and said indifferently. The golden rock wings behind his back shone brightly. It was as if the rock was spreading its wings and soaring through the 9 heavens. Its power was definitely not below the dragon aura. Long Qi stared at Du Xiaofu gloomily. He didn't manage to take care of Du Xiaofu in 2 moves. Instead, he was injured. As a dragon, he couldn't stand such ridicule. A chill shot out from his flaming eyes, and a vast and mighty pressure spread out. In an instant, a blazing aura surged and flames burned. The scorching temperature evaporated the void as if it was going to burn the space clean. Long Qi finally activated his original body. His body kept expanding, and the flames around him turned into a vortex. A red flaming dragon that was thousands of feet long rushed out and hovered in the sky. Roar! The dragon roared in the 9 heavens, and the sound waves rolled out, causing the demonic beasts around to tremble and the human meridian spirits to prostrate themselves. Under the dragon aura, everyone trembled. The flaming dragon's scales shone brightly, and 5 claws grew from its abdomen. Its power soared to the heavens. Long Qi's original body was a pure-blooded descendant of a genuine dragon. It was not something that any mixed-blood dragons could compare to. The aura of the primordial beast sovereign swept out from Long Qi's body without reservation. The flaming storm spread out and formed a sea of fire in the sky. Long Qi, who was at the peak of the primordial beast sovereign, had the body of a pure-blooded descendant of a dragon. An ordinary nirvana marshal, venerable, wouldn't dare to touch him. A primordial marshal, venerable of the same level, wouldn't be able to resist him at all. The bloodline of the dragons was enough to prove everything. It was rumored that, in the ancient times before the human race flourished, only the beasts ran rampant in the world. The Kirins, dragons, and phoenixes reigned supreme. The green dragon was the king of scales, the phoenix was the king of birds, and the Kirins were the king of beasts. All of them had shocked the past and present. Since ancient times, they had left behind countless legends. Although the human race had flourished, the dragons and phoenixes had retreated to the 4 seas and Mount Wudong. The Kirins had also disappeared in the River of Time. Occasionally, the younger generation of the dragons and phoenixes would emerge from the 4 seas and Mount Wudong. They would be able to dominate their peers, and no one in their generation could defeat them. The original body of the dragons can't be resisted by humans of the same level. Looking at Long Qi's original body, the surrounding beasts prostrated themselves before his terrifying power. The Palace Master is also a primordial marshal, venerable. I wonder if he can resist Long Qi's original body. Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Ferocious Bear King, Little Falcon, and the others who had faith in Du Xiaofu couldn't help but worry when they saw Long Qi's original body. Ape Deity King, Guiche, and the others looked at the sky. The power of the flaming dragon was the real dragon's power. Even their poison would be affected by it. Little Xingxing lifted his head slightly and looked at Long Qi's huge body in midair. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Long Qi's flaming dragon body had a pair of dragon eyes that were as deep as a black hole. The flames were bright, and the runes on the dragon scales all over his body were bursting with flames. The intense heat was enough to burn one's primordial spirit and cause one's skin to burn. Du Xiaofu, you are indeed extraordinary to be able to force me to use my original body. However, everything is about to end now. The dragon's roar reverberated in all directions. The sound waves were enough to make all beasts tremble. The huge flaming dragon body traversed the void, and a terrifying heat wave surged in all directions. It was like a flaming waterfall that connected the heavens and the earth. PSSSD. In the next instant, the dragon claws under the flaming dragon's abdomen tore through the void. A huge dragon claw extended out from the flaming waterfall and tore towards Du Xiaofu. Under the dragon claw, the space in its path crumbled and destroyed everything. It was as fast as lightning. Chapter 1286. Roar! Du Xiaofu moved. With a wave of his hand, purple gold light filled the sky, and the purple gold heavenly tower appeared in his hand. It had a natural curve and looked like a dragon. It was like a phoenix facing the sun. It was like a divine tortoise. Faint shadows of the green dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise, and black tortoise circled around. Overbearing sword path. In a flash, Du Xiaofu swung the purple gold heavenly tower. It was as if it could split a mountain. There was nothing fancy about it. At that moment, Du Xiaofu no longer held back his chaotic element martial honorable cultivation. It swept out like a storm, and golden light filled the sky. Then, a sword swept across the sky. Wherever the purple gold sword light passed, the space collapsed, revealing a vacuum. Boom! A domineering pressure that caused one to tremble violently emanated from the purple gold sword glow, causing the entire space to tremble violently. A terrifying sword essence swept across the sky. The overbearing sword aura made one's hair stand on end. At that moment, on a distant mountain peak behind Luan Jian's eyes quivered as if he had been electrocuted. His body began to tremble. What a terrifying sword essence! As an expert in swordsmanship, Luan Jian knew very well how terrifying that sword essence was. Luan Jian had always been confident in his swordsmanship. However, when he felt that terrifying sword, his confidence began to waver. Gui Che, can the palace master withstand Long Qi's real body? Spiritual fantasy Tiger King asked Gui Che, who was not far from him, nervously. Gui Che had fought with the palace master and Long Qi before. He should know their strength best. I don't know. The palace master should not be defeated. Gui Che raised his eyebrows and replied to spiritual fantasy Tiger King. Gui Che had fought with Long Qi and Du Xiaofu before. However, he knew how strong Long Qi's real body was. Hence, he could not be sure. However, Gui Che knew very well that the Demon King Du Xiaofu would not be defeated, as the Demon King had been able to trample him when he had been an extraordinary martial venerate. Later on, the Demon King broke through to become a true primordial chaos martial venerable. His aura was even stronger than that of an ordinary nirvana martial venerable. Coupled with his freakish methods, he was not at a disadvantage. In an instant, the purple gold sword light tore through space and collided with the claw that tore through space. Under the dragon's claws, space was torn apart, and the might of the dragon was unleashed, blotting out the sky. The purple gold sword light tore through the void and struck the dragon claw. Chi-la! When the sword light and the claw print collided, there was no loud sound of energy. Only the terrifying sword light and the blazing flames turned into runic energy ripples that swept out like a tsunami in the surrounding void. Walala! However, the stalemate did not last long. Countless sword lights and flaming runes flew in all directions. Suddenly, to everyone's astonishment, Demon King Du Xiaofu's purplish gold sword gleam cut off the dragon claw that Long Qi's main body had stretched out with irresistible force. Roar! A sorrowful dragon roar reverberated in the sky. Long Qi roared, and his huge dragon claw fell to the ground. Dragon blood splattered everywhere. When the sword slashed down on the dragon claw, the surroundings suddenly trembled. That was Long Qi. In his real body, Long Qi thought that the Demon King Du Xiaofu was unrivaled. Who would have thought that Du Xiaofu would cut off his dragon claw with just one slash? At that moment, Gui Che's blood-red eyes fluctuated violently. Gui Che originally thought that the Demon King would not be at a disadvantage. After all, Long Qi was definitely powerful. He did not expect the Demon King to cut off Long Qi's dragon claw with just one slash. How domineering and powerful was that? After cutting off Long Qi's dragon claw, Du Xiaofu did not stop. The golden rock wings on his back expanded and burst out with golden light. At the same time, he waved his left hand and bent his 5 fingers. The golden runes on his fingertips flickered and a claw print appeared. Boom! When the claw print appeared, golden light suddenly burst out as though it was going to tear the space apart. The dazzling runes raged like golden lightning. It was as though there was a golden winged rock that was going to fly out and soar to the 9 heavens. At that moment, an extremely domineering aura burst out from Du Xiaofu's body. Such domineering and fierce aura could only exist in the demon beast sovereigns. That is definitely the real golden winged rock clan. Under the claw print, the surrounding beasts all felt a shiver in their veins and souls. It was as though they were facing a demon beast. Their soul and veins were shivering at the same time. Rock's chaos, shattering claw. Du Xiaofu roared. Taking advantage of his opponent's weakness had always been Du Xiaofu's character. Golden light burst out from the claw print, and it was as though there were countless golden lightning snakes that swept out. With an extremely domineering stance, he clawed at Long Qi ferociously. Legend had it that in ancient times the sharp claws of the golden winged rock could tear dragons apart. It could be said that it was the nemesis of dragons. At that moment, Du Xiaofu carried the will of the golden winged rock, and it was as though the real golden winged rock had descended. Roar! Long Qi's body roared, and the dragon's roar was continuous. It could destroy the beast souls of the beasts, and it caused many of the surrounding beasts to be in pain. Although Long Qi was severely injured by the claw, he didn't lose his combat power. His dragon body rolled, and the flames burned fiercely. His dragon eyes were like a sea of fire as he looked down at Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with hatred, and he was filled with killing intent. The dragon's power spread and tore the sky apart. Runes appeared on Long Qi's dragon body in the sea of fire. His dragon scales started to shoot out mysterious flame runes, and they formed a mysterious object in the air. They channeled the energy of heaven and earth and froze the space. Swish! Du Xiaofu's rock chaos shattering claw swept out and tore the sea of fire apart. It had already spread to Long Qi's huge dragon body. Boom! However, at that moment, the sky around Long Qi suddenly trembled. A mysterious flame rune spread out from Long Qi's body. It was as though the sky above the heavenly beast tomb was covered by a mysterious flame rune. It was faintly connected, and a chaotic mist spread out. In the next moment, a gigantic dragon shadow that was over 10,000 feet long appeared before everyone's eyes. It was accompanied by a terrifying dragon's might that directly destroyed Du Xiaofu's great rock chaos-shattering claw. The incomparably terrifying dragon's might swept out like a storm. Swish! Under the terrifying dragon's power, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to retreat. He didn't dare to take it head-on. He lifted his head slightly and saw that Long Qi had already summoned a huge fire dragon shadow in front of him. The huge fire dragon shadow covered the sky, and it was thousands of feet long. The terrifying power that was faintly emitted from it caused countless beasts to tremble. At that moment, even the divine Ape King, spiritual Tiger King, Raging Bear King, and the others couldn't withstand the dragon's power and were trembling. Puffed, puffed. Some of the weaker beasts looked at the terrifying fire dragon that was thousands of feet long in the sky. The blood in their bodies froze, and their beast souls trembled. Some of the beasts spat out mouthfuls of blood. One of the great powers of the dragons, coiling dragon massacre. Du Xiaofu retreated. His golden eyes rippled as he looked at the huge fire dragon shadow in front of him. Back when he was in Tianhuang mainland, he had seen Dragon Nine's coiling dragon massacre. Although it was slightly different, it wasn't that different. Roar! Long Chi roared, and the huge fire dragon shadow that was thousands of feet long followed suit. An earth-shattering dragon roar resounded between heaven and earth. Then the huge dragon shadow merged with Long Chi's body and charged towards Du Xiaofu with a terrifying aura that covered the sky. Whoosh! The huge dragon shadow that was thousands of feet long swept down. The dragon tail swayed and the dragon claws danced. Compared to Dragon 9's coiling dragon massacre on Tianhuang mainland, its power was more than 100 times stronger. Everywhere it passed, the space suddenly exploded. The huge body that was thousands of feet long was majestic and magnificent. It twisted the sky and caused a large area of space to be twisted and solidified. It also enveloped Du Xiaofu. Just the blazing aura on the fire dragon's body was enough to destroy everything in the area. In countless mountains, towering trees withered and burned. The rocks turned dark red from the heat. White fog evaporated in the void. The temperature was like that of a furnace. "Kid, you'll have to pay the price." Draconic 7 roared in anger. His gigantic flaming dragon body was like a blazing sun. Resplendent flaming talisman, runes expanded outwards. His power caused the distorted space around him to crack. He tightly wrapped around Du Xiaofu. That terrifying power was enough to destroy everything and kill all living beings. Chapter 1287. The Dragon's Forbidden Superpower. Can the Demon King Du Xiaofu resist it? Everyone was shocked. Some of the demonic beasts retreated in a hurry. The scene was chaotic. The terrifying power was too strong. Rumble! The 1,000-foot giant dragon shadow entrenched itself in the surroundings. Du Xiaofu's body was crushed within it. An unimaginably terrifying pressure accompanied the murderous calamity. The power of the heavens and earth moved, causing the golden runes on the golden rock wings behind Du Xiaofu to be destroyed. Very strong, extremely strong. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. Long Qi had activated the superpower of the dragons. An ordinary Nirvana martial honorable would not be able to resist it. Du Xiaofu even felt that if he had not recently broken through to become a real chaotic element martial honorable, he would not have been able to resist Long Qi's superpower. Under the immense crushing force, his body was about to be crushed to pieces. "Puny human, you will not be able to resist me, the dragons." The gigantic fire dragon roared in the air. Its power and visual impact were indescribable. "Is that so? But I don't think so." Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, he stomped his foot on the ground and shattered the void. An overbearing and terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his body like a flash flood. In the next instant, a golden light shot up to the sky from the golden rock wings behind Du Xiaofu. The golden runes were dazzling. The bright golden light shot up to the sky like a rising sun. It was as if a golden-winged rock was about to fly out from it. At that moment, Du Xiaofu's body seemed to have transformed into a real, golden-winged rock. Boom! An overbearing and fierce aura swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. He flapped his wings, and a bright light filled the air. It swept across the sky. Roar! At this moment, all the beasts in the surroundings were roaring endlessly, and all of them were terrified. The aura of the great golden-winged rock was completely unable to withstand Long Qi's coiling dragon massacre. The massive bodies of the demonic beasts prostrated on the ground. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was bearing the domineering will of the golden-winged Great Peng race. It was as if a true golden-winged Great Peng had descended. It was as if a golden sun had descended, blasting away the roiling flames in the surroundings. Rumble! The golden talisman runes turned into a vast ocean that rose, accompanied by a domineering and terrifying supreme divine aura, began to break through the 7 coiling dragon calamity phantom. Rumble! Such an intense battle caused the space to tremble. Energy surged in all directions, and might swept out in all directions, shattering the surrounding space and revealing a large area of the void. Ka! High in the sky, the clouds surged, and a terrifying aura spread out, tearing apart the ground below. It was incomparably terrifying, as if doomsday had arrived. Look, the Hall Master seems to be using some kind of technique. In the distance, the ferocious Bear King looked up in shock. His huge eyes were filled with violent fluctuations. The spiritual Tiger King, Little Falcon, Little Inging, and the surrounding Ape God King heard that and immediately looked carefully at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, only the ferocious Bear King, spiritual Tiger King, and a few others could clearly see the changes in the intense battle. All the demonic beasts looked over and saw Du Xiaofu's hand seals flying in the midst of the stalemate. The white divine light of the demonic beasts retracted, and his hand flashed with golden light. As Du Xiaofu's hand seals rapidly formed, a strange and violent energy fluctuation suddenly rippled in the air. Traces of golden and silver-white energy that seemed to have solidified suddenly seeped out from the void, causing the surrounding space to quietly distort. In just an instant, one of Du Xiaofu's palms shone with golden light, while the other shone with silver light. It was like one yin and one yang, one hard and one soft. The gold shone brightly, and the silver shone like lightning. This is too heaven-defying. The Hall Master has activated the terrifying power of the golden winged rock, and he still has the strength to activate other techniques. It's obviously not an ordinary technique. How can it be so crazy? Little Inging sucked in a breath of cold air. Although it was not a human, it knew that even a demonic beast with a powerful bloodline would not have the strength to activate a second technique after activating such a terrifying technique, let alone a human. At this moment, Long Qi and Du Xiaofu were clearly activating their most powerful superpowers. That kind of consumption was almost enough to exhaust them. So how could they have the energy to support a second technique? But now, Du Xiaofu was clearly activating a second technique. From the fluctuation of the aura, it was definitely not an ordinary technique. Gui Che did not speak, but his crimson eyes were obviously shocked. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was still able to use a second technique. It was undoubtedly equivalent to having an expert of the same cultivation level working together. But if it was another person, he would not be able to support such a consumption. How big of a god's watchtower was to be able to support such a terrifying consumption of dark qi? At this moment, Gui Che finally knew why the aura of the Demon King, when he broke through to the chaotic element martial honored realm, was even more powerful than an ordinary nirvana martial honored realm. The god's watchtower in the Demon King's body must be so huge that it was unimaginable. Gui Che's heart was fluctuating violently. He really did not know how the Demon King cultivated. He had a human body, but he was so insanely strong. Du Xiaofu's golden palm print and the silver lightning palm print in his hands started to merge. Each of them released a terrifying energy that overflowed, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Long Qi also noticed Du Xiaofu's movements, and his dragon eyes shone with a cold light. "Ao, Ao!" the dragon roared, and Long Qi's huge body soared into the sky. His ferocious dragon head swooped down, and his bloody mouth was like a bloody black hole, trying to swallow Du Xiaofu. Under the ferocious dragon head's bloody mouth, the terrifying devouring power was crushed, and a large amount of gravel was swept away. Bang, bang, bang! The shocking aura surged like a landslide, and countless cracks spread out on the ground like a spider web. Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with coldness, and he fanned out with the golden winged rock on his back. A domineering aura erupted like a volcano, and the golden light talisman runes soared into the sky, crushing and destroying everything. Rumble! The two terrifying forces suddenly collided violently, and they both burst out with dazzling rune brilliance, like two stars colliding. Rumble! Under such a collision, the surrounding sky and earth trembled and exploded. When the surrounding beasts saw this, they were all frightened, and their ferocious eyes were trembling with shock. "Ayo!" Long Chi roared, but his huge body didn't gain any advantage. He was forcefully pushed back, and flames splattered everywhere. Suddenly, Long Chi, whose dragon head was pushed back, had a change in his eyes. A golden figure appeared beside him, and it was accompanied by an energy fluctuation that made his heart palpitate. The energy fluctuation was too terrifying, and it made Long Chi's hair stand on end. Long Chi immediately looked over when he sensed the direction where the energy came from. He saw that the person approaching was Du Xiaofu. The original golden palm imprint and the silver-white palm imprint on Du Xiaofu's hands had quietly merged together at some unknown time. At this moment, the merged palm print was crystal clear and beautiful. It was suffused with dazzling gold and silver light, and a terrifying destructive force was emanating from it. Xiaoyang Tain Seal. The golden light was like the sun, and Du Xiaofu went up, and the merged palm print in his hand cut through the space. The palm print grew with the wind, and it instantly became 1,000 feet in size. It landed directly on Long Chi's huge body. Everything happened in an instant. Under many shocked gazes, Du Xiaofu's palm print landed directly on Long Chi's body. The energy erupted, and a thunderous explosion resounded across the sky. Bang, bang, bang! It was as if the entire heavenly beast tomb was trembling under this energy explosion. The mountain peaks below trembled, and the ground exploded one after another, cracking unceasingly. The rocks turned into dust, and gravel shot out. The mountains collapsed. Such terrifying power, so valiant! Bang, bang! A huge flaming dragon's body flipped in midair, and it fell violently among the mountains, destroying many of them. Dragon blood spurted from its mouth, and the flames and rune aura on its body dimmed. Long Chi lost, and he lost miserably. Looking at Long Chi falling from midair, the beasts felt their throats burning, and they swallowed their saliva in disbelief. He seems to have become much more powerful. On the mountain peak far away, Huang Ling Er's colorful eyes flickered, and there was a tinge of shock in her eyes. Overbearing Way of the Sword. Taking advantage of his weakness, the purple-gold heavenly tower that had disappeared from Du Xiaofu's hand appeared again. He slashed with his sword, and the purple-gold sword radiance shattered the void. It swooped down from the sky and slashed at Long Chi, who was falling. Anyway, the conflict between him and the dragons was getting worse. Du Xiaofu did not expect the dragons to let him go. Of course, Du Xiaofu was not worried that the dragons would let him go. As the saying goes, when there are too many debts, there is no hurry, and when there are too many enemies, there is no need to worry. However, Du Xiaofu would not let go of the opportunity. If he killed one now, there would be one less opponent, and there would be less danger in the future. Brat, how dare you? Suddenly, just as Du Xiaofu drew his sword, a gloomy roar came from the sky. It was like thunder, and it shook the heavens. Martial Gods World's new group, Huang Country, Xiaoyu, group number 3647233710. Xiaoyu's WeChat public account, Yufeng YF. Welcome, everyone. In front of Xiaoyu, I only use Penguin and public WeChat. My Weibo account is fake. Readers, be careful not to be fooled. Chapter 1288. A terrifying aura descended. Before he could finish speaking, a runic claw mark had already distorted space and blocked Du Xiaofu's purplish-gold sword ray. Du Xiaofu's eyes twitched under the claw mark. The sword ray was actually stopped in midair. Chi la la, the runic claw mark carried the might of a dragon. Then, under many stunned gazes, it distorted Du Xiaofu's purplish-gold sword ray until it was destroyed. Thud, thud, Du Xiaofu's figure staggered back a few steps. His expression darkened slightly. From that aura, Du Xiaofu already knew who had interfered. Just as he had been worried, Someone had interfered in the end. He wanted to take the opportunity to kill Long Qi, but he couldn't do it in the end. After the purplish gold sword ray was destroyed, a figure appeared in the air not far from Du Xiaofu. His aura filled the air, as if he could control the surrounding space. The newcomer was the old man in his 50s from the dragons. He was in the Beast Region realm. Dragon 8 appeared on the ground where Dragon 7 had fallen. He waved his hand and sprinkled a lot of fluorescent powder on Dragon 7, who was unable to move. Long Qi's huge body, dripping with blood, suddenly began to strangely recover. "Father!" Little Xingxing quietly went to Du Xiaofu's side and looked at the dragon tribe elder in his 50s. There was some worry in his bewitching eyes. Du Xiaofu gently stroked the back of little Xingxing's head. He took a deep breath and didn't say anything. Golden light flashed in his eyes. The old man looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold expression. He slowly raised his head and looked directly into Du Xiaofu's eyes. He said indifferently, "Surrender and follow me back to the dragons to await your punishment." Du Xiaofu raised his brows as he stared at the dragon race elder in his 50s. His lips curled into a mocking smile as he sneered, "I already told you to come at me together. Sure enough, it's a tag team battle. The dragon race is truly shameless." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, all the beasts in the area fell silent. Although they knew what Du Xiaofu meant, they didn't dare to show their displeasure, knowing that the young dragon couldn't beat the old dragon. So the old dragon continued to attack. The demon king, Du Xiaofu, wasn't afraid of the dragons, but they didn't dare to offend the dragons. "Brat, your sharp tongue, you can't save your life. Dragons, dragons, dragon, the dragons, dragons, the dragons, the dragons, dragon." Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, a ferocious expression involuntarily surfaced on the dragon tribe elder's face. It was a sinister and ugly sight. "Old man, do you really think I'm afraid of you? Why don't you try? Sooner or later, this dragon emperor will annihilate a bunch of mixed blood dragons like you." Little Xingxing cursed loudly. His originally innocent and harmless appearance exploded in a second. "Since that's the case, I'll deal with all of you together." Dragon 8 put down Dragon 7, who had already returned to his human form. He tapped his foot on the ground and leaped into the air. His blue hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were gloomy as he waved his hand. Boom! After Long Ba put down his hand, many demonic beast kings and some experts from the dragon tribe's branch family, who had been following behind him, scattered in the air. A vast energy aura spread, causing the atmosphere in the sky to once again solidify. The atmosphere became tense in an instant. "You want to compete in numbers? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Little Xingxing looked at Dragon 8 and waved his hand. The Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, Wind and Cloud Eagle King, Three-Headed Lion King, and other demonic beast kings rushed out. The Spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ying, Little Falcon, Gui Che, and the others also stepped out. Just this lineup alone wasn't inferior to the dragons. Not far away, the Zither demon, Shangguan Qixian, looked at the mountain peak in the distance. He knew that Huang Ling, and the others were there. "Let's take a gamble." With a slight smile on his face, the Zither demon Shangguan Qixian stepped out and arrived beside Du Xiaofu. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Shangguan Qixian smiled faintly. "I'm betting my life on you. You can definitely escape from the dragons, right?" Du Xiaofu looked at Shangguan Qixian in surprise and said, "We're not familiar with each other. You don't have to get involved in this mess. See, that's Huang Ling, of the Phoenix clan. I've been targeted by Huang Ling, and it's hard for me to get out of the heavenly beast tomb. I might as well help you. After all, I'm one of the 12 heroes. If I don't help you, it'll be a bit embarrassing if word gets out." The Zither demon Shangguan Qixian smiled faintly at Du Xiaofu. His long hair hung on his shoulders and glowed faintly. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were like spring water. At this moment, he was looking at the Dragon Clan's lineup. He was also filled with a special demonic aura. Okay, if you don't die, I'll help you deal with Huangling, Du Xiaofu nodded. There were rumors in the Tianhuang continent that Shangguan Qixien was extremely cruel and tyrannical, and had a reclusive personality. However, looking at this zither demon who had a bad reputation, Du Xiaofu felt that he was quite easy to get along with. He didn't feel reclusive at all. Ghost Chariot, Wild Bear King, Phantom Tiger King, Ape Divine King, Fire WRM King, Silver Blood Leopard King. Do you really want to work together with a human? Do you want to face us dragons? Dragon 8 looked at Ghost Chariot, Ape Divine King, Phantom Tiger King, and the others. His gaze grew darker and darker. Chapter 1289. I don't mean anything. I just have something to discuss with the leader of the World Society. I hope I didn't disturb you. Huangling smiled at Dragon 8. Her lips were like cherry blossoms and her eyebrows were like a painting. She looked ethereal and elegant. Her beauty made the surrounding beasts tremble under the invisible pressure of a supreme being. Du Xiaofu was also surprised by Huangling Oi's sudden intervention. Although he had interacted with Huangling a few times, he couldn't guess what Huangling was trying to do. However, Du Xiaofu wouldn't reject the Phoenix Clan's intervention. Even if the Phoenix Clan had an ulterior motive, it was still better than facing the dragons alone. Huangling, if you want benefits, I can give you half of what Du Xiaofu left in the Heavenly Beast Palace. However, I, the dragons, will not let go of Du Xiaofu. Why do you have to intervene for a human? Dragon 8's eyes glowed. He knew that the leader of the World Society was the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. He thought that Huangling wanted to intervene because of the benefits in the Heavenly Beast Palace. He didn't want to complicate matters, so he gritted his teeth and said to Huangling, I don't care who the dragons want to deal with. However, I have something to discuss with the leader of the World Society. Huangling said indifferently as if she didn't understand what Dragon 8 was trying to say. Huangling, don't go too far. Does your Phoenix Clan want to start a war with us dragons? Dragon 8 shouted angrily. He knew that Huangling had deliberately interfered. He had always been able to control everything in the palm of his hand. But today, everything was different. Everything was out of his control. Dragon 8 finally exploded with rage, his blue robe flapping loudly in the wind. At that moment, Dragon 8's expression grew even more solemn. Originally, if he wanted to deal with Du Xiaofu and the others, he'd have to rely on the Beast Region experts from his clan. However, now that the Phoenix Clan had interfered and helped Du Xiaofu, everything would be reversed. After entering the Heavenly Beast Tomb, Dragon 8 received news that the Phoenix Clan had come with Huangling. They also had Beast Realm cultivators who were strong enough to stall them. Dragon 8, don't threaten me. The dragons might not be able to intimidate others, but it's useless in front of the Phoenix Clan. If you want to start a war, I'm afraid all the other dragons will have to think twice about it. Huanglinger's expression darkened when she heard Dragon 8's threat. Her beautiful face turned cold. She wasn't worried about Dragon 8 at all. The old man and Dragon 8's expressions darkened when they heard that. They hadn't expected Huanglinger to have come especially for Du Xiaofu. She clearly wanted to intervene. Suddenly, Dragon 8 looked at Xueling, Xiongya, and Ao Long, who were watching the show from the side and secretly rejoicing that they'd escaped. He asked, Xiongya, Ao Long, Xueling, what about you three? You were the first to leave. You can't be thinking of leaving now, right? Do you want to stay with us dragons, or that human Du Xiaofu? Choose for yourselves. Xiongya, Xueling, and Ao Long looked to the side and cursed in their hearts. Dragon 8 was clearly trying to make them choose a side. At this moment, Dragon 8's words were very clear. He didn't even give them a chance to escape. Otherwise, they would have offended Dragon 8 directly. Looking at Du Xiaofu, Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor, and Huangling, Er's formation. Then, at the Dragon Clan's formation, Xiongya, Xueling, and Ao Long felt conflicted. They naturally didn't want to offend the Phoenix Clan. However, the problem was that the Phoenix Clan was obviously on Du Xiaofu's side. Previously, they had already offended Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor and Guiche. We can't let a human take all the benefits of the Heavenly Beast Hall. Xiongya, Ao Long, and Xueling looked at each other and then gritted their teeth. They had already made their decision. They were forced to choose a side with Dragon 8. Very good. You will get all the benefits of the Heavenly Beast Hall. Dragon 8 smiled satisfactorily. He looked at Xiongya, Xueling, and Ao Long, as if he had already won. Feeling the aura of Xueling, Ao Long, and Xiongya, Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. With the addition of the 3 fierce dragons, the formation of the Heavenly Beast Hall was much stronger. The surrounding beasts looked at each other and became quiet. They looked at the Phoenix Clan that had suddenly joined. Then Xueling, Ao Long, and Xiongya were also involved. Once the battle started, it would definitely be a fierce battle. Huang Yan, is your Phoenix Clan really going to intervene? The old dragon suddenly looked at a beautiful woman in front of Huang Linger's phoenix carriage. The beautiful woman just stood there quietly. The old dragon's gaze towards the beautiful woman was obviously different. Long Bao, what do you want to say? Just say it directly. But if you want to use the dragons to scare the Phoenix Clan, don't be naive. The beautiful woman said in a light voice. She seemed to know the old dragons, but her attitude was cold. The elder from the dragon tribe, Long Bao, looked at Huang Yan of the Phoenix tribe. His eyes darkened as a cold light flashed in them. He said, "Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Do the Phoenix tribe really think that you can stop the dragon tribe with your help?" "Is that so? At least I can stop you, Long Bao." Huang Yan smiled faintly. She was also in the Beast Region realm, so she didn't have to worry about Long Bao. Ha! Long Bao suddenly laughed loudly. His laughter was extremely arrogant. He sneered, "Huang Yan, it's a pity that your opponent is not me. Someone else will deal with you. Long Feng, do it. I leave Huang Yan to you." As Long Bao's voice spread out, the space in the distant sky suddenly fluctuated. The wind and clouds surged, as if a tornado was sweeping over. This is going to be a little troublesome. The dragons still have a second Beast Region realm expert. Huang Yan's eyes darkened. She didn't even realize that the dragons still had a second Beast Region realm expert. Huang Yan didn't know that the dragon's second Beast Region realm expert hadn't always been in the Heavenly Beast Tomb. Instead, after Long Bao, Long Qi, and the others entered the Heavenly Beast Tomb and saw her in the Phoenix Clan, they guessed that something was wrong with the opening of the Heavenly Beast Tomb this time. They had a premonition that something big was going to happen in the Heavenly Beast Tomb. In order to seize the benefits in the Heavenly Beast Tomb without any mistakes, they secretly notified the dragons of the 4 seas. The dragon's second Beast Region realm expert had only just arrived. The dragons could sense each other, so Long Bao was able to find out beforehand. Another Beast Region realm expert has come. Huang Linger raised her eyes and looked at the terrifying storm sweeping over from afar. Her scarlet eyes surged with 7-colored radiance. "Huang Yan, your opponent is me. Come out." In the distant sky, within the terrifying storm of aura, a loud shout rang out, and a tornado swept across the sky. A figure was faintly discernible. The surrounding space was about to be torn apart by the storm. "Long Feng, don't be so arrogant." Huang Yan leaped into the air. From her beautiful figure, a blazing storm of aura suddenly swept out and rushed forward to fight against Long Feng. Long Bao and Long Ba were overjoyed when they saw that their reinforcements had arrived in time. They looked at the formation of dragons behind them and waved their hands. They said in a cold voice, "Attack!" Boom! Long Bao was the first to move. He wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. His body swept out, and dragons' might filled the air with a terrifying aura. It shook the space and directly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. "Brat, no one can save you today," Long Bao shouted. His old face was sinister and cold. His voice was like a dragon's roar. Du Xiaofu's chest rose and fell slightly as he watched the dragon storm pouncing towards him. He quickly inhaled a deep breath and suddenly shut his eyes. His hand seals changed rapidly, and his afterimages changed, causing the surrounding space to almost solidify. A golden light shot towards the sky from his body and agglomerated into 4 huge dragon illusionary figures at lightning speed. Ao, 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 Ao! The 4 giant dragon shadows roared, and the dragon's roar filled the sky. Wild Dragon Ninth Heaven, borrow the power of the Qian Dragon! Du Xiaofu shouted when the last hand seal was condensed. His eyes suddenly opened, and 2 golden thunderbolts shot into the sky from his eyes. At this moment, the 4 giant dragon shadows above Du Xiaofu instantly turned into 4 energy ribbons and landed on Du Xiaofu's body like lightning. Boom! As the 4 giant dragon shadows pounced in, Du Xiaofu's chaotic element martial honorable aura soared like a rocket. When his aura reached the later stage of chaotic element martial honorable, it gradually stopped. Chapter 1290. When Du Xiaofu was at the peak of the transcendent martial venerable realm, he could use the mad dragon ninth heaven to temporarily raise his cultivation to the mid-stage chaotic element martial venerable realm. At that moment, with his true primordial chaos martial venerate cultivation, Du Xiaofu's cultivation aura temporarily reached the late-stage primordial chaos martial venerate. He had yet to reach the nirvana martial venerate level and was still far from it. This also proved that as one's cultivation level rose, it became more and more difficult to temporarily raise one's cultivation level. However, Du Xiaofu had already temporarily raised his cultivation level by a terrifying amount. The Mad Dragon Ninth Heaven was a cultivation technique that could temporarily raise one's cultivation level. It was an absolute advantage for cultivators of the same level. However, Du Xiaofu was currently facing Long Bao, a beast region expert, so it wasn't very effective. Of course, this also depended on the person. For example, Du Xiaofu had long been used to killing opponents of a higher level. Now that his cultivation level had increased by quite a bit, he was naturally like a tiger that had grown wings. However, if an ordinary person were to face a beast region expert with Du Xiaofu's current cultivation level, even if his cultivation level was increased by a small amount, even if his opponent's cultivation level was suppressed to the half-domain level in the heavenly beast tomb, it would still be tantamount to courting death. Everyone was shocked to see Du Xiaofu's cultivation level increase in an instant. It wasn't difficult for many of the demon beasts and battle servants present to know that Du Xiaofu was using a cultivation technique that could temporarily raise his cultivation level. However, to be able to raise one's cultivation technique by so much after reaching the chaotic element martial venerable realm was definitely extraordinary. Kill! At the same time, little Xingxing waved his hand and a vast amount of energy erupted from his tiny body. The faintly discernible pressure of a venerable suffused the heavens and earth. Roar! The divine Ape King, Fire WRM King, Silver Blood Leopard King, Ghost Chariot, Phantom Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing Little Falcon, and the others all released their auras and roared as they instantly transformed into their true forms. Boom! These demonic beasts watched as an intense battle was about to erupt in the vast and mighty heavens. The mighty beast aura descended from the sky, causing the hearts of the surrounding beasts to jump and their souls to tremble. I'll deal with the old one. Little star, be careful. Don't get hurt. A fierce battle was about to break out. Du Xiaofu said to little Xingxing with a serious expression. Don't worry, they can't hurt me. Little Xingxing didn't mind. Instead, he said to Du Xiaofu, Father, you have to be careful of that old man. I'll go help you after I finish off a few of them. Don't worry, that old fellow can't eat me. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly in the face of little Xingxing's concern. Not long ago, he might not have been able to deal with the old dragons, but now, with his cultivation strength and means, it definitely wouldn't be easy for Long Bao to do anything to him. You can leave Dragon 8 to me. Huang Ling opened her mouth. Dragons were already fighting with Long Feng, who had come to support them. The battle was unavoidable. All right, I'll leave Dragon 8 to you. I'll go and destroy the other mixed-blood dragon. Little Xingxing didn't object to Huang Ling or his words at all. After nodding her head, she signaled to the Ape God King, Fire Dragon King, and the others with her eyes. In a flash, she pounced towards Dragon 7, who had just stood up and transformed into his human form. Her goal was to get rid of the severely injured dragon, 7 first. Do it! Huang Ling waved her hand at the middle-aged man, Luan Jian, and the others behind her. In a flash, she appeared several feet away. A scorching aura surged and blocked Dragon 8, who had already pounced over. Huang Ling, since it's like this, let's see what level you've reached. Dragon 8 said in a deep voice. The gaze which he used to look at Huang Ling turned cold. His blue robe fluttered and the runes on his body surged. His long blue hair flew behind his head. With a wave of his hand, he caused the space to distort and attacked Huang Ling directly. Luan Jian made his move. His sword flashed and pounced towards a demonic beast king in the dragon's formation. That middle-aged man from the Phoenix clan who had originally fought with Du Xiaofu wasn't willing to help Du Xiaofu. But at this moment he had no other choice. He directly blocked in front of the Heavenly Dog clan's Ao Long Roar, the Divine Ape King, Fire Drake King, Ghost Chariot, Phantom Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ying, and the others all pounced towards the dragon's formation. Xueling, Xiongya, and the others at the same time. In an instant, these terrifying demonic beast kings clashed together. A fiery battle was on the verge of breaking out and shaking the 9 heavens. Everything took a long time to describe. At the same time, Long Bao was unmoved by the figures around him. He had already pounced in front of Du Xiaofu. Long Bao wanted to deal with Du Xiaofu first, so that he could control the situation. When the time came, none of them would be able to escape. Kid, no one can save you today. A chilling roar resounded like thunder. Long Bao's figure arrived. A puny human had killed the dragons, Dragon 9. That was an existence that could become the mainstay of the dragons in the future. And just now, Long 7 was almost killed. This was even more unexpected to Long Bao. It was the puny human in front of him that almost made the dragons pay a heavy price and lose face. Therefore, no matter what, Long Bao must bring this puny human back to the dragons at this moment. Looking at Long Bao, who had arrived in front of him in an instant, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. Golden light filled his eyes as he formed a hand seal. Waves of golden light whizzed out from his body like a storm. Whoosh! Long Bao made his move. The dragon power in his body surged and swept across the sky. His claw reached out and distorted the void. Whoosh, whoosh! In front of the claw, energy swept out like a space rune chain that pierced through the void. It was like a venomous snake. There were sounds of wind breaking in the void. In a flash, it arrived in front of Du Xiaofu as fast as lightning. Dragon Claw Hand. A gloomy roar came out from Long Bao's mouth. This was the dragon's technique, the Dragon Claw Hand. It was not something that ordinary techniques could compare to. The claw pierced through the void and erupted with a strange aura. There was a faint dragon roar. Du Xiaofu suddenly realized that while the Dragon Claw Hand could freeze the void, it could also affect the primordial spirit. It caused the primordial spirit in his mind's Naiwen Palace to tremble. At the same time, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly. The golden light in his eyes suddenly fluctuated strangely. A terrifying and domineering aura shot out from his body. Boom! The aura spread and shook the void. It was as if wind and thunder were roaring. The aura surged and shook the void. Roar! At the same time, Du Xiaofu raised his head and roared. This roar was like a dragon roaring in the 9 heavens. It was like a divine elephant trumpeting. The sound waves swept out like a tsunami and surged in all directions, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble. Roar, 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 roar. At this moment, the entire void rumbled. Countless roars echoed in the sky. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens that resounded in the world. The terrifying roar shook the heavens and earth. It caused the void to collapse and made people tremble in fear. Boom, boom, boom. The surging sound waves were accompanied by ripples of energy from the golden runes. It was like a vast ocean that surged and spread. Then it blocked Long Bao's claw. In the end, it was destroyed. Long Bao's expression changed greatly. Under the sound waves, even Long Bao felt his body tremble. The sound waves were like the roars of dragons. They were pervasive and could affect one's soul. The sound waves reverberated, causing the entire battlefield to tremble rapidly. The energy in the surrounding beasts could not help but boil uncontrollably. At this moment, the bodies of the surrounding beasts were about to explode. Their souls were about to explode. Their ferocious eyes were filled with pain. What a terrifying sound wave attack! It contains a type of martial arts. Even Xiongya, Xueling, Ao Long, and the Ape God King, who were fighting fiercely, were greatly affected. They were deeply shocked by the terrifying sound waves. However, although the domineering force that Du Xiaofu had just activated had resisted Long Bao's dragon claw, it was not really able to resist Long Bao. You have some strength, but it's not enough. Long Bao shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, many dazzling runes surged out from the surroundings and turned into a dark, golden dragon shadow. It strangely circled the void around Du Xiaofu. The dark, golden dragon shadow erupted with a strange, devouring force. It was like a small, coiling dragon calamity that enveloped Du Xiaofu. The dark, golden dragon shadow circled and trapped Du Xiaofu. He felt that the qi in his body was about to solidify and his body was about to explode. Even the primordial spirit in his mud pill palace was affected. Feeling such changes, Du Xiaofu's face darkened. He spread the rock golden wings on his back and activated the rock descends to the 9th heaven. It carried the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. It was like the sun rising from the east. Only then did he manage to protect himself, but he could not escape. Damn mixed blood dragons! I will kill every one of them that I see. Who asked you to provoke me? Little Xingxing's childlike, furious cry spread like thunder from the distant battleground. His small body was just like a little demon king at this moment. With a palm, he slammed Long Qi, who had just barely leaped into the air, into the shattered land below. Roar! The dragon roared in the 9th heaven, and a blazing aura surged. When Long Qi's human figure crashed onto the ground, he instantly turned into his original form. Long Qi was extremely aggrieved. He had just been trampled on by the demon king, Du Xiaofu. At that moment, he was being trampled on by the little girl. His ferocious dragon had soared into the sky like a fire dragon. The dragon's body was thousands of feet long. It opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards little Xingxing from the bottom. It wanted to swallow little Xingxing in its mouth. You're at the end of your rope. Behave yourself. Little Xingxing was unmoved. As her voice sounded, her small body disappeared in the air like a ghost. This caused Long Qi's huge dragon eyes to be shocked, after which he seemed to have sensed something, and his dragon eyes, which were covered with blazing symbols, trembled. Just as the last word sounded, little Xingxing's small body appeared on Long Qi's ferocious head like a ghost. Her small fist was covered with a strange golden flame. This golden flame contained an extremely dense pressure that spread out. It was the might of a supreme being. Bang! After which, little Xing Xing's small fist, which was covered with golden flames, smashed onto Long Qi's ferocious head. Chapter 1291. Boom! With this punch, golden flames erupted like a tide and swept down from Long Qi's huge and ferocious dragon head. A terrifying hot aura spread out, as if it could burn everything in the void. Roar! The pitiful Draconic Seven let out a pitiful cry. His huge body fell from the sky and landed heavily on the messy ground. Sizzle! Long Qi's body was covered in golden flames, destroying the scarlet flames on his body. From his head to his tail, many dragon scales cracked and shattered. Fresh blood dripped, and his body was charred black. Suddenly, little Xing Xing did not continue to chase after Long Qi. His eyes looked at the battle between Du Xiaofu and Long Bao. Seeing that the huge dragon shadow that Long Bao had activated had entangled Du Xiaofu, the demonic third eye mark between little Xing Xing's brows began to have faint golden runes pulsating. A bright light that caused one's soul to tremble shot out from his dark and deep eyes. Roar! Suddenly, little Xing Xing let out a roar. It was definitely the roar of a dragon. The dragon roar turned into sound waves that spread out. Immediately, all the beasts in the surroundings felt a huge pressure, causing their bodies to tremble. Boom! In the next instant, little Xing Xing's body had already soared into the sky and transformed into a huge body that was a few thousand feet long. It was slightly smaller than Long Qi's body, but its aura was even more powerful. A majestic and strange energy gathered around the huge body, causing a huge spatial ripple that was churning like waves. When little Xing Xing's real body roared out, all the beasts in the surroundings were shocked. It was the body of a dragon with a pair of wings on its back that expanded to a few thousand feet long. They were like the wings of a phoenix, spreading hot, reddish-purple flames. Starlight flowed on the surface of its body. There was also the aura of a golden winged rock and a terrifying aura that swept across the sky. When the dragon appeared, it was ferocious and mighty. Although it had the appearance of a dragon, the aura on its body was even more powerful than a real dragon. The monster kings who were fighting fiercely in the surroundings all felt their souls tremble under the terrifying pressure. There seems to be the aura of my clan. Huang Linger, who was fighting fiercely with Dragon 8, and Huang Yan, who was fighting fiercely with Dragon Longfeng, also looked over from the corner of their eyes. Little Xing Xing's main body appeared, and he immediately pounced on Long Bao's giant dragon shadow. Starlight rippled on his body, and a frightening aura whizzed out, bringing with it a strange and terrifying pressure. "Father, let me help you." Wherever little Star's huge body passed, thick dark clouds would suddenly rush over. Strong winds blew, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Ayo! Little Xing Xing's abdomen faintly had 5 claws rising, spreading runes that were resplendent. A pair of dragon eyes overflowed with golden light, flapping its arms, forming waves of blazing flame tornadoes. A claw tore through the air, tearing the giant dragon phantom that was activated by the dragon berserk. The gigantic dragon phantom trembled as it was torn apart. Why is that pressure so strong? Huang Ling, Dragon 8, and the others looked at the aura emanating from little Star's huge body and felt their bodies tremble. Is that the purple star demonic dragon emperor's main body? Under that kind of pressure, Huang Linger, Dragon 8, and the others, who were the pure-blooded descendants of the Phoenix clan and the dragons, turned pale. The blood in their bodies began to boil. Driven by that kind of boiling blood, they almost couldn't help but have an impulse to kneel down. What kind of strange dragon is that? Long Bao was also stunned. Facing the strange dragon's strength, he could still resist, but the strange dragon's aura made the dragon soul in his body tremble violently. The strange dragon's aura contained a kind of pressure that even his dragon soul couldn't resist. This kind of pressure came from the heaven and earth and the depths of his dragon soul. Boom! In the explosion of golden light, Du Xiaofu, who was trapped in the giant dragon's body, a golden five-fingered mountain phantom appeared behind him. It evolved as if it was given life. The space suddenly trembled, and the golden mountain phantom became bigger and bigger. Dense spiritual energy spread out. The golden five-fingered mountain phantom connected with the energy of heaven and earth, and a terrifying power spread out, facing the crushing pressure of the giant dragon shadows that were coiling around it. The golden five-finger mountain peak's aura surged like a long rainbow. Golden talisman patterns were released all over the sky. It was like a supreme being that could crush and suppress all things in the world. Demon King Du Xiaofu is the earth vein spirit. How can his vein spirit be so strong? Many of the beasts in the surroundings were astonished by this turn of events. The terrifying aura from the five-fingered mountain phantom made the space freeze, and it made it difficult to breathe. Rumble, the five-fingered mountain phantom's vein spirit, continued to evolve, and expand behind Du Xiaofu. It was as if it couldn't be violated or provoked. Mysterious golden talisman runes swept out like a vast ocean. Together with Little Star's claw, it finally destroyed the dark golden dragon phantom. Rumble, the dark golden talisman runes swept out and shattered. They bloomed beautifully like fireworks, and the destructive power continued to sweep out. The golden, five-fingered mountain phantom was huge. Du Xiaofu stepped on the mountain phantom's vein spirit. His purple robe fluttered, and golden light bloomed in his eyes. Little Star's dragon scales overflowed with starlight, and the supreme aura spread out. She was entrenched beside Du Xiaofu's vein spirit. At this moment, Little Star's deep golden dragon eyes seemed to make people want to submit when they looked up, especially the light golden vertical line mark between her brows. It was mysterious and evil. Many people looked at Little Star's dragon body from the corner of their eyes. They all felt their beast souls uncontrollably start to fluctuate, and they trembled for no reason. "Father, are you okay?" Little Star raised her head and asked Du Xiaofu. Her dragon eyes were shining, and she didn't look like the harmless little girl from before. "I'm fine." Du Xiaofu nodded. At this moment, he felt the aura on Little Star's body. He was surprised to find that this little girl had also reached the level of venerable origin beast. The speed of her breakthrough shocked Du Xiaofu and made him envious. This little girl was also heaven-defying. Let's deal with this old mixed-blood dragon together. Little Star's eyes darkened. Her aura burst out and pierced the sky. "Humph, since you're all going to deal with him, then let's deal with him together." Longbao slowly raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu and the purple star demonic dragon emperor, who were stepping on the huge vein spirit. He suppressed the shock on his old face, and a ferocious sneer appeared. "Tyrannical dragon destroys the world." As Longbao's voice fell, the surrounding space suddenly began to riot. There was a gust of wind, and there seemed to be lightning and thunder. A violent force swept in all directions, and there were bright, dark, golden talisman runes flashing in the sky. "Ao, Ao, Ao, Ao." The next moment, as Longbao's figure disappeared in midair, the talisman runes in the sky rapidly squirmed and changed, and finally turned into 6 huge, dark, golden dragon phantoms. Dragon roars filled the sky, and the 6 huge dragon phantoms occupied the world. Wherever the huge phantoms twisted, the space was directly distorted to the point of collapse, and there were faint traces of pitch-black light. "Father, this old mixed-blood dragon is going all out. Let's join forces." Little Star's dragon eyes rippled, and a grave look flashed across his eyes. The black, tortoise-divine shell on his back suddenly appeared, emitting a deep light. In an instant, he was the first to move. His enormous dragon body stood upright, and an extremely rich pressure spread out. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to tremble. As the huge dragon body raised its head, the demonic third eye between Little Star's brows suddenly opened. A dazzling beam of light that made one soul tremble shot into the sky. It spread out like a curtain of light, and a soul power that blotted out the sky also spread out in the sky. Ayo, 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 ayo. As the dragon roars rang out, the silhouettes of several azure dragons flickered in and out of Little Xingxing's third eye. They possessed a strange power of the soul, causing the blood of the beasts in the surroundings to boil and their souls to tremble. This was a pure soul attack. Even Du Xiaofu, who was standing to the side, was stunned. Little Star had used this technique before, but it was far from being as mature and abnormally strong as now. Little Star activated her remarkable technique, and Long Bao's expression changed. Several huge dragon phantoms were affected and blocked. Suppress! Du Xiaofu moved, and with the huge mountain pole soul, he unleashed the aura of the beginning of the world. His body gathered the might of the Renhuang, and with the fate of the barren country and the supreme power of the golden-winged rock, he suppressed the three huge, dark, golden dragons. Ayo! Ayo! The three huge, dark, golden dragon phantoms were suppressed, and they instantly entangled Du Xiaofu's mountain pole soul. The three dragons entangled, and with the suppression of the mountain pole soul, they were immediately entangled. The remarkable technique between Little Star's brows finally suppressed the three huge dragon phantoms, and the father and daughter joined forces to resist Long Bao. They were entangled in the sky, and in that stalemate a powerful energy spread out, causing the sky to shake violently, and there was an explosion of dragon roars. Rumble, the terrifying energy, rune ripples suddenly swept out like a stormy sea, and the surrounding space was about to be destroyed. A pitch-black light circle was faintly revealed, and it was dark and deep, and it made the beasts feel a chill when they looked at it. Long Bao, Du Xiaofu, and Little Star were entangled. The huge dragon phantoms and the golden mountain pole soul, and Little Star's mountain pole soul attacked each other, and they were all frantically corroding each other, constantly releasing violent energy, trying to suppress and destroy each other. Chapter 1292. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. It could be said that the most intense battle wasn't between Huang Yan and Long Feng, nor was it between Huang Linger and Long Ba. Instead, it was Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing working together against Long Bao. Although Huang Yan and Long Feng's battle was intense, and every move they made caused the sky to explode, they weren't truly going all out. Both of them had a bottom line in their hearts. They just wanted to stop each other. Huang Linger and Long Ba weren't much different. Although Long Ba was furious, he didn't go all out against Huang Linger. However, Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, and Long Bao were different. The crux of the battle lay with the three of them. As long as one side won, they would be able to resolve the situation. Both sides are going all out. They wanted to suppress each other, so they were using their full strength. Walala, finally, the three forces that were corroding each other were annihilated at the same time. The terrifying energy storm also gradually disappeared, fading away under the shocked gazes of the surrounding beasts. Long Bao's 6 illusory dragons dissipated. His figure immediately reappeared. His face was pale as he staggered backwards. Du Xiaofu's mountain pole soul had been shattered by the 3 dragons. He spat out a mouthful of faint golden blood. The shattering of his pulse soul didn't mean that his body was injured. No matter how strong his body was, it couldn't withstand such a heavy injury. However, if a cultivator's body was weak, they probably wouldn't be able to continue fighting after their pulse soul was shattered. However, Du Xiaofu was still able to hold on. He hadn't completely lost the ability to continue fighting. Not many people had such a freakish body. Little Xingxing's aura had withered considerably. Her enormous body had been forced back, and the starlight on her body had dimmed considerably. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and the Purple Star Demonic Dragon Emperor are truly terrifying. They actually managed to block Long Bao's tyrant dragon's apocalypse. The fantasy Tiger King, Savage Bear King, Fierce Fong, and the others had been distracted by the fierce battle. They were all watching the most important battle. He actually withstood it. Long Bao's face turned gloomy after he was forced to retreat. At this moment, he felt that the situation was really tricky. No wonder Dragon 9 was killed and Dragon 7 was no match for him just now. This puny, purple-robed young man was not ordinary. That mutated dragon was too strange. If he wanted to deal with these two, he would have to use his true form. At this moment, a thought began to form in Long Bao's mind. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, and the little dragon were already so terrifying. These two were obviously still of the younger generation. If they were allowed to continue cultivating, he might not be a match for them in less than 100 years. When he thought of this, Long Bao's heart trembled. His eyes twitched fiercely, and a chill surged in his heart. Today, he could not let this little dragon and human go. Even if he could not bring them back to the dragon tribe to study the mysteries of their bodies, he had to kill this dragon and Du Xiaofu on the spot to get rid of future troubles. However, Long Bao didn't know that Little Star and Du Xiaofu hadn't even cultivated for 100 years since they were born. Du Xiaofu hadn't even cultivated for 50 years, including the time he'd spent in the ancient desolate space. As for Little Star, with his monstrous bloodline, he'd cultivated for even fewer years. It had only been a few years. If Long Bao knew all this, especially if he knew that Little Star had only been alive for a few years, he'd probably kill himself out of shame. I can't let them go. Long Bao's eyes darkened. Dense coldness filled the air, and the runes on his body erupted. He'd finally activated his true form. Roar, a dragon roared. Long Bao's true form soared into the sky. It was more than 1,000 feet long, and it emitted a dark golden light. His dragon scales shone brightly, and his imposing aura swept across the sky. The true form of dragons of the Beast Region realm was terrifyingly vast. The space around his enormous body was distorted. It's worth it to make me use my true form. Now it's time to end this. Long Bao's enormous dragon body soared into the sky. He roared angrily, and his enormous body was as fast as lightning as he charged towards Du Xiaofu. Old mixed-blood dragon, this dragon emperor isn't afraid of you. The little dragon roared, and his enormous body collided with Long Bao's. However, his body was shielded by the black tortoise divine shell on his back. Bang! In this collision, Long Bao's enormous body was the most terrifying attack. When he collided with Little Star's body was sent flying, and he landed heavily on the ground. Long Bao was still in the Beast Region realm. Although his cultivation was suppressed to half-domain, it was still much higher than Little Star's current origin Beast Sovereign. Little Star probably wouldn't meet an opponent at the same level as him. Even if he faced Nirvana Beast Sovereign dragons, he wouldn't be much weaker. His aura alone was enough to suppress Long Bao. However, Long Bao was also at half-domain in the Heavenly Beast Tomb. Compared to Nirvana Beast Sovereigns, the difference was like heaven and earth. Not to mention, Long Bao was at half-domain with the Beast Region realm. When Little Star's enormous body crashed to the ground, Du Xiaofu instantly frowned. His expression changed slightly, and he flapped his wings, retreating rapidly like a deity. However, just as Du Xiaofu was about to retreat, a beam of dark golden light came crashing down on him, distorting the space around him. It was a gigantic dragon tail covered in dragon scales, and it was unbelievably fast. In his panic, Du Xiaofu watched the enormous dragon tail expand in front of his eyes. He wrapped his great pung wings tightly around his body, protecting him and forcefully withstanding the attack. Bang! When such an enormous dragon tail swept down, Du Xiaofu's figure was sent flying horizontally. He smashed into the ground like a meteor, causing the ground below to shake and crack. PFFF, Du Xiaofu instantly struggled to get up amidst the flying debris and dust. He spat out a mouthful of pale golden blood. Du Xiaofu's wings were dented where he blocked the dragon tail. Many runes on the great Peng wings were obliterated. "Father, are you all right?" Little Star's enormous dragon body rushed out. She seemed to be fine from the collision. She shook the black tortoise divine shell on her back, as if she wasn't damaged at all. "I'm fine." Du Xiaofu got up and stepped into the air. The great prung wings on his back had dimmed a lot. His injuries weren't light. Just the destruction of his meridian soul wasn't something that an ordinary person could continue to endure. However, Du Xiaofu could only grit his teeth and endure. "You're no longer a match for me. You offended me, the dragons. Death is not to be regretted." Long Bao's main body floated in the air. His dragon eyes rolled like a dark golden hole, filled with a dense chill. "Old mixed blood dragon, I'll destroy you sooner or later." Little Star raised her head and said angrily she could protect herself, but she also knew that she couldn't do anything to that old mixed blood dragon. Long Bao's enormous dragon eyes narrowed as he stared at Little Star's main body. They were suffused with a dark golden glow. He said, "You little mutant dragon seems to be a little special. You're related to us dragons. When I bring you back to the dragons, I'll naturally find out the reason." "Old bastard, do you have the ability? Sooner or later, I'll skin you alive and peel off your old scales one by one." Little Star's voice was like thunder as she cursed at Long Bao. Phew! Du Xiaofu stepped into the air. His chest rose and fell as he took a deep breath. His golden eyes also surged with a trace of lightning. At that moment, he still had the thunder martial vein as his trump card and the ancient desolate space that he could use. Du Xiaofu knew that he wasn't really at the end of his rope. If he really couldn't do it, he still had his final trump card, the purple lightning profound cauldron. If it really came to the last moment, Du Xiaofu gritted his teeth. At that time, he could only use the purple lightning profound cauldron. "Humph. I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you two juniors." Long Bao's expression was gloomy after being scolded by Little Star. Runes burst out from his enormous dragon body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. He suddenly pounced on Du Xiaofu and Little Star at the same time. Roar! Long Bao's main body was more than 10,000 feet long. His speed was unbelievably fast. Almost in an instant, he pounced in front of Little Star and Du Xiaofu. The giant dragon swooped down. His aura erupted and shook the surroundings. The huge dragon tail swayed, and the space behind him exploded and collapsed, revealing a long space dent. A pair of dragon eyes fluctuated with a dense chill. The dragon's might was terrifying. Dragons are nothing. Suddenly, right at this critical moment, a clear and melodious voice sounded out from an unknown place. Swoosh! Just as Long Bao's enormous dragon body was about to dive in front of Little Star and Du Xiaofu, the space in front of Du Xiaofu and Little Star suddenly distorted. It was as if a spatial crack had been torn open, and a graceful figure crossed the space. As this lithe figure descended, a wave of overbearing pressure suddenly descended upon this part of the world. Under such pressure, the surrounding beasts really crawled down. Raging Bear King, Divine Ape King, Little Falcon, Fantasy Tiger King, and the others who were fighting fiercely suddenly had a look of horror in their eyes. Huang, Linger, Long Ba, Huang Yan, Long Feng, and the others also had a change of expression at this moment. Long Bao, who was swooping down, had a look of astonishment in his eyes. The depths of his eyes seemed to have sensed something and quickly froze. The graceful figure walked out. Under her clear and moving voice, there was an unparalleled domineering aura. Her voice rumbled like thunder in the surrounding battle circle. "This kid is wanted by my Golden Winged Rock clan. Dragons, get out of my way. In the last 4 to 5 hours of the month, I don't dare to ask for fresh flowers." However, Xiao Yu weakly said, "Dear guest, Please leave the fresh flowers behind. I urgently need fresh flowers. I am willing to devote myself to you. In the future, I will work hard, study hard, and hang on a beam to stab the stalk. The next update will be around 10 o'clock at night. Chapter 1293. Her domineering voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. The golden-winged great rock clan. Looking at the beautiful figure that appeared in front of them, the beasts in all directions looked at each other and then looked into the distance. The golden-winged great rock clan was a clan that was even more powerful than the dragons and phoenixes. It was extremely rare for someone from the golden-winged great rock clan to come out. However, no one had ever doubted the strength of the golden-winged great rock clan. Longbao looked at the beautiful figure that walked out, and his huge dragon body stopped. He had already felt the aura of the true golden-winged great rock clan, and his eyes changed. Not only because he knew how powerful the golden-winged great rock clan was, but also because the golden-winged great rock clan and the dragons had been enemies since ancient times. Chilala. The beautiful figure walked across the space and directly attacked without any delay. The lady waved her delicate hand, and a golden light erupted from her delicate palm. It was like a bright sun piercing through the sun. It vaguely transformed into the wings of a large rock. Separated by a great distance, it also viciously flapped towards Longbao. Ayo! Longbao's figure paused, and a fierce light flashed in his dragon eyes. His ferocious mouth spat out a majestic, dark, golden light. Chila! Then, under everyone's stunned gazes, the dark golden light in Longbao's mouth was directly scattered. Then, the huge dragon head was directly flipped over by the golden-winged great rocks flapping. In the end, Longbao's huge dragon body fell from the sky and landed on a huge mountain that had already been broken into half, destroying the mountain into dust. Chi-Chi! Longbao's huge dragon body raised his head, and he spat out dragon blood from his ferocious mouth. Fear surged in his eyes, and he was continuously shocked. He muttered, Why is she not suppressed? Why? Goo-goo! The intense battles in the surroundings also involuntarily came to a halt at this scene. Looking at Longbao's huge dragon body being sent flying with a single slap, all the beasts gasped and trembled in fear. Huangling, Longba, the miserable Long Qi, Huang Yan in the distance, and a white-clothed old man who had appeared could not help but reveal a shocked expression on their faces. They could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. In the heavenly beast tomb, Longbao was also a half-domain, and in his true form dragons he couldn't even take a single handprint. In the air, Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing, as well as the Guqin devil Shangguan Qi Xian, who had just been entangled with a few monster kings, were also stunned. To be able to send Longbao's body flying so easily, what kind of strength was that? Sky-shaking wings. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. He knew very well that the technique that the woman had just used was the sky-shaking wings of the golden-winged great rocks. However, the woman's sky-shaking wings had reached such a terrifying level that it could directly slap Longbao's body away. Strange! At the same time, Du Xiaofu could not help but feel strange. Logically speaking, the strongest strength in the heavenly beast tomb should be suppressed to the half-domain level. Under the same level, how could the woman from the golden-winged great rocks be so tyrannical that she could send Longbao's body flying so easily? At this moment, the battlefield was completely silent because of the woman's appearance. All the beasts that were fighting stopped as if they had a tacit understanding and retreated to their respective formations. Looking at the beautiful figure in the sky, they broke out in cold sweat. Not only because of the woman's shocking move, but also because the golden-winged great rocks were enough to make all beasts tremble. In the silent sky, the beautiful figure slowly turned her head. It was a woman in her late 20s. There was a valiant and heroic spirit in her beauty. She was like a goddess in autumn. She was wearing a tight orange, shirt that outlined the curves of her graceful body. It was enough to make one's nose bleed. The woman had an accessory that looked like a short sword on her waist. It was unknown whether it was a weapon or just an accessory. Her long and slender legs were straight. At this moment, the woman's cherry lips were smiling. She raised her hand to slap Long Bao, but it was as if nothing had happened. Looking around, she had a domineering aura. Her clear voice rang out, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die!" Hearing the woman's words, the surrounding beasts trembled. No one dared to speak. Chi! Long Fang's figure flashed across the sky and arrived in front of Dragon 8 and Dragon 7. He looked at the woman with a gloomy face and said in a deep voice, "Golden-winged great rocks, don't go too far. How dare you meddle in the affairs of us dragons? Do you think we've been quiet for too long? Don't talk nonsense in front of me. I'll say it again." The woman looked directly at Long Feng, her eyes glowing with a faint golden light. Suddenly, she pointed her slender finger at Du Xiaofu and spoke word by word to Long Feng. "That brat is mine. If you don't want to die, then scram. If I change my mind, none of your dragon race will leave here alive today. If you don't believe my words, then go ahead and try." Hearing this, Long Feng's eyes twitched fiercely, but he didn't dare to say anything. Cough! Long Bao's body turned into a human and jumped out. He coughed and spat out a lot of blood. He and Long Feng looked at each other in dismay. Their expressions were very ugly. At this moment, Long Bao and Long Feng were very clear that they were no match for the woman from the golden-winged great rocks. If the golden-winged great rocks wanted to kill them, they definitely wouldn't dare. We dragons don't want that kid, but this little foreign dragon is related to us dragons. Are we going to take him away? Long Feng gritted his teeth and compromised with the woman. After weighing the pros and cons, Long Feng knew that he couldn't compete with the woman from the golden-winged great rocks. The woman from the golden-winged great rocks seemed to have come for Du Xiaofu, so they could only take a step back and take the little foreign dragon away. The little foreign dragon was very strange. After bringing it back to the dragons, they might discover something. At that time, it might bring benefits to all dragons. Didn't I say it clearly enough? Get out of my sight. Get as far away as you can. If you don't, then die. However, the beautiful and valiant woman from the golden-winged great rocks didn't give Long Feng any face. Her golden eyes began to emit a frightening chill. As for the peerless beauty from the golden-winged great rock race, she kept calling Qin Wen Tian old mother. This caused the eyebrows of many people in the surroundings to twitch. Women from the golden-winged great rock race were all so incomparably domineering. You! Long Feng's face twitched fiercely. The other party didn't take him seriously at all. However, Long Feng also understood that the other party's fist was bigger than his. He couldn't win at all. If they really fought, suffering losses was a small matter. The woman would most likely really kill them. Long Feng didn't know why the woman from the golden-winged great rocks didn't seem to be suppressed in here. Given their current cultivation and strength, they would be killed instantly by the woman from the golden-winged great rocks. Sir, the golden-winged great rocks have gone too far. We dragons aren't to be trifled with either. Long 8 walked out. His blue robes fluttered, and his blue hair was a little messy. As a pure-blooded descendant of dragons, he had the pride of a dragon. Dragons weren't afraid of the golden-winged great rocks. So what if I've gone too far? How dare a kid at the origin beast supremacy level act so arrogantly? I'll take care of you. Let's see what you dragons can do to me. The woman only glanced at Dragon 8. Her slender hand shook, and she slapped him across the air. As the woman slapped out, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. Using his sharp primordial spirit, he sensed a strange fluctuation in the void. It merged with the space. This power also carried a mysterious and complex meaning. Although it was just a simple slap, it contained a profound understanding. Be careful. Long Feng shouted when he sensed the woman's attack. He couldn't protect himself in time. Besides, he probably didn't have the strength to do so. Uft! Long Eight clearly felt the woman from the golden-winged great rock's attack. He wanted to protect himself first, but it was too late. A crisp slap sounded from his face. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood along with his teeth. Bang! Bang! Long Eight's body was sent flying. He shot into the ground below, half of his body sinking into the rocks. Long Eight's face was pale with shock. His originally vast and deep eyes were now filled with shock, hatred, and deep fear. I don't know your name. I, the dragons, will remember this debt. Long Feng asked gloomily. Everything had changed. Now that the golden-winged great rocks had interfered, it was impossible for the dragons to bring Du Xiaofu back today. They couldn't even bring the small, mutated dragon back today. They didn't have enough power, so they had to bow their heads. Jialo Kailing, you are welcome to take revenge on me in the future. The woman who claimed to be Jialo Kai Ling faintly smiled. A layer of rouge faintly seeped through her snow-white skin. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly. She was clearly peerlessly domineering, but at this moment her valiant appearance revealed an incomparable charm. Let's go! Long Feng waved his hand. A few people from the dragon's formation hurriedly helped Long Eight up. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness and resentment, but in the end they had no choice but to retreat in panic under the absolute power. Xiao Yu continued to write. There are 3 more updates today. There are only 2 hours left in this month. I'm rolling on the ground, looking forward to the flowers. I'm looking forward to it with tears in my eyes. Chapter 1294. Jialo Kailing watched the dragons leave and didn't pay much attention to them. Her eyes glowed with a faint golden light. Then she looked at Huang Ling, and Huang Yan, who had quietly retreated behind Huang Ling. Jialo Kailing said in a clear voice, seeing that the Golden-Winged Rock clan and the Phoenix clan have some relationship, you should leave too. Huang Ling, and Huang Yan exchanged glances with each other as a bitter smile appeared on their faces. Let's go. In the end, Huang Ling waved her hand and the Phoenix chariot landed. Her graceful figure leaped onto the Phoenix chariot and left with a colorful radiance. Du Xiaofu heard a rumor. I want to help you too, but we can't even protect ourselves now. There's nothing we can do. You should pray for yourself. I hope you can escape. That kid is dead. The middle-aged man from the Phoenix clan who had fought with Du Xiaofu sneered and followed Huang Ling, and Huang Yan away. At this moment, in the middle-aged man's heart, Du Xiaofu had fallen into the hands of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. That kid had integrated with the Golden-Winged Rock clan's Rock Golden Wings. According to the Golden-Winged Rock clan's character, they would skin him alive and break his bones. He definitely wouldn't live for long. The Golden-Winged Rock clan is so overbearing. The surrounding beasts were secretly horrified. The dragons and the phoenixes, who were the supreme beasts of the Beast clan, had been scared away. The Golden-Winged Rock clan was so overbearing. Little Xingxing withdrew his original form and turned back into his harmless and innocent appearance. His little hand gently tugged at Du Xiaofu's sleeve. It could be seen that he was rather nervous. He knew that the beautiful woman from the Golden-Winged Great Peng clan was much more terrifying than Long Bao from before. Du Xiaofu took a deep breath and the rock golden wings on his back began to retract. He had integrated with the Golden-Winged Rock clan's Rock Golden Wings. All along, Du Xiaofu had been a little worried about meeting people from the Golden-Winged Great Rocks clan. He didn't expect to meet them in such a situation. There's no need to restrain yourself. Recently, I heard that a human has fused with an item of my Golden-Winged Great Rock clan. I didn't expect to meet him here. Come back with me. Jialo Kailing looked at Du Xiaofu. Her watery eyes carried a faint golden radiance, as if she could see through everything. Then Jalo Kai Ling looked at little Xingxing curiously. Her eyes were filled with doubt. She said softly, "Little guy, you seem to be related to my clan. However, you should be related to the dragons. You also seem to be related to the Phoenix clan. You also seem to have the bloodline of the Black Tortoise Divine Turtle clan. It's really strange." Little Xingxing looked at Jalo Kai Ling and blinked her eyes. Suddenly, her chubby and childish face revealed a smile. She walked toward Jalo Kai Ling with a harmless and childish smile. She said in a childish voice, "Auntie, you're too awesome. You've made those mixed-blood dragons obedient. You're really awesome." Looking at little Xingxing, who was walking toward her, Jalo Kai Ling was stunned. That little girl seemed to be very familiar with her. Looking at that childish smile, Jalo Kai Ling didn't know what to do. Her face, which was originally cold to the dragons, was replaced by a trace of coldness. Her beautiful face revealed a hint of charm, which was instantly captivating. "Little girl, the bloodline in your body seems to be related to those dragons, right?" Jalo Kai Ling looked at little Xingxing. She didn't completely believe that the little girl in front of her was smiling innocently. The aura of the little girl just now was absolutely tyrannical. "I'm not related to those mixed-blood dragons. Instead, I have a trace of the bloodline of the golden-winged Great Rock clan in my body. Technically speaking, I'm a member of the golden-winged Great Rock clan." Little Xingxing greets Auntie. Little Xingxing's face was full of smiles. She was completely familiar with them. Du Xiaofu was worried at the side. He wanted to pull little Xingxing back, but it was too late. Then he saw that the little girl actually recognized her as a relative. He couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Looking at little Xingxing, Jalo Kai Ling's beautiful and valiant face was dazzled. It seemed that she had never met someone who recognized her as a relative. Then Jalo Kai Ling smiled faintly. This faint smile was enough to attract all living beings. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. She said, "Little girl, you have a sweet mouth. Since you're not related to the dragons, then forget it. You have the blood of the golden-winged Great Rock clan in your body. Technically speaking, we're family. You can leave too." "Thank you very much, Auntie." Little Xingxing immediately thanked her. She immediately turned her head and looked at Du Xiaofu. She secretly winked at him and said, "Father, let's go." Du Xiaofu was stunned. He looked at little Xingxing's gaze. Little Xingxing was clearly asking him to take the opportunity to leave. He understood and was about to take the opportunity to leave. "Little girl, slow down. Is he your father?" However, before Du Xiaofu could move, Jalo Kai Ling pulled little Xingxing back. She looked at Du Xiaofu in front of her and looked at little Xingxing. Her golden eyes were filled with doubt and astonishment. "Of course, he is my father." Little Xingxing raised her little head and said seriously to Jalo Kai Ling. Jalo Kai Ling nodded. She looked at little Xingxing and said, "Since that's the case, then follow me back to the clan." "Thank you, Auntie. We won't go this time. We'll go when we have time in the future." Little Xingxing squeezed out a smile and pretended to be serious as she said to Jalo Kai Ling, "Let's go this time." Jalo Kai Ling insisted. There was a smile in her eyes as she looked at little Xingxing. "Father, run quickly." Suddenly, little Xingxing's figure swept to Du Xiaofu's side like a ghost. She pulled Du Xiaofu's hand and twisted the space, wanting to break through the air and escape. "You can't run away." Jalo Kai Ling appeared beside little Xingxing and Du Xiaofu like a ghost. Her tall and graceful figure emitted a faint fragrance. From her seductive figure, an invisible fluctuation of aura froze the surrounding space. A great pressure also descended in the space, making it impossible for little Xingxing and Du Xiaofu to escape. "Be careful." Du Xiaofu protected little Xingxing behind him. At this moment, under the pressure of the familiar aura of the golden-winged rock, his chest was burning. The golden-winged rock's golden wings in his body fluctuated as if they were being pulled by some invisible force. In the end, even the blood in his body began to boil. "Father, let's fight it out with her." Little Xing Xing poked her head out. Her eyes were solemn as she gritted her teeth. "Little girl, you change your attitude quite quickly. However, don't think about running away. If I'm in a bad mood, you guys will be the ones to suffer." Jialo Kai Ling smiled at little Xing Xing. Her smile was moving, but it made Du Xiaofu and little Xing Xing fearful. This woman is as difficult to deal with as that woman. Du Xiaofu didn't frown. The woman in front of him reminded Du Xiaofu of the purple flame demonic phoenix. However, the purple flame demonic phoenix was as cold as ice. As for the woman in front of him, there was a knife hidden in her smile. In the previous second, she was smiling, but in the next second, she could turn hostile. Du Xiaofu also knew that the golden-winged rock clanswoman was too strong. Even if he used all his means, it would be difficult for him to escape. Moreover, he had little Xing Xing by his side. He couldn't let anything happen to little Xing Xing. "Auntie, why do you want us to go to your golden-winged rock clan?" "I eat a lot, and I like to get into trouble. If you want me to go to your clan, you will regret it sooner or later. Why don't we part ways here?" Little Xing Xing's chubby face squeezed out a smile once again. Her big eyes were shining. "It's okay. My golden-winged rock clan doesn't have anything for you to eat. If you dare to get into trouble, I will just lock you up." Jialo Kai Ling was calm. Her pale golden eyes were filled with a smile. Little Xing Xing looked at Jialo Kai Ling angrily. She felt that she had met her nemesis. "Okay, we will go with you." Du Xiaofu raised his eyes slightly and looked at Jialo Kai Ling of the golden-winged rock clan. Then he pointed at Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Guiche Violent Bear King, Little Falcon, Little Inging, and even the Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, and the others. Even the Zither Devil, Shangguan Qi said to Jialo Kai Ling, "But they are with me. If you want to go, we will go together. Otherwise, we will fight you to the death and will not let you capture us." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Little Inging, Violent Bear King, and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Then, their eyes suddenly changed. Pairs of angry eyes stared at Du Xiaofu. At this moment, if looks could kill, Du Xiaofu would have been killed more than 100 times. Chapter 1295. Bastard, that guy is a bastard who harms others without benefiting himself. We've been tricked. That kid is trying to kill us. He's trying to drag us down with him. That bastard is too hateful. Violent Bear King, Little Inging, Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, and even Little Falcon were secretly cursing. A few days ago, Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King and the others' impression of Du Xiaofu had changed a little. However, at this moment, the impression of Du Xiaofu that they had worked so hard to improve in their hearts had completely disappeared. Everyone knew that Du Xiaofu was most likely doomed after entering the golden-winged Great Peng Bird Clan. There was no way out, and there was no way out. However, Du Xiaofu still wanted to drag them down with him. He was clearly trying to drag a few of them down with him. "Palace Master, we're following you. Why do you have to drag us down with you?" Little Falcon was also muttering in his heart. It was obvious that entering the golden-winged Great Peng Bird Clan would not end well. They were definitely going to be unlucky. "Why the hell are you dragging me down with you at a time like this?" Among them, the most depressed person was the Zither Demon, Shangguan Qi. The Zither Demon, Shangguan Qi, did not expect that he would be pulled down by that bastard Du Xiaofu, even though he had helped that kid deal with the dragons out of kindness. Du Xiaofu had fused with the golden-winged Great Peng Bird Clan's item. With the golden-winged Great Peng Bird Clan's tyrannical methods, Shangguan Qi could almost imagine the outcome. When the time came, they would definitely be in trouble. "Why do you have to drag us down with you? We're not your people." The Divine Ape King, Fire WRM King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and the others were as sullen as Shangguan Qi. The Divine Ape King and the others were followers of the Purple Star, demonic dragon emperor. But at this moment, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, pointed at them without mercy. He was clearly dragging them into the fire pit. Jialo Kailing's gaze followed the direction Du Xiaofu was pointing at. Her eyes, which were emitting a faint, golden radiance, swept across the area. Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and Fire Flood Dragon King were all frightened. They were all praying that Jialo Kailing would reject the Demon King, Du Xiaofu. However, the result disappointed them. Jialo Kailing glanced at them and nodded. "If you want to go, then let's go together." "Who the hell wants to go?" "We don't want to go." Spirit Fantasy Tiger King, Savage Bear King, and the others were on the verge of collapse. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they simply wanted to rip Du Xiaofu to shreds. However, the Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King and the others knew that they couldn't do anything to the ferocious Du Xiaofu. As his followers, they couldn't say anything. Moreover, the Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King and the others didn't dare to say anything. If they provoked the experts of the golden-winged great rocks, they could be annihilated with a wave of their hands. "Where's the heavenly beast tomb?" Jialo Kailing looked at the messy mountain range in front of her. Then she looked at Du Xiaofu, as if she was asking Du Xiaofu. "It disappeared." Du Xiaofu replied. He wouldn't tell Jialo Kailing that the heavenly beast tomb was in his possession. "Is that so? It seems like I still came to play. However, there was an unexpected harvest. Let's go. If anyone wants to escape, they'll have to bear the consequences." As her crisp voice faded, Jialo Kailing's slender legs took a step forward. She waved her delicate hand in front of her. Suddenly, a spatial vortex appeared and slowly expanded. Chi! Then, under everyone's gazes, Jialo Kailing's graceful figure stepped into the vortex. Du Xiaofu and Little Star looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They could only follow her into the vortex. Behind them, the Spiritual Fantasy Tiger King, Gui Che, Little Ling, Little Falcon, Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, Zither, Demon Shangguan Qi, and the others hesitated for a moment. They could only curse inwardly as they walked into the vortex. They knew very well that the experts of the golden-winged great rocks had their eyes on them. With their cultivation, it was impossible for them to escape. If they tried to do something to anger that woman, the consequences would be unbearable. When the last figure slowly entered the spatial vortex, the spatial crack slowly closed and disappeared. Huff! Huff! When that group of people completely disappeared, the surrounding beasts immediately began to pant heavily. Their eyes were filled with extreme shock. At first, the Demon King, Du Xiaofu, defeated the Dragon 7. Then he joined forces with the Purple Star demonic dragon emperor to fight against the Beast Region realm dragon, Long Bao. There was also the intervention of the Phoenix clan. Finally, the experts of the golden-winged great rocks arrived. They could send Long Bao flying with a wave of their hands. All of this stunned the beasts for a long time. This time, the Beast Region, the Four Seas, and Wudong Mountain will all make a move, said a ferocious beast. This time, the dragons, the phoenixes, and the golden-winged great rocks had all appeared. If news of this spread, it would be enough to shake the Four Seas. The mountain range rose and fell like a strange painting. Layer upon layer of mountains stretched out into the distance. The outlines were clear and distinct. At the end of the line of sight, the clouds and mountains were boundless. On top of a mountain peak, there were a dozen young men and women. They were dressed in golden robes and stood quietly. Their figures were tall and straight, and they all had imposing appearances. At this moment, these young men and women stood there. Invisible fluctuations of aura could freeze the surrounding space. Crackle the space above the mountain peak suddenly rippled. A spatial vortex appeared. Looking at the spatial vortex, the young men and women stood up and raised their heads. Their eyes glowed with a golden light. a graceful figure walked out of the vortex. She was tall and slender, and her figure was valiant. Yet she was charming and alluring. She was absolutely beautiful. It was Jalo Kaling of the golden-winged great rocks. Whoosh whoosh, Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing walked out from behind Jalo Kaling. Following behind them were Gui Che, Guqin Demon Shangguan Qi Xian, Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ying, Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, and others. Looking at Du Xiaofu and the others behind Jalo Kaling, the young men and women on the mountain peak were a little surprised. However, they soon calmed down. They bowed respectfully to Jalo Kaling and said, "Greetings, great commander!" What a strong aura! They seemed to be from the golden-winged great rocks. Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on the young men and women. He raised his eyebrows. The aura of the young men and women was the supreme aura of the golden-winged great rocks. It was not difficult for Du Xiaofu to determine that these young men and women were not too old in the beast clan. However, the aura of each of them was at the level of a sovereign beast. This kind of talent was probably enough to crush human cultivators. At this moment, the Fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and the others looked at the young men and women. They could feel the aura of the young men and women faintly permeating the air. It was enough to make them shudder. In particular, the aura of the young men and women made the Fantasy Tiger King and the other beast souls tremble. Look after them and bring them back to the clan. If anyone dares to escape, just kill them. Jalo Kai Ling said to the dozen or so young men and women. Her graceful figure looked around and waved her hand. Suddenly, a bright talisman character flew out from her bosom. Soon after, it turned into a large ship that was dozens of feet long in the air. Boom! The large ship was very strange. It had sails but no oars. There were wings on both sides of the ship. It was ancient and had runes flowing around it. Its aura was extremely frightening. However, it did not seem to have an overbearing and sharp offensive aura. A celestial artifact. It's at least a middle-grade celestial artifact. The aura of the large ship made Du Xiaofu raise his eyebrows. The large ship was a celestial artifact. Whoosh! Jalo Kaling's beautiful figure flashed and jumped onto the large ship in midair. Her graceful figure was moving, and a faint fragrance filled the air. "Let's go. All of you get on." The young men and women stared at Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Guqin Devil Shangguan Qi Xian, the Divine Ape King, Gui Che, Little Ying, and the others. They waved their hands and urged them to get on the large ship. "Why are you so fierce? Be careful, or I'll beat you up." Little Xingxing waved his little fist at the young men and women in front of him. He was very aggressive. Then, he jumped onto the large ship and left. If it weren't for the fact that we all have the same blood, I would have eaten all of you. It would definitely be very nutritious. Du Xiaofu stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the young men and women in front of him with a face full of regret. The flesh and blood of the golden-winged great rocks was extremely precious. It was a pity that Du Xiaofu knew that he couldn't eat the golden-winged great rocks. If he were to eat the golden-winged great rocks, it would be no different from eating human flesh for Du Xiaofu. The blood of the golden-winged great rocks flowed in Du Xiaofu's body. Even the bones in Du Xiaofu's body were like the bones of the golden-winged great rocks. He really couldn't eat them. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu also jumped onto the large ship with Little Xingxing. Looking at Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing, the young men and women who were left behind were stunned. They couldn't figure out who the purple-robed young man and the little girl were. They actually dared to threaten the golden-winged great rocks. What's more, the purple-robed young man actually threatened to eat them. This made them think that they must have heard wrongly. Chapter 1296. Everyone, there's something wrong with the father and daughter. Don't lower yourself to their level. We'll board the ship now. Little Falcon walked out and said weakly to the stunned young men and women. He was afraid that the golden-winged great rocks would be angered by the cruel father and daughter. If that happened, everyone would be in trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, Little Falcon immediately jumped onto the ship. He looked helplessly at Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing, feeling very sullen. Ghost Chariot and Guqin Demon Shangguan Qi Xian didn't say anything. They silently jumped onto the ship. Although the Divine Ape King, Little Ing Ing, Phantom Tiger King, and the others had ugly expressions, they had no choice but to board the ship obediently. The young men and women of the golden-winged great rocks were a little surprised. The auras of these monster kings were not ordinary. They didn't know why the commander wanted to bring them back. However, they knew the commander's temper very well. They didn't dare to ask more, and silently boarded the ship. Jello Kai Ling waved her hand, and the ship flapped its wings. Its aura swept through the air and suddenly soared into the sky. Whoosh! The space around the ship was faintly distorted. Finally, it leaped into the sky. The clouds on both sides of the ship flapped its wings twice. Its speed was as fast as lightning as it swept across the sky and left. It's so fast. Du Xiaofu looked at the clouds on both sides of the ship and thought to himself. When Du Xiaofu looked at Jello Kai Ling again, he saw that she was already sitting cross-legged at the bow of the ship with her eyes closed. Hurry up and heal. Du Xiaofu looked around. He didn't care about the murderous gazes of the Phantom Tiger King, Fire Dragon King, Divine Ape King, and the others. He took out a lot of spiritual herbs from his Qinquan bag and stuffed them into his mouth. He also took out a lot of spiritual herbs and gave them to Little Xingxing. He signaled Little Xingxing to start healing. When they reached the golden-winged great rocks, although he didn't know what would happen, Du Xiaofu knew that he had to recover to his peak to have a chance to escape. In the territory of the golden-winged great rocks, as long as there was a chance, it was not impossible to escape. After all, Du Xiaofu still had some confidence in the few escape methods he had on him. Sitting cross-legged, Du Xiaofu circulated the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rocks. Then he was enveloped in a layer of golden energy. A faint golden light accompanied the golden talisman engravings. Du Xiaofu used the golden rock technique to refine the elixir energy in his body for his own use. Quickly recovering from his injuries, Du Xiaofu's immortal Shen body also came into play at this moment. Indistinct purple-gold electric arcs that were difficult to detect flowed within his body, causing his injuries to heal rapidly. However, Du Xiaofu's injuries weren't light this time. The most serious injury was the shattering of his meridian spirit. It would take a lot of time for him to fully recover with his current chaotic element martial honorable cultivation. Little Xingxing also sat cross-legged. After consuming many elixirs, his body was also enveloped in a faint, complicated glow. It was dazzling and hazy, and his aura was very powerful. The Zither demon, Shangguan Qi Xian, and Gui Che also sat cross-legged on Class A and began to recover from their injuries. The Fantasy Tiger King, Raging Bear King, and Little Inging looked at each other. In the end, they also began to meditate quietly. Why is it the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rocks? Not long after Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged and his body was enveloped by the golden energy halo, the gazes of the dozen or so young men and women standing around the large ship were stunned as they looked at Du Xiaofu. Their eyes revealed doubtful expressions. As disciples of the golden-winged great rocks, they naturally knew very well that the aura radiating from the purple-robed young man was definitely the aura of the true golden-winged great rocks. Even the cultivation method was exactly the same. There was no difference at all. It was exactly the same as the cultivation method they cultivated. Jello Kai Ling, who was resting with her eyes closed, quietly opened her eyes. A faint golden brilliance surged out from the depths of her eyes. She looked at Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged. Astonishment surged out from the depths of her eyes. Time slowly passed. The large ship flapped its wings and carried everyone through the sky. Amidst the clouds and mist, no one knew where they would end up. Kyushu was already in a state of turmoil. The evil spirit war affected the entire Kyushu. In Shang Prefecture, the Evil Purifying Alliance was the first to wipe out all the evil spirits. There were also many prefectures that were ambushed by the evil spirits in the final bloody battle. They suffered heavy losses. Blood flowed like rivers and whales were everywhere. By the time the martial domain realm experts from the top forces of those prefectures arrived, those evil spirits had already vanished into thin air. They had mysteriously disappeared without a trace. The demon emperor has already escaped. The great tribulation of heaven and earth is about to begin. What will come will come. One day, there was such a soft sigh that seemed to come from the depths of the firmament. It made many old figures, sitting cross-legged on Kyushu, tremble for no reason. The soft sigh made them feel uneasy for no reason. The news that the demon king, Du Xiaofu, had not fallen and had already appeared in Shang Prefecture had finally spread to the central prefecture. It made the central prefecture, which was relatively quiet because there were not many evil spirits invading it, suddenly boil over. Under the pursuit of the devil religion and the divine light court, the demon king, Du Xiaofu, was still alive. It was said that he had left behind a lot of illustrious reputation in Shang Prefecture. This made many people in the central prefecture sigh. The demon king Du Xiaofu is not dead. He is still fine in Shang Prefecture. It is said that he has even become the supervisor of the Hahuan school. Do you think that the demon king will come back to seek revenge on the divine light court and the devil religion? Of course he will seek revenge. The demon king Du Xiaofu is a vengeful person. His potential is amazing, and he has a lot of support behind him. The ancient Sky sect has not made a move yet because they are waiting for the demon king Du Xiaofu to return. The demon king Du Xiaofu's talent is extremely terrifying. Once he returns to the central prefecture one day, the devil religion and the divine light court will have to face his bloody revenge. Once that demon king returns, I'm afraid the entire central continent will be plunged into a bloodbath. Although the demon king, Du Xiaofu, had disappeared from the central prefecture for a long time, the news that the demon king Du Xiaofu was not dead still caused a huge commotion in the central prefecture. There were all kinds of discussions, and it even became the topic of many people's leisure time. Many people in the central prefecture knew about the demon king Du Xiaofu's character. He was incomparably ferocious and vengeful. When he escaped to the Shang Prefecture under the joint attack of the devil religion and the divine light court, it was no different from letting a tiger return to the mountain. When the demon king returned to the central prefecture one day, not only the divine light court, but also the devil religion would pay a heavy price for their actions in massacring the 7-star Hull. Uncle Du is not dead. He is in the Shang Prefecture. The president is fine. He is in the Shang Prefecture now. He will come back one day. On the ancient Sky sect, many disciples were happily discussing. Master is useless. I can't take revenge on the devil religion and the divine light court for you. When you come back one day, even if I have to stake my old bones, I will help you pay for it with your blood and take back everything. On the mountain peak, an old man in a white robe stood quietly. He had the demeanor of an immortal. He had white hair and a white beard, and he carried an ancient sword on his back. At this moment, his eyes flickered with a sharp light, as if a sharp sword was about to shoot out. Desolate country, stone city. At the back of the mountain of the Du family, a young man stood. He had a strong body, and his robe fluttered slightly. His shoulder-length black robe fluttered, and there was a faint glow of chi flowing on his bronze skin. The desolate country must become stronger. When third brother returns one day, the desolate country will be a sharp force to massacre the divine light court. The young man raised his eyes. His eyes flickered with lightning, and his expression was cold. Beside the young man, a tall woman raised her head slightly. She had a graceful figure and her long black hair was as smooth as a waterfall. Her hair was tied up loosely, and her beautiful face was filled with lightning and coldness at this moment. Looking at the blood-red setting sun, the woman's red lips parted slightly, and a cold voice spread out. One day, the Dew family will massacre the divine light court. At dusk, the setting sun shrouded the earth. He is really lucky. He didn't die, and he even escaped to the Shang prefecture. In the courtyard of the great Luan Sek's mountain peak, a tall and slender young man with golden hair and a red robe stood quietly. His eyes were bright, and there was a faint coldness in them that made people not dare to look at him directly. He was the reincarnated saint of the great Luan sect, Dongli Chi Huang. Back then, he lost at the lightning platform and only took second place. Later on, he thought that he could regain his reputation in the Tianhuang mainland. But who knew that he would lose again? Since then, he had been silent. However, Dong Lichi did not collapse. He was the reincarnated saint of the great Luan sect, and he had the state of mind of his previous life. This setback was not enough to destroy him. During these years of silence, Dongli Chi Huang had been working hard to cultivate and strive to regain the strength of his heyday. Heaven did not disappoint those who worked hard. With the support of the great Luan sect's cultivation resources, Dong Lichi's cultivation had improved at an astonishing speed. That kid is really lucky. However, you have to remember, although the middle prefecture is big, Kyushu is even bigger. We don't know if there are any descendants of that clan left. As long as we can find them, not only the entire middle prefecture, but our great Luan sect will be able to stand proudly in Kyushu. An old man who looked somewhat similar to Dongli Chi Huang looked at Dongli Chi Huang with radiance in his eyes. He said, "Kyushu is in chaos now, and I'm afraid a great calamity is coming. This is the best time for our great Luan sect to rise. Our hope is on you. The great calamity is coming, and Kyushu will be in chaos. I'm looking forward to it." Dongli Chi Huang's eyes moved, and his body seemed to be filled with radiance. His faint voice was heard, and people who heard it felt as if a wave of warmth entered their hearts, and their minds rippled. He secretly sneered and said, "Du Xiaofu, I was too careless back then. Next time, you won't have the chance to turn things around. You still want to deal with Du Xiaofu?" The old man looked at Dongli Chi Huang, and his eyes were deep in thought. He said, "That kid is from the Divine Light Court and the Devil Religion." Chapter 1297. I now suspect that the benefits that were sealed in the ancient land had fallen into the hands of that brat. Evil spirits were born in the 8 continents of Kyushu, but there were no evil spirits in the central continent. Only that brat had entered the divine thunder cauldron. A cold glint flashed through the eastern mythical Scarlet Phoenix's eyes. Thinking back to the past, she recalled many strange things. After pausing for a moment, Dongli Chi Huang murmured, "I've already obtained the dragon Qi from the imperial palace of the Stone Dragon Empire. Although I've obtained the divine thunder body refinement from the divine thunder cauldron, it's still not enough. If the benefits that Brad obtained from the divine thunder cauldron ultimately fall into my hands, I'll be able to advance further." The divine thunder cauldron that was sealed in the ancient land was indeed a little strange. The old man's eyes flickered, and he nodded slightly. "However, I believe that the Divine Light Court and the Devil Religion will not let that brat off. The Divine Light Court is nothing to worry about. The Divine Light Court is only relying on the Devil Religion. However, I wonder what the Devil Religion's intentions are after appearing." Dongli Chi Huang was silent for a moment. Then he asked the old man, "Is there any news about Shangnan?" Hearing this, the old man hesitated for a moment. Then with reverence he said, "We've already found out that Chang Xingnan should be in the Divine Light Court. She seems to have been in seclusion all this time. She hasn't shown her face in all these years." Shangnan. Dongli Chi Huang's eyes flickered. As the reincarnated saint of the great Luan sect, he had the mentality of his previous life. He could be said to be the pride of the heavens. Not only in the Great Lewin sect, but even in the entire Central Continent, there were countless talented female disciples who were attracted to him. However, Chang Xingnan had always been lukewarm. Even during their engagement, she was still lukewarm. Every time they met, she would smile like a blooming flower. However, Dongli Chihuang could feel that he had never truly entered her heart. However, he was moved by her. He wanted the dragon Qi of the Stone Dragon Empire's imperial palace, and he didn't intend to let the person in question go either. He, Dongli Chihuang, had his eyes on something. He couldn't let it fall into the hands of others, not to mention that it was related to that brat, Du Xiaofu. Could it be that he, the dignified Dongli Chihuang, the reincarnated saint of the Great Lin sect, could not even compare to a brat who was still wet behind the ears? Red Phoenix, the Divine Light Court, has an extraordinary relationship with the devil religion. They have already become the target of public criticism. It's best that we stay away from the Divine Light Court. The Great Will sect has been planning for a long time. We can't afford to make any mistakes. The old man pondered for a moment. He looked at Dongli Chihuang and reminded him. The Great Will sect had been preparing for a long time. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes. I was the one who prepared for the Great Will sect. I know what I'm doing. Dongli Chihuang looked at the old man and said. His spirit fluctuated in his eyes, and his aura made the old man's heart tremble. He said, Although you are my father, you don't need to say anything when I do things. I understand. The old man's eyes were filled with respect, and he nodded. I heard that Brat has some treasures in his stone city. Dongli Chihuang's lips curved into a faint sneer. He said softly, The desolate country seems to be developing well. I wonder what will happen if that brat comes back and finds out that the desolate country has disappeared. If we attack the desolate country, the ancient heaven sect will not stand by and do nothing. The profound charm sect might also intervene. The old man was a little worried. He was the leader of the Great Wheel sect, Dongli Changgu. He was aware of the situation in the Central Continent. We don't have to do it alone. Dongli Chihuang smiled and said, Kyushu is going to be in chaos. Ambitious and ruthless people are born in troubled times. Ruthless and ruthless people are the ones who are unscrupulous. Walala, high up in the sky, the big ship was moving. 2 white clouds overflowed rapidly as if they were soaring in the sea of clouds. On the first class of the ship, little Xingxing had stopped her breathing. She looked at Jialo Kailing affectionately with her innocent and childish face. She said with a childish voice, Aunt Kailing, you are so beautiful. You are as beautiful as my 2 mothers. Little girl, you have a sweet mouth. Jialo Kailing stood quietly and looked at the little girl in front of her. She knew that this little girl was not as innocent as she looked. She was definitely the ferocious little demon king who could change his face at any time. However, looking at the smile on the chubby little face, Jialo Kailing couldn't help but secretly like her. She asked curiously, Why do you have 2 mothers? It's not 2. Little Xingxing counted with her little fingers and said seriously to Jialo Kailing, I have 3 mothers. I have not seen my real mother. My 2 godmothers are very beautiful and love me very much. Now I have you as my aunt. You know how to claim kinship. Jialo Kailing's valiant face revealed a smile. She looked at Du Xiaofu, who was not far away, and said, So that human is also your godfather? Little Xingxing rolled her eyes and looked at Jialo Kailing. She said, My godfather is not a human. He is from the golden-winged Great Rock clan. It's true. Little Xingxing was not stupid. She knew that her father had fused with the golden wings of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. If he was from the golden-winged Great Rock clan, he would be in big trouble. As a member of the Beast clan, little Xingxing knew that the golden-winged Great Rock clan would never let a human obtain the golden wings of the golden-winged Great Rock clan. It would be a stain on the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Little girl, do you think I'm stupid? Jialo Kai Ling rolled her eyes at little Xingxing. This little girl really did not speak the truth. That guy was clearly a human. It's true. I'm not lying to you. My father is really from the golden-winged Great Rock clan. Little Xingxing insisted that her father was from the golden-winged Great Rock clan and definitely not a human. Golden-winged Great Rock my ass. Little girl, you're lying. That guy is clearly a human. Not far away, the zither devil, Shangguan Qi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. Under his thick eyebrows, his eyes were like flowing spring water. At this moment, he did not look good. His temperament, which was as gentle as the wind, also revealed some helplessness. The zither devil, Shangguan Qi Xian, knew that all of this was because of that ferocious guy, Du Xiaofu. When he arrived at the golden-winged Great Rock clan, the zither devil, Shangguan Qi Xian, had already thought of his own outcome. He was afraid that he would either be eaten by the golden-winged Great Rock clan as a snack or become a battle servant in the end. If he had known earlier, he would have compromised with Huang Ling. Then, he would not have ended up in such a situation. Jialo Kai Ling looked at little Xingxing's serious expression. Then, she looked at Du Xiaofu, who was doing breathing exercises. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a faint golden radiance. At this moment, Jialo Kai Ling was also very confused. She could tell that the purple-robed guy was definitely a human. However, she could also feel that the aura of the golden-winged Great Rock clan was clearly on the human's body. Even the cultivation technique that he was using was exactly the same. They were of the same origin. If it was a human, even if he had merged with the golden-winged Great Rock, it was impossible for his aura to be so similar. He could even use the same cultivation technique. This was too strange. Auntie Kai Ling, when we arrive at the golden-winged Great Rock clan, you won't make things difficult for my father, right? Little Xingxing raised his head and looked at Jialo Kai Ling. His bewitching eyes were watery, making one's heart soften. What do you think? Jialo Kai Ling didn't seem to be affected by little Xingxing's words. She looked directly at the white clouds in the distance. This woman is too difficult to deal with. Little Xingxing muttered to himself. He was so angry that he pouted. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that he couldn't defeat Jialo Kai Ling of the golden-winged Great Rock clan, he would have immediately turned hostile. Jialo Kai Ling glanced at little Xingxing from the corner of her eyes. She was pouting and had an angry expression on her face. She was secretly smiling. She deliberately didn't look at the little girl. Even though she knew that the little girl was pretending to be pitiful, she still couldn't help but feel her heart soften. That guy seems to be a little special. Jialo Kai Ling's beautiful eyes unintentionally glanced at the purple-robed figure enveloped by the golden energy halo. Curiosity rose in her heart. That purple-robed young man dared to fight against dragons in the beast domain realm. He even had a bunch of monster kings following him. Furthermore, he was the little girl's godfather. This wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. And now, even she found it difficult to distinguish whether that human brat was a human or a golden-winged Great Rock clan. Walala! On the large ship, golden light fluctuated and the aura was domineering. At this moment, Du Xiaofu, who was sitting cross-legged, slowly recovered his rosy complexion. The speed of recovery stunned many people around him. After a long time, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body began to slowly withdraw. The golden rune light around his body was like countless golden energy, snakes that mysteriously drilled into his body and disappeared. Boom! After everything was withdrawn, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. He withdrew the hand seal in his hand, and a golden light shot out from his eyes into the sky. The aura shook the surrounding space, and the big ship suddenly became sluggish and swayed unsteadily. What a powerful aura! This is the aura of our clan. The dozen or so young men and women from the golden-winged Great Rock clan trembled. They felt that the aura released from the purple-robed young man's body was indeed the aura of their clan. In just an instant, the overbearing, fierce, and vigorous aura around Du Xiaofu's body was gradually restrained until it completely disappeared in the end. Phew! A mouthful of turbid air was spat out from his abdomen. He felt that the originally exhausted profound energy in his spirit gate had recovered quite a bit. The injuries on his body were no longer a problem. Du Xiaofu's expression relaxed a little. However, the profound energy in his body hadn't completely recovered. Chapter 1298. Du Xiaofu's consciousness entered the heavenly beast hall in his divine watchtower. Within the vast space of the heavenly beast hall, the purple flame demonic phoenix's aura continued to rise. After leaving the heavenly beast tomb, the restrictions in the space would disappear, and everything would return to normal. Du Xiaofu also relaxed. He was willing to follow Jialo Kaling because he was worried that the purple flame demonic phoenix would have to leave the heavenly beast tomb as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the purple flame demonic phoenix wanted to break through, it would definitely be affected in the heavenly beast tomb. At this moment, Du Xiaofu hoped that the purple flame demonic phoenix could break through again. Even if it didn't break through, as long as the purple flame demonic phoenix could help, they would have a chance to escape. Du Xiaofu knew that although the purple flame demonic phoenix was not easy to deal with, she would at least help for little Xingxing. Come with me. I have something to ask you. As Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, a clear voice entered Du Xiaofu's ears. A tall and beautiful figure directly walked past him and entered a palace behind Class A. It was Jialo Kaling. Du Xiaofu stood up and looked at Jialo Kaling's tall figure. If she was a real human, her figure would be quite good. If she left the beast region and went to Kyushu, she would be a disaster for Kyushu. Dad, be careful. That woman is very difficult to deal with. She won't listen to reason or force. While Du Xiaofu was lost in his thoughts, little Xingxing came to Du Xiaofu's side and whispered a warning to Du Xiaofu. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Du Xiaofu. I told that woman that you're from the golden-winged Great Peng clan. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Be careful. Du Xiaofu patted the back of Little Star's head and glanced at the Phantom Tiger King, the Ghost Chariot, the Divine Ape King, the Zither Demon, Shangguan Qixian, and the others who had opened their eyes. Du Xiaofu shook his purple robe and followed Jialo Kaling into the palace behind the ship. The palace wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was extremely exquisite and gave off a simple and unadorned aura. In a small hall, Du Xiaofu quietly looked at Jialo Kaling. Her aura was oppressive. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also very elegant. For men, this kind of woman was extremely tempting. Have you seen enough? Jialo Kaling looked at Du Xiaofu. Her red lips parted slightly as she said softly, Tell me, how do you know the cultivation technique of the golden-winged great rocks and can even cultivate it? Du Xiaofu recalled little Xingxing's words. His eyes shifted slightly and he said, I'm a golden-winged great Peng. Brat, the little girl's tricks won't work on me. I'm not stupid. At the same time, a leisurely fragrance assailed his nostrils. Jialo Kailing's tall figure had already appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. She said softly, You'd better tell me the truth. Otherwise, the one who will suffer will be you. Don't test my patience. This woman is really difficult to deal with. Du Xiaofu's expression changed slightly. However, he knew that if he really offended this woman at this time, he would be in for a lot of trouble. A man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. It's better to bear with it for now. People under the eaves have no choice but to lower their heads. Who asked him to be weak? I'm really a golden-winged great Peng. If you don't believe me, you can check it yourself. Du Xiaofu shrugged his shoulders. If he admitted that he was a human and had integrated with the great Peng's golden wings, he was afraid that he would really be in trouble. Anyway, the blood in his body was almost the same as the blood of the golden-winged Great Peng. After his resurrection, his bones had been nourished by the blood essence of the golden-winged Great Peng in his chest. At this time, Du Xiaofu could only grit his teeth and endure that he was a golden-winged Great Peng. Do you really think that I have a good temper? Jialo Kai Ling was slightly angry. She stretched out her hand, and a claw print directly seized Du Xiaofu's shoulder. A golden light suddenly surged into Du Xiaofu's body. Du Xiaofu's gaze trembled. The golden light flashed and then quietly disappeared. Anyway, he couldn't beat Jialo Kai Ling. Du Xiaofu didn't intend to struggle. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly suffer more. As her hand clasped Du Xiaofu's shoulder, a golden light gushed out. Jialo Kai Ling's beautiful face suddenly changed color. She seemed to have felt something. Her beautiful eyes kept fluctuating, as if she had seen the most incredible thing. You have reached the 3rd level of the body refining technique to refine the divine body. You also have the secret bone of my clan in your body. How is this possible? Jialo Kai Ling was surprised. She raised her delicate hand, and then a lot of handprints fell on Du Xiaofu's body. She carefully checked, and even the secret place under Du Xiaofu's abdomen was not missed. There is a difference between men and women. Du Xiaofu hurriedly dodged. Who knew that this woman would be so open? His whole body was touched. This was a big loss. Why are you dodging? What haven't I seen before? Jialo Kai Ling glared at Du Xiaofu. She clasped one of her hands on Du Xiaofu's palm. A golden light, like a blade, streaked across the tip of her delicate finger, and a light golden blood overflowed. Qi, with a flip of her delicate hand, a suction force gushed out from her palm. Jialo Kai Ling wrapped the light golden blood in Du Xiaofu's palm into a rune on her palm. Damn, what are you trying to do? Du Xiaofu took a few steps back. He then looked at the rune on Jialo Kai Ling's palm, and his eyes were filled with curiosity. At this moment, the golden rune on Jialo Kai Ling's delicate palm shone brightly. Voila! Du Xiaofu could see with his own eyes that his blood had turned into a light golden rune. In the end, it faintly condensed into a small phantom of a golden-winged rock. Then it disappeared. The real rock blood of my golden-winged rock clan. This is impossible. How can it be so strange? Jialo Kai Ling retracted her hand and looked at Du Xiaofu again. Her light golden eyes seemed to have seen the most incredible thing. During the inspection, Jialo Kai Ling was able to confirm that the boy was obviously a human, but he had the real rock blood of the golden-winged rock clan and the mystic bones of the golden-winged rock clan. More importantly, the human had cultivated the body refining technique to the 3rd level. Even with her current efforts, she had only reached the 2nd level of bone washing and marrow cleansing. In the entire golden-winged rock clan, there were only a handful of people who could reach the 3rd level of the body refining technique, regardless of their age. As long as one was able to cultivate to the 3rd level of the body refinement technique, one would become the most powerful existence in the clan. As the leader of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan and the great commander of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan, Jialo Kai Ling was well aware of how difficult it was for her clan's disciples to cultivate to the 3rd level of the body refining technique. However, once they succeeded, their future achievements could be imagined. Therefore, at this moment, Jialo Kai Ling couldn't help but be deeply shocked. Du Xiaofu looked at Jialo Kai Ling. He could guess that the woman was inspecting him just now. Golden light flashed and healed the bloodstain on his palm. He shrugged and said, "How is it? I told you that I'm from the golden-winged rock clan. Don't think that I'm a fool. Do you really think that I can't see through it? If it were other clans, you might be able to protect them. However, in front of the real golden-winged rock clan, you can't hide it." Jialo Kai Ling looked at Du Xiaofu and slowly recovered from her surprise. She glared at Du Xiaofu and said, "Although I don't know why such a thing happened and it's inconceivable, you are undoubtedly a human. Your primordial spirit is a human and not a beast soul. This can't be hidden. Hearing this, Du Xiaofu was stunned. Jialo Kai Ling was really difficult to deal with. Indeed, Du Xiaofu's primordial spirit was not a beast soul. Since Du Xiaofu cultivated the golden winged rock technique, he had the bones of the golden winged rock. Even the blood in his body was no different from that of the golden winged rock clan. However, in Du Xiaofu's heart, he was a human. He was a member of the human race. Chapter 1299. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly as he looked at Jialo Kaling. He then said, "What does it matter if I'm a real golden-winged rock or not? Over the years, I've sometimes considered myself a member of the golden-winged rock clan. Although I'm a human, it's because of the golden-winged rock clan that I've been able to reach where I am today. In my heart, the human race and the golden-winged rock clan are all the same." Jialo Kaling looked at Du Xiaofu and listened to his words. She had to admit that she was quite touched. A human with the blood of the golden-winged rock, the bones of the golden-winged rock, and the cultivation method of the golden-winged rock. Was he a human or a golden-winged rock? Perhaps whether he was a human or a member of the golden-winged rock clan did not matter much to him. Where did the golden-winged rock wings on your body come from? Although the bones of the golden-winged rock have miraculously merged with you, they don't belong to you. You'd better tell me honestly. Jialo Kaling asked. Although she was quite touched, it was of no use to the golden-winged rock clan. The remains of the golden-winged rock clan could not be tarnished. If anyone dared to touch them, the golden-winged rock clan would definitely chase them to the ends of the earth. They would not let them go. If anyone dared to have designs on the descendants of the golden-winged rock clan and wanted to dig out the treasures for their own use, they would suffer the most intense revenge from the entire golden-winged rock clan. This matter concerned the dignity of the entire golden-winged rock clan. Jialo Kaling, like all the other descendants of the golden-winged rock clan, attached great importance to this matter. She was a member of the golden-winged rock clan, so she naturally had to protect the clan. I accidentally obtained the bones of the golden-winged rock. About 7 or 8 years ago, I was escaping from my enemies in a mountain range. I accidentally saw a golden-winged rock and an unknown but extremely powerful, ferocious beast fighting. In the end, the golden-winged rock and the ferocious beast perished together. However, before that ferocious beast died, for some reason, it placed the secret bone of the golden-winged great rock into my body, causing me to almost lose my life. Later on, I accidentally discovered that I could cultivate the cultivation method of the golden-winged great rock clan. Du Xiaofu did not hide anything from Jialo Kaling. This woman was not ordinary, and he was afraid that he would not be able to hide anything from her. However, Du Xiaofu didn't dare to say that it was the purple flame demonic phoenix that fought with the golden-winged great rock. If Jialo Kaling knew about it, she would probably start a war with the entire golden-winged great rock clan against the purple flame demonic phoenix clan. Looking at Jialo Kaling, Du Xiaofu continued, "I obtained the golden rock wings by accident in a secret place. I comprehended many supreme beast abilities of the golden-winged rock clan, and the golden rock wings automatically recognized me as its master." Jialo Kaling's beautiful golden eyes glowed as she stared at Du Xiaofu. Her eyebrows moved slightly as she listened to Du Xiaofu's words. She felt that this human didn't seem to be talking nonsense. After pondering for a while, Jialo Kaling said softly, "Decades ago, a disciple of my clan was greedy for the prosperity of the outside world, so he secretly left the clan. All these years, we haven't found a single one of them. If what you said is true, then the golden-winged great rock that you saw fighting with the ferocious beast should be it. You miraculously merged with the secret bone of the golden-winged great rock clan. Under its effect, your body is the closest to the golden-winged great rock clan. That's why you were able to get the golden rock wings to recognize you as its master. I have seen your golden rock wings. It's very old and has an extraordinary origin. With your current strength, you are still far from being able to unleash its true power. The golden rock wings should also be an ancient artifact. You said that you obtained it in a secret place. At this moment, Jalo Kaling really couldn't find any doubts. She could only say that this situation was too unbelievable. A human being was actually able to practice the cultivation technique of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. Even his body was incomparably close to the golden-winged Great Rock Clan's level. It was unbelievable. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, what I said is true. It's up to you to believe it or not. Du Xiaofu spread out his hands. Anyway, he had basically said the truth. Whether what you said is true or not, I will take you back to the clan. At that time, the elders of the clan will make a decision. Jalo Kaling looked at Du Xiaofu with a slightly gentler gaze and said, "Fortunately, you didn't try to disrespect the golden-winged Great Rock Clan. As long as what you said is true, the clan will at most dig out your secret bone and pull out the golden rock wings. It's not impossible for them to spare your life." "That's too ruthless. You can't blame me for this. Isn't the golden-winged Great Rock Clan too overbearing?" Du Xiaofu frowned and dug out the secret bone of the golden-winged Great Rock from his body. The secret bone had already completely merged with his body. At that time, how could he be spared? He was afraid that he would die without a doubt. "There's no reason. If you're not convinced, you can leave in front of me now." Jalo Kailing looked at Du Xiaofu with a faint smile on her face. However, her face was so captivating that it could captivate one's soul. Her voice was crisp and moving. She said word by word, "The precondition is that you can leave before me. Otherwise, you will suffer. The weak are prey to the strong. There's no such thing as logic in this world. It's a competition of whose fist is bigger. Only the bigger fist is reasonable." Du Xiaofu's words were stuck in his throat. A wry smile appeared on his lips. He didn't say anything more. The golden-winged Great Rock Clan was originally overbearing. They didn't even care about the dragons and phoenixes. How could they reason with him? Perhaps one day he could become the most tyrannical expert in the world and have the absolute strength to face the entire golden-winged Great Rock Clan. At that time, the golden-winged Great Rock Clan might reason with him. Sigh, Du Xiaofu sighed softly. If he wanted to have the strength to face the entire golden-winged Great Rock Clan, how far would he have to go? Jalo Kaling slowly sat down on the seat beside him. She waved her slender and elegant hands gently. She looked at Du Xiaofu. A complicated fluctuation flashed through her eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she signaled Du Xiaofu to sit down on the empty seat beside her. She asked, "Why did you choose to cultivate the cultivation technique of the golden-winged Great Rock Clan?" Du Xiaofu didn't stand on ceremony when he saw her signal. He directly sat down on the seat and said, "Back then I couldn't cultivate and was just a cripple. I accidentally obtained the secret bone of the golden-winged Great Rock. I didn't expect that it would allow me to cultivate. It can be considered a coincidence." Hearing this, Jalo Kaling's eyes changed again. She asked, "Back then you couldn't cultivate?" Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled faintly. "As far as I know, among the humans, those who can't cultivate don't have a good life. Is that why they are hunted down?" Jalo Kaling asked curiously. "It's all right." Du Xiaofu rolled his eyes at Jalo Kaling. However, back then in Shur City, when he thought about it now, it wasn't a big deal. He then smiled and said, "Since I was young, I have a drunkard father. My elder sister and second brother have been very good to me." "You have an elder sister?" Jalo Kaling's red lips slightly opened. At this moment, she seemed to be unconsciously gentle to Du Xiaofu. "My uncle's daughter." Du Xiaofu couldn't help but think of his elder sister, Du Xiaoman and Shi Cheng's relatives. After being in Shangzhou for so long, Shi Qing must have already known about his disappearance during the bloody battle in the seven-star hull. Everyone should be very worried about him at this moment. His master and the others in the ancient heaven sect should also be worried. Looking at Du Xiaofu's thoughtful expression, Jialo Keiling's lips curled up. She had been looking at Du Xiaofu, and there seemed to be a faint trace of sadness in her eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash, and it was hard to catch. After a moment of silence, Jialo Keiling opened her mouth and said to Du Xiaofu, "You should obediently return to my clan. You didn't attack my golden-winged Great Rock clan. I will explain it to the elders and try to spare your life. How about you let me go now and pretend that you never saw me?" Hearing this, Du Xiaofu immediately stared at Jialo Keiling. It seemed that this woman who seemed difficult to deal with wasn't too difficult. Her temper seemed to have improved a lot. In your dreams, Jialo Keiling glared at Du Xiaofu, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a perfect arc. She was interested. She smiled at Du Xiaofu and said softly, "However, I can let you escape. However, if you can't escape from my hands, I will directly pull out your secret bone and tear down your great rock golden wings. Then I will spare your life. How about that? Spare your grandma's bear." Du Xiaofu cursed in his heart. However, he could only mutter in his heart and didn't dare to curse out loud. "Not good. Someone is attacking us." Suddenly, just as Du Xiaofu was muttering in his heart, Jialo Keiling's face suddenly darkened, and the beautiful figure that was sitting upright disappeared. Bang, bang! At the same time, a huge sonic boom came from the big ship. Under a huge impact, the big ship shook, and a terrifying energy surged out. Chapter 1300. Rumble! The space around the ship trembled as spatial turbulence erupted. What's going on? Who dares to ambush the golden-winged great rocks? At the same time, the fantasy Tiger King, Violent Bear King, and Little Ying Ying's shocked voices immediately reverberated in the surroundings. Bang! 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 At the same time, the ship actually cracked and shattered from the terrifying impact. In the end, it exploded into fragments. Run! The fantasy Tiger King, Ape King, and Fire WIRM King all cried out and immediately retreated. Even if they were caught in the blast of energy from the destruction of the ship and the cracks of the ritual artifact, it would still be quite severe. As the ship exploded, talismans surged. Even space seemed to be torn apart as a terrifying aura swept out in all directions. Which scoundrel dares to ambush us golden-winged great rocks? Looks like you're tired of living. Get the hell out here. Over a dozen young men and women from the golden-winged great rocks appeared in the air. They all erupted with golden light, and their auras were extremely domineering. They were like golden suns hovering above the sea of clouds. It was an extremely shocking sight. How arrogant of you juniors. Do you think the golden-winged great rocks are that great? A gloomy roar rang out in the sky like a dragon's roar. Swish! Suddenly, a dark golden streak shot out from the thick sea of clouds. It seemed to have turned into the silhouette of a huge dragon. It swept towards the young men and women from the golden-winged great rocks with terrifying might. Boom! The dark golden streak of light was just too powerful. Under the pressure, no one below the beast domain realm would be able to withstand it. It was a true beast domain realm cultivator attacking. So it's dragons. You bastards dare to ambush us? You're courting death. Jialo Keiling's beautiful figure appeared out of thin air in front of more than a dozen young men and women of the golden-winged Great Rocks clan. Her face was furious, and her tender face was cold. Her delicate hand directly slapped the dark golden light in front of her. Rumble! In an instant, strands of golden talisman inscriptions swept out from Jialo Keiling's slender palm. They shattered space and brought with them spatial turbulence. They directly dispersed the streak of light. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu appeared in the air and leapt out of the ship that had exploded. He couldn't help but feel heartache as he watched the ship shatter into pieces. An impressive mid-tier ritual artifact had been destroyed just like that. Dad, what do we do? Little Xingxing appeared in front of Du Xiaofu. His small face scanned the surroundings at this moment, and a surprised expression appeared in his eyes. The ape divine ape king, Gui Che, Guqin demon Shangguanqiu, little falcon, while Bear King, Phantom Tiger King, and Phantom Tiger King, and so on instinctively, they all on them on Giallo. Who dares to sneak attack the golden-winged great rocks? However, that aura seems to belong to the dragon race. Du Xiaofu frowned slightly as he sensed the aura just now. He whispered to Little Star, Phantom Tiger King, Ghost Chariot, and the others, "Be careful later." TSK, TSK. Sure enough, Giallo Kaling. She wasn't suppressed in the Heavenly Beast tomb, but she's only SOSO outside. I was almost fooled. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the clouds in the sky surged and the space rippled. A loud laughter resounded through the sea of clouds in all directions. Then, in the rippling space, figures emerged one after another, and a terrifying aura spread out. Dragons. When Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, Phantom Tiger King, Gui Che, Guqin Demon, and the Ape Divine Ape King saw the group of people coming out of the space, they were shocked. They were Long Feng, Long Bao, and Long Ba, who had left the Heavenly Beast tomb in a sorry state. Other than the heavily injured Long Qi, there were no less than 30 experts in the group of dragons. Their bodies were filled with the aura of dragons. Even if they weren't the descendants of pure-blooded dragons, they should be of extremely high bloodline. Why did they come back? Du Xiaofu was surprised. Long Feng and Long Bao actually dared to come back. They even launched a sneak attack and summoned dozens of dragons from God knows where. At this moment, Du Xiaofu naturally didn't know that the dozens of dragons had followed Long Feng to the Heavenly Beast tomb to support the dragons. However, Long Feng was worried that there would be an unforeseen event in the Heavenly Beast tomb, so he rushed there alone. After Long Feng and Long Bao were intimidated by Giallo Kaling and left the Heavenly Beast tomb, they met the dragons who had come to support them on the way. Long Bao and Long Feng felt that something was wrong the more they thought about it. Why did Giallo Kaling let them leave so easily? The dragons and golden-winged great rocks were mortal enemies. Once they met, they would fight for no reason. There was no need to say much. In the end, Long Feng and Long Bao both thought that Giallo Kaling of the golden-winged great rocks had let them go so easily. There was only one reason. Giallo Kaling didn't have the absolute strength to kill them. The strength that Giallo Kaling had displayed in the Heavenly Beast tomb was most likely just an act. She couldn't fight too much. Otherwise, she would have exposed herself. That little strange dragon was extraordinary. They had to bring it back to the clan to study it. Du Xiaofu had killed the dragons, so he still had the golden-winged great rock's golden wings and other treasures. It was difficult for his physical body to be strong. Hence, Long Feng and Long Bao gritted their teeth and returned. So it's you. It seems that I should have killed you in the Heavenly Beast tomb. Giallo Kaling looked at Long Feng and Long Bao, who had walked out of the void. Her golden eyes were filled with killing intent. The expression on her beautiful and valiant face immediately turned cold. TSK, TSK. Although this domain lord doesn't know what methods you used in the Heavenly Beast tomb, I can guarantee that you wouldn't be able to do much after using those methods. But now, everything is about to turn around. Since so many of your golden-winged great rocks have come out, then all of you can stay. None of you need to return. This is a rare opportunity. My dragon clan will take it all. Long Bao stared at Giallo Kaling with a gloomy expression. Then his gaze swept across the dozen young men and women of the golden-winged great rocks behind Giallo Kaling. Finally, he fixed his eyes on Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing. He whispered to Long Ba, who was beside him, "Eighth Dragon Prince, how about you deal with that little strange dragon? Just leave that little girl to me." Long Ba nodded with a gloomy expression. Although he wanted to deal with that brat Du Xiaofu, He knew that he wasn't much stronger than Long Chi after seeing Long Chi's miserable defeat. He wasn't a match for Long Chi, so he could only deal with that little strange dragon. Long Bao looked at Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing from afar after Long Bao nodded. He gritted his teeth and said in a gloomy tone, "Long Bao, you deal with that brat Du Xiaofu. You must take him down. Even if you can't take him alive, it's fine even if he's dead." "Yes, Elder Long Bao." As soon as Long Bao finished speaking, a burly man appeared from behind Long Bao. An absolutely vigorous dragon aura rippled from him. He was at the peak of the Nirvana Beast Sovereign level. If he wasn't at the half-region level, he was probably at the edge of the Beast region level. Long Bao turned around and looked at Long Feng beside him. A cold glint flashed across his eyes, followed by a blazing gaze. He said, "Let's work together to deal with Jialo Kailing. It's been a long time since I've seen the flesh of the golden-winged great rocks." The flesh of the golden-winged great rocks is indeed hard to come by. The corner of Long Feng's eyes twitched with greed. He waved his hand and roared, "Tack! Don't let a single one of them go. Kill! Ayo! Ayo!" As Long Feng's hand fell, suddenly there were shouts and faint dragon roars in the surroundings. Figures pounced forward, one after another. "Kill!" Long Ba's face was gloomy. His blue robe fluttered and his long blue hair danced behind him. His body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of dense mist. Long Ao, a peak Nirvana Beast Sovereign expert, also pounced forward. "Everyone be careful. Fight with all your strength. Little girl, be careful." When the figures in front of her rushed forward, Jialo Kailing's beautiful face was completely gloomy. She looked coldly at the dragons that were pouncing towards her. Those who came did not come with good intentions. "Jialo Kailing, hee." Suddenly, the space in front of her distorted. Long Bao and Long Feng took the lead and appeared in front of Jialo Kai. Ling golden light gushed out from Jialo Kailing's eyes. She couldn't help but be serious when facing two Martial Region realm dragons. When they were in the Heavenly Beast Tomb, Jialo Kailing did not kill Long Feng and Long Bao because she was soft-hearted. It was just as Long Feng and Long Bao had thought. Jialo Kailing was not suppressed by the restriction in the Heavenly Beast Tomb because she had a special method. However, she could not maintain it for long. The more she attacked, the shorter the time she could maintain it. Therefore, Jialo Kailing had no choice but to let Long Feng and Long Bao go. If they were to fight in the Heavenly Beast Tomb, once the method disappeared, she would not be able to gain any advantage. "You want to deal with me with just the two of you? I'm afraid it's not enough." However, at this moment, Jialo Kailing was unwilling to fall behind. She did not back down. She shouted coldly and golden light burst out from her eyes. The monstrous energy in her body swept out like a golden sun. The energy swept out like a storm. "It's 5 o'clock in the morning again. I'm too sleepy. Shall you go to sleep?" Chapter 1301. TSK. As expected, you are only at the initial domain level. Today, I want to see what is so special about the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. Long Bao laughed wildly. He realized that Jialo Kailing was only at the initial domain level, just as he had wished. His figure moved, and his dragon's might surged. A dark golden light spread out from the sea of clouds in the sky and rushed toward Jialo Kailing. "All disciples of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan, listen up. Kill the dragons with all your might. Kill them all." Jialo Kailing shouted coldly. Her tall figure flashed, and a golden light soared into the sky from her tall figure. Instead of retreating, she moved forward and collided with Long Bao. Boom! The collision between the two martial domain realm experts happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. In an instant, a resplendent rune accompanied by a frightening energy spread out in a ring shape. Walala, vigorous energy, surged like waves, sweeping across the sea of clouds in the sky. Kill the dragons? The Golden-Winged Rock Clan is really arrogant. Therefore, disciples of the dragons, kill the golden-winged rock clan. Leave no one alive. Long Foam shouted coldly. The energy around his figure seemed to form a tornado. He moved like a hurricane and appeared in front of Jalo Kaling. The bright energy storm carried a dragon's roar. A fist rushed out from the hurricane like a meteorite and smashed toward Jalo Kaling mercilessly. Rock strikes the 9 heavens. In the face of Long Feng's attack, Jalo Kaling's delicate face turned cold. She waved her hand, and a golden light burst out from her delicate body. Wherever her delicate hand passed, layers of golden talisman inscriptions gathered and formed a fan. It directly dispersed Long Feng's punch. Kill! In the blink of an eye, Longbao sneered and appeared behind the beautiful figure. Dark golden runes soared into the sky. He punched violently, bringing out a huge dark golden rune dragon phantom that rushed directly towards Jalo Kaling. Break! Jalo Kaling seemed to have opened an eye behind her back. She raised her arm and waved her hand. Bright runes rushed out. Chila! The rock's claw of chaos swept out from Jalo Kaling's slender hand, twisting the void, crushing the sea of clouds, and crushing the dark, golden dragon shadow. However, the claw print was then smashed by the giant tail of the dragon shadow. So what if there are 2 initial domains? What can they do to me? Jalo Kaling was fighting against 2 dragons at the martial domain realm at the same time. Her shout was like thunder. She stepped on the void and golden light surged. She was extremely domineering. Boom! At the same time, Dragon 8, and the rest of the dragon clan rushed toward the remaining dozen or so golden-winged rocks with a terrifying wave of energy. Leave no one alive. Kill! One figure after another pounced towards the dozen or so young men and women from the golden-winged great rocks, and a vast aura swept out violently. Ayo! Ayo! Almost at the same time, there were giant dragon shadows and flood dragon shadows. They swept across the sky and charged towards the dozen or so young men and women from the golden-winged great rocks. Dragon 9, Dragon 8, and the rest locked their eyes on Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing. Ghost Chariot, the Divine Ape King, and the rest did not stop. They appeared directly in front of Du Xiaofu and the rest. Kill without mercy. The dozen or so young men and women from the golden-winged great rocks did not retreat. Their eyes shone with golden light, and the golden light on their bodies was like the sun. Their auras were domineering and fierce. They charged forward and attacked. Bang, bang, bang! In an instant, the dragons and the golden-winged great rocks clashed. Rumble! The vast and vigorous energy collided, and the sea of clouds was shattered. The runes in the sky shone brightly, and the energy made the living creatures shudder. If we can't get away, let's fight. Little Inging, the Violent Bear King, the Spiritual Tiger King, the Fire Dragon King, the Silver Blood Leopard King, the Divine Ape King, and the rest looked up at Dragon 8, and the rest who had arrived in front of them in an instant. Their auras surged, and their ferocious auras erupted. They were ready to fight. What a disaster! The Guqin devil, Shangguan Qi Xian, frowned. His body glowed, and his hair began to flutter behind him. At that moment, there was a faint and strange demonic aura emanating from his tall and straight body. It was a long story, but everything happened as fast as lightning. The Spiritual Tiger King, the Violent Bear King, the Divine Ape King, and the rest wanted to fight. They could not just wait for death. Moreover, there was still a chance. Get out of my way! Suddenly, at that moment, Du Xiaofu's figure stepped out. A white divine light surged around him, and his face was slightly pale. Boom! The moment Du Xiaofu's figure stepped out, the surrounding space trembled quietly. His hand stretched out, and in an instant, 35 formation flags were suspended in the space between his hands. It faintly distorted the space in front of him like a fried dough twist, but the light was dazzling. 8 gates Qianquan formation. Du Xiaofu yelled. The 35 formation flags in his palm whistled through the air and instantly swept into the sky. There was a faint sense of mystery between them. At that moment, powerful and vigorous energy suddenly surged out from Du Xiaofu's body. Just as Dragon 8, and the rest of the dragons were about to pounce on him, a talisman formation that was thousands of feet wide appeared in front of everyone's eyes in the vast sky above the sea of clouds in front of Du Xiaofu. Boom! The entire sky above the sea of clouds trembled. The terrifying pressure that emanated from the formation caused the expressions of Ghost Chariot, the Guqin Devil, the Divine Ape King, and the rest of the experts. Rumble! At this moment, the entire sky above the sea of clouds began to rumble and tremble. Endless rune energy, light twisted and condensed around the formation. It sealed the void and was filled with an ancient aura. The 8 Gates Qinkuan formation was an 8-star Nirvana talisman formation that Du Xiaofu found on the 9th floor of the Hahuan School's Qinkuan building. The so-called 8 Gates referred to the 8 different spatial positions determined by the Qimen Dunjia and the 8 trigrams. They were in order: the Gate of Opening, the Gate of Healing, the Gate of Life, the Gate of Pain, the Gate of Limit, the Gate of View, the Gate of Surprise, and the Gate of Death. The 8 Gates Qinkuan formation was formed by the intertwining of the 8 gates and the 9 palaces. It contained various supernatural powers and mysteries and was condensed by the universe. Even an 8-star Nirvana talisman master with better talent would find it difficult to comprehend and perform the 8-star Nirvana talisman formation. The 8 Gates Qinkuan formation was even more vast and complicated. Once someone was trapped in the 8 Gates Qinkuan formation, only the Gate of Life could escape. Once someone entered the Gate of Death, no matter how strong they were, they would die without a doubt. The 8 Gates Qinkuan formation, coupled with the 9 palaces heaven and earth and the power of the universe, was filled with killing intent and danger. If a true martial domain realm expert entered, they would have to pay an absolute price to come out. Du Xiaofu had never been careless or relaxed when it came to Talisman Dao. He had already comprehended the 8 Gates Qinkuan formation. At this moment, Du Xiaofu did not hesitate to perform it. Actually, although Du Xiaofu's injuries were no longer serious, his martial strength had not fully recovered. It was more appropriate to use the power of Talisman Dao. Rumble. The sea of clouds in the sky trembled, immediately trapping Dragon 8, Dragon AO, and the other dragons. Dragon 8, Dragon AO, and the others did not expect that Du Xiaofu would directly throw out a talisman formation. Moreover, it was an 8-star Nirvana talisman formation. Dragon 8, Dragon AO, and the others were shocked. It was too late for them to dodge, and they were immediately trapped. It's an 8-star Nirvana talisman formation. Gui Che, the Divine Ape King, the Phantom Tiger King, and the others could not help but tremble. They knew how difficult it was to set up an 8-star Nirvana talisman formation in an instant, not to mention other difficulties. Just setting up an 8-star Nirvana talisman formation was extremely demanding on one's primordial spirit. The Demon King was actually such a terrifying talisman master. The Divine Ape King and the others gasped when they saw the talisman formation that instantly covered the sky and covered the sky. Clearly, the Phantom Tiger King, Gui Che, and the others did not expect that the Demon King was such a terrifying talisman master in addition to his terrifying martial strength. Just this talisman formation alone was enough to trample them to death in the heavenly beast tomb. Du Xiaofu's figure stepped out with a ghastly pale countenance. To the current Du Xiaofu, the exhaustion of setting up the 8-star rebirth talisman formation was absolutely greater than utilizing the trump cards in his martial Dao. Everyone follow me. Let's go. Without any delay, the white divine radiance on Du Xiaofu's body disappeared as the golden radiance soared into the sky like a golden storm. A 5-fingered mountain phantom immediately appeared. Du Xiaofu activated the mountain vein spirit, and it became a few dozen feet long. It enveloped Little Star, Gui Che, Guqin Demon, the Divine Ape King, the Phantom Tiger King, Little Falcon, Little Inging, and dozens of others. They immediately dove down and disappeared into the sea of clouds. If they did not escape now, when would they? Oh no, don't let that brat escape. Long Feng, you deal with this woman. I'll chase after him. Long Bao, who was fighting with Jalo Kaling, shouted. He spied on everything around him in his mind. He did not expect Du Xiaofu to have such means and be able to set up such a powerful talisman formation. Looking at Du Xiaofu and the others escaping, Long Bao immediately gave up on Jalo Kaling and chased after Du Xiaofu and the others. He would never allow that human and the little dragon to escape. Jalo Kaling did not stop Long Bao. That human brat actually took advantage of the chaos to escape. The dozens of descendants of the golden-winged Great Rock clan were still fighting bitterly. Naturally, she would not stop Long Bao for Du Xiaofu. Moreover, once Long Bao left, the pressure on her would be greatly reduced. Long Feng, do you think you can do anything to me by yourself? Seeing that only Long Feng was left to stop her, Jalo Kaling shouted. The sea of clouds in the sky trembled as golden radiance surged. Her every move was like a great rock flapping its wings, sweeping in all directions. Golden energy surged and illuminated the void. Long Feng's hair fluttered in the wind. As an expert of the initial domain of the beast domain, his eyes were like stars. His dragon's might fluctuated, and his body seemed to have merged with the surrounding space. He also counterattacked. The void buzzed as they collided, and the surrounding space shook. Jalo Kaling was tall and slender. She had a graceful figure and a charming face. Her skin was suffused with a golden glow. Her beautiful eyes were moving and soul-stirring. Her hair rippled with brilliance. She was incomparably domineering. Her attacks were wide open and swept away everything. Chapter 1302. Not far away, a talisman formation enveloped the void, its power sweeping across the sky. Rumble! Long Ao, Long 8, and many other Dragon Clan warriors were trapped. Thunderous noises reverberated in the sky. There were also more than a dozen young men and women from the Golden Rock clan. They were also surrounded and attacked by more than 20 dragons. Roar! The powerful dragons transformed into their gigantic dragon and flood dragon forms. They surrounded and attacked the young men and women from the Golden Rock clan. Their auras were so powerful that it made people tremble. The young men and women from the Golden Rock clan also gradually activated their true forms. They were real Golden Rock clans, shining with golden light and sharp feathers. They were powerful and terrifying. Kill! The dragons and the Golden Rock clan fought. The dragons soared into the sky, and the rock descended to the 9 heavens, crushing the sea of clouds high in the sky. Rumble! In this chaotic battle, the dragon soared and the rock attacked, piercing through the void. The sound of the collision of energy was like thunder, shaking the void and exploding with dazzling runes. In this chaotic battle, runes flashed and fierce auras soared into the sky. The battle was endless. Chila! Du Xiaofu activated the Mountain Pulse Soul, enveloping Little Star, Ghost Chariot, Guqin Demon, and the others, and disappeared into the ground below. Where do you think you're going? Long Bao let out a loud cry. His body turned into a dark golden ray of light that tailed behind like a thunderbolt. He also plunged into the ground, creating a huge gully that spread across the land. Rumble! At the same time, a huge crater appeared in the ground. A mountain peak collapsed from the peak to the bottom. The earth shook, and the ground rumbled as if there was an earthquake. Bastard, damn it! After a few breaths, Long Bao's figure leaped out of the crater and hovered at a low altitude. His face was dark and ugly, and he was furious. Long Bao's eyes were fierce and intimidating. He scanned the surroundings, and his mind collapsed. He realized that Du Xiaofu and the others had actually burrowed into the ground and disappeared. This was a large group of people who had disappeared right under his nose. At this moment, He couldn't even detect a trace of their auras. Long Bao did not give up. After searching around for a while, his expression became more and more ugly. The large group of people seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Bastard, the next time you fall into my hands, I'll definitely tear you to pieces. Long Bao roared and flew into a rage, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't find any traces at all. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Rumble. High up in the sky, the sea of clouds surged as resplendent rays of light shot into the sky from time to time. Low-energy sonic booms reverberated like thunder. Long Bao raised his head and gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he stomped his feet and blasted the mountaintop below him. His figure once again soared into the sky. Du Xiaofu and the little alien dragon had escaped, but he could not let Jialo Kaling escape as well. In the misty space, there was a faint aura of thunder and lightning. This aura was filled with destruction, causing one's origin soul to tremble. Du Xiaofu, Little Xingxing, the ghost chariot, the zither demon, the divine ape king, and the others appeared in this space. Uft! Du Xiaofu's golden, five-fingered, mountain-vein spirit dissipated. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The more people he had to take with him, the greater the pressure he would have to bear. Carrying this group of people, in addition to the consumption of the 8-star Nirvana symbol array that he had just set up, made Du Xiaofu somewhat unable to bear it. "Father, are you okay?" Little Xingxing's young face was extremely nervous. His little hand took out a large amount of spiritual herbs from somewhere and handed them to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu grabbed the spiritual herbs from Little Xingxing's hand and stuffed them into his mouth. Light gushed out from his mouth and energy rippled. He said, "I'm fine. I'll be fine after a short rest." "Where is this place?" The spiritual fantasy Tiger King looked around. The destructive aura of thunder and lightning that was everywhere in this space vaguely made him uneasy. He inexplicably trembled in his heart. "This place is safe for now. We should be able to leave in a while." Du Xiaofu glanced at the spiritual fantasy Tiger King and said, naturally, he would not tell the spiritual fantasy Tiger King and the others that this was the divine thunder cauldron. Just as he urged the five-fingered mountain-vein spirit to enter the ground, Du Xiaofu was already prepared. He called out the purple thunder profound cauldron in his body. After bringing everyone into the purple thunder profound cauldron, the cauldron shrunk to the size of a grain of sand. It retracted its aura and hid in the ground. However, Long Bao did not know any of this. Du Xiaofu did not escape far. It was a pity that he could not find any trace of the purple thunder profound cauldron. That was close. We were almost in big trouble. Hearing Du Xiaofu's exclamation, little Ying breathed a sigh of relief. The dragons had returned and chased after them. They did not come with good intentions. They came prepared. Phew! The Qin demon chariot secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Du Xiaofu with surprise. He did not expect that the Demon King could still bring them away in such a situation. That guy's means were endless and unfathomable. We're safe. We finally got rid of the dragons and golden-winged rocks. The Violent Bear King was still a little nervous. He looked at Du Xiaofu. That savage and shameless guy wanted to drag them down with him in the heavenly beast tomb. However, he did not abandon them at such a critical moment. This made the Violent Bear King a little puzzled. What kind of person was the Demon King? It was hard to see through him. We finally got rid of those mixed blood dragons and that woman. Little Xingxing's bewitching eyes fluctuated. They seemed to be suffused with a golden radiance. He was extremely happy. However, a worried expression appeared on Little Xingxing's young face. He muttered softly, "Those mixed blood dragons have 2 martial domain realm experts and so many experts. I'm afraid that the golden-winged rocks are in trouble. Jialo Kai Ling should also be in danger. Although that woman is difficult to deal with, she's still all right." She even told me to be careful. She's much better than those mixed-blood dragons. Du Xiaofu was touched when he heard little Xingxing's words. The Dragon Storm and Dragon Gale were two martial domain realm experts. It would be difficult for Jialo Kai Ling to deal with them. Although the Eight Gates universe formation that he had set up was not weak, the eighth dragon was not weak either. It would be difficult to rely on the formation to kill them. It might not even be able to trap them for long. Once the Dragon Storm and Dragon Gale interfered, the formation would not last for long. Uft! Suddenly, while Du Xiaofu was deep in thought, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Father, what's wrong?" Little Xingxing came back to his senses and asked worriedly. The formation was forcefully broken. It should be Long Bao's doing. Du Xiaofu frowned. The formation was forcefully destroyed. No matter how far it would still suffer from the backlash. Rumble! In the sky above the sea of clouds, the space exploded. The Eight Gates universe formation that Du Xiaofu had set up was forcefully destroyed. Terrifying runes scattered in all directions like fireworks. However, after the terrifying energy swept to a certain distance, it stopped abruptly. Long Bao's eyes were cold as he looked at the formation that he had forcefully destroyed. However, he was not happy at all. Ao, Ao! As the formation shattered, the trapped dragons such as the eighth dragon and the eighth dragon also broke free. Some of them had already activated their flood dragon and true dragon bodies and roared like thunder. "Elder Long Bao, where is Du Xiaofu?" Long Qing broke free and looked around. Only then did he realize that the person who had trapped them in the formation had disappeared. He immediately asked Long Bao in surprise. "That little bastard escaped." Long Bao replied coldly. He was even more furious in his heart. He looked around and saw the huge and fierce golden-winged rocks that were fighting fiercely not far away. He shouted to Long Qing and the others, "Kill those golden-winged rocks for me. Don't leave a single one alive." As soon as he shouted, Long Bao pounced on Jialo Kaling again. He realized that Long Feng alone could not stop Jialo Kaling. He was swept away by Jialo Kaling's attacks and was forced to retreat. "Kill Long Ao, Long Ba," and the others were stunned. They didn't know how Du Xiaofu was able to escape with so many people under Elder Long Bao's watch. Then their faces turned gloomy. They had no choice but to kill the dozen or so golden-winged rocks. Bang! The runes soared into the sky. The aura was violent, and the space was turbulent. Dang dang! Long Feng's body was pushed back. The runes around his body dimmed. His expression was ugly. He realized that he could not stop Jialo Kaling at the same cultivation level. "Are you okay?" Long Bao's figure appeared beside Long Feng. He stared at Jialo Kaling. "Where is that brat and the little dragon?" Long Feng blocked Jialo Kaling, allowing Long Bao to escape and deal with Du Xiaofu and the little dragon. When he saw Long Bao return empty-handed, his expression turned gloomy. "That brat is strange. I let him escape. The next time I see him, I will tear him into pieces." Long Bao gritted his teeth. There was nothing he could do. "We can't let Jialo Kaling escape again. Bring her back to the clan. This trip will not be in vain." Long Feng's face turned cold. He looked at Long Bao and seemed to have a tacit understanding. "Ao, Ao!" Two earth-shattering dragon roars reverberated through the sky. Long Bao and Long Feng's bodies shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, they expanded into huge dragon bodies that were more than 10,000 feet long. One dragon was dark gold, while the other emitted a bright white light. As the two dragon bodies hovered in midair, they shuttled through the sea of clouds. Waves of terrifying dragon power accompanied by vigorous energy fluctuations swept out from the huge dragon bodies like a storm. It shattered the surrounding space. It was vast and terrifying. Boom! Almost at the same time, Jialo Kaling's body shone with golden light. She transformed into the huge golden-winged rock with a wingspan of 10,000 feet. The golden-winged roc flapped its wings. Golden light flickered, and a mighty and domineering aura swept out. The surrounding space trembled violently. The terrifying aura swept out. "Gee, damn dragons!" A sharp screech resounded. In the golden light, the golden runes on Giallo Kaling's body flickered. She flapped her wings and rushed toward Long Bao and Long Feng's dragon bodies with rolling power. It's time for the second watch. Little you, continue to work hard and write. Chapter 1303. Giallo Kaling was not afraid of Long Bao and Long Feng, but she knew that the dozen or so disciples she brought with her were no match for the powerful dragons. This time, Giallo Kaling only brought a dozen or so youngsters with her to the heavenly beast tomb. She wanted to train the younger generation and see the outside world. She did not expect to encounter such a crisis. If she had been prepared, the Golden-Winged Roc clan would not have been afraid of the dragons. Giallo Kaling's huge body rushed out. She had to deal with Long Bao and Long Feng as soon as possible. Otherwise, the dozen or so disciples of her clan would be in danger. They would not be able to resist the attacks of the powerful dragons. "Giallo Kaling, you can't stop us alone!" Long Bao shouted. He knew that he could not do anything to Giallo Kaling, but it was different if he joined forces with Long Feng. They could suppress Giallo Kaling. Kill! Long Feng was a man of few words. His huge dragon body rushed toward Giallo Kaling with a hurricane. The dragon claws under his abdomen were like sharp swords. As he curled his claws, a terrifying energy distorted and solidified the void. He could crush the void. Roar! Long Bao raised his head and roared. The dark golden runes around him surged, forming a spatial vortex that swept toward Giallo Kaling. At this moment, Long Feng and Long Bao joined forces with tacit understanding. They even sealed the surrounding void. They attacked with full force, not giving Giallo Kaling any chance to escape. Giallo Kaling's body flapped her wings. Her fierce eyes emitted golden light, like golden stars. They swept across the sky. She attacked fiercely without fear or retreat. Amidst the rumbling sound of space trembling in the sea of clouds, Giallo Kaling carried a terrifying momentum and instantly collided with the Dragonstorm and Dragonstorm. Rumble! For a moment, the fierce battle between the two dragons and the roc was the most intense and terrifying. Vast energy swept through the sky above the sea of clouds. This was a real dragon and roc leaping. The energy runes radiated in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. Boom! The space rumbled and trembled, nonstop. A shocking aura erupted and shook the sky. Not far in the sky, although the battle was not as destructive as the battle between Giallo Kaling, Long Bao, and Long Feng, it was more murderous. "Kill them all!" shouted Dragon 8 proudly. At that moment, there were more than 10 dragons surrounding them. No matter how strong the golden-winged rocs were, they couldn't withstand the attacks and were retreating. Some of the rocs were injured and couldn't hold on for much longer. Within the space of the purple lightning profound cauldron, Du Xiaofu's deathly pale complexion began to ease a little, but his expression was secretly changing. With the talisman formation broken, the golden-winged great rocs are in for it. There are quite a number of experts from the mixed-blood dragons. I'm afraid they won't be able to contend against them. Little Xingxing said softly. He knew that the dozen-plus disciples of the great golden-winged rocs were probably even more unable to resist at this moment, and they were definitely doomed. Golden-winged roc! Du Xiaofu lifted his eyes slightly. At this moment, he could imagine that the dozen or so younger generation members from the great golden-winged roc tribe would not be able to contend against the dragon tribe. In the end, they would definitely be killed by the dragon tribe. If the other beasts were killed by the dragons, and if the beasts wanted to deal with him, Du Xiaofu would be happy to see both sides suffer. However, at that moment, Du Xiaofu felt uncomfortable for no reason. Even the blood in his body was surging slightly. The golden wings of the rocks in the gods' watchtower buzzed loudly, thinking that the golden-winged great rocks would most likely be killed by the dragons. Du Xiaofu felt as if his clansmen were being killed. That feeling made Du Xiaofu feel the same as when he found out that the people of the Stone City were killed by the Stone Dragon Empire. After all, the blood in his body was no different from the blood of the golden-winged great rocks. He had the mystic bones of the golden-winged great rocks, and he cultivated the techniques of the golden-winged great rocks. Even though he knew that the golden-winged great rocks were doomed, he still remained indifferent and took the lead to leave. Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu's eyes glowed, and he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Even if the golden-winged great rocks wanted to deal with him, it was still better than seeing the dragons kill the descendants of the golden-winged great rocks. Moreover, Jello Kaling's aura wasn't too difficult to deal with. Phew! Finally, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. His chest rose and fell, and a golden light flashed across his eyes. Father, do you think those mixed blood dragons will really kill the golden-winged great rocks? Little Xingxing looked up and looked at Du Xiaofu with a puzzled look on his innocent face. There was a strange look in his eyes. I'll go back, Du Xiaofu said, and made a decision in his heart. Father, are you going back to help that woman? Little Xingxing asked in surprise. Yes, Du Xiaofu nodded. If he went back and helped, he wouldn't feel so bad in the future. It would be considered as repaying the golden-winged great rock's kindness. Father, I'll go with you, Little Xingxing said. The strange look in his eyes was no longer puzzled. Instead, it glowed brightly. Nodding, Du Xiaofu said to Little Xingxing, Then you have to be careful. Don't worry, Father. It won't be that easy for those mixed blood dragons to do anything to me. Little Xingxing was full of confidence and clenched his fists tightly. Du Xiaofu smiled bitterly. He wasn't too worried about Little Xingxing. Some people said that he was a pervert, but Du Xiaofu knew that he was nothing compared to Little Xingxing. Little Xingxing, that girl, was the real freak. She was a demon. It wasn't easy for him to escape, but he still wants to go back and die. What is this guy thinking? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Illusion Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing Ing, Ape God King, and the others' expressions changed drastically. They looked at Du Xiaofu and Little Xingxing in shock and looked at each other. All the beasts knew that if they went back now, they would be walking right into a trap. The dragons didn't come with good intentions. With so many experts, even if they could resist them, they would have to pay a heavy price when the time came. What is this guy trying to do? Zither, Demon Shangguan, Qi Xian's handsome face opened his mouth into a circle, and he couldn't retract his chin. Zither Demon felt that Du Xiaofu wasn't a normal human at all. The outside world said that he was eccentric, but he was still better than the Demon King in front of him. I know what you're thinking. This matter bodes ill rather than well, and I definitely won't drag you along with me. I brought you with me in the Heavenly Beast tomb. But did you think I wanted to drag you down with me? Have you ever considered that if the dragons came back, they'd definitely make trouble for you? More importantly, I brought you with me because I left behind a great opportunity for you. Originally, I wanted to think of a way to give it to you, but now it seems I'll have to wait until this matter is over. When you go back up, you can leave on your own. You don't even need to be my followers anymore. From now on, you're free. Du Xiaofu glanced at the Illusion Tiger King, Guiche, and the others behind him. He paused for a moment. Then his golden eyes swept over them one by one. But if you're still willing to follow me today, I can guarantee that as long as you're still alive, I'll definitely give you a great opportunity. Given enough time, you'll be able to roam the Beast region unhindered. What do you mean? What great opportunity? In the Heavenly Beast tomb, that savage bastard really didn't want to drag us down with him? It should be true. If that bastard really wanted to drag us down with him, he wouldn't have needed to take us with him just now. He could have just left on his own. When they heard Du Xiaofu's words, a commotion broke out among the beasts. Little Xing Xing looked at the Ape God King, Fire WRM King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and the others, then sternly said, "It's the same for you. I won't make things difficult for you. If you want to leave, then leave. I won't make things difficult for you in the future. Let's go." Du Xiaofu ignored everyone else. He pulled little Xing Xing and disappeared from the space. Then there was a fluctuation of lightning aura in the surrounding space. Everyone disappeared in an instant. Uft! When Du Xiaofu and little Xing Xing's figures reappeared, they appeared in a deep pit that was in a mess. As the violet light in Du Xiaofu's palm faded, Gui, Che, Qin Mo, Ape God King, Illusion Tiger King, Xiao Falcon, and the others appear behind him. Roar, boom. High up in the sky, the sound of energy was like thunder. Resplendent energy, runes lit up the sky. The battle was raging above the sea of clouds. Not long after, the dragon's body could be seen rolling, and the golden-winged rock flapped its wings and shook the sea of clouds. Their auras were extremely terrifying. Let's go. Slightly frowning, Du Xiaofu raised his head and narrowed his eyes. Golden light flashed under his feet as Du Xiaofu's figure immediately swept across the sky. Little Xing Xing's bewitching eyes shone brightly as he followed behind. Whoosh, two figures, one big and one small, immediately rushed into the sea of clouds high up in the sky with domineering supreme auras. In the big hole in the ground, the Illusion Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ing Ing, Ape God King, and Fire WRM King looked at each other, not knowing what to do. That's the race of dragons and golden-winged rock. Are we really going to interfere? Violent Bear King looked at the sky and said to everyone around him. The scene of dragons and rock sleeping made his beast soul tremble. Chapter 1304. High in the sky above the sea of clouds, energy swept across the sky. The void was boiling and the battle was intense. Strictly speaking, this was a siege. Many of the powerful dragons were surrounding and killing a dozen golden rocks. Dragon 8 and Dragon Centipede had not even made a move yet. They were just standing at the side with a cold smile. Of course, the most intense battle was still the one between Giallo Kaling, Long Fong, and Long Fong. The battle between the three beasts tore the void apart. Runes shone brightly and energy soared into the sky. Boom! In the chaotic battle, a dozen or so golden-winged rocks were forced to retreat one after another. The weaker ones were already drenched in blood. Their feathers were dyed in faint golden blood, and some of the rock's blood dripped down like a hazy drizzle. Roar! Many powerful dragons joined forces and activated their true forms to surround and kill the golden rocks. The dragons soared into the sky and entrenched themselves in the sea of clouds. Their huge tails swept and dragon claws struck. Their ferocious mouths spat out a large number of runes that gathered into a blazing energy beam. Even the dragon's roar could affect the beast's souls. Any one of the golden rocks was very strong. They could resist the powerful dragons of the same level. However, at this moment, they were resisting the joint forces of many powerful dragons. They were getting weaker and weaker. Even the strongest few of the golden rocks were suffering heavy injuries. Chila, a dragon's claw that was thousands of feet long, took the opportunity to reach out. It distorted the void and landed directly on the back of a golden rocks. The dragon's claw and the golden rock's feathers collided, creating sparks. The collision of energy was terrifying. Then, the dragon's claw tore apart a piece of the golden rock's feathers. Blood rained down, and the golden rocks hissed. You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Die! A huge dragon locked onto a relatively weaker golden rocks. The dragon's roar resounded as it waved its claws. Its huge body swept across the sky towards the golden rocks. Roar! The aura of this enormous dragon body was ferocious. The dragon roar was like a tide that swept in all directions. An invisible pressure caused the golden-winged rock, which had been heavily injured many times, to feel pain all over its body. The surrounding space was faintly affected and distorted. The golden-winged Pung did not retreat. As a creature whose bloodline was no less noble than the dragon clan, its bloodline was arrogant and domineering beyond compare. It came from the depths of its beast soul, and its terrifying eyes exploded with golden light. It flapped its wings and moved to the side, avoiding the giant dragon's attack. The huge dragon's huge tail swept across and brushed past the golden-winged rock's belly. Then, it swept across a sea of clouds and stopped. Boom! Rumble! The vast energy dispersed the clouds and mist like a thunderclap that resounded through the thick sea of clouds. Chi-la! The golden-winged rock's intimidating eyes revealed a chilling intent. Seizing the opportunity, it stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed at the giant dragon's tail. How domineering and fearless! You're an arrow at the end of its flight. You're courting death. The huge dragon's body was as fast as lightning. It was like a spirit snake. In the blink of an eye, the huge tail stopped its decline and exploded with a resplendent rune light. It teleported across the sky and dodged the golden-winged rock's claw in a flash. However, at the same time, the huge dragon's tail appeared in front of the golden-winged rock. The resplendent runes exploded from the dragon scales. The huge dragon's tail seemed to expand even more. Light shot into the sky, and dragon's might surged. The most terrifying aura suddenly spread out. The surrounding dragons sneered. At this moment, they did not even interfere. The golden-winged rock had been completely suppressed and could no longer retaliate. Die! The huge dragon's huge tail appeared in front of the golden-winged rock. The terrifying aura caused the surrounding golden-winged rock to involuntarily turn their heads. However, they were unable to protect themselves and could not help at all. Not good. In the distance, Giallo Kaling also felt it. While she was dealing with the siege of the Dragon Storm and Dragon Wind, she was also spying on the battlefield. She felt that the golden-winged rock of her clan was in the most dangerous situation. She was furious and wanted to escape and help. You'd better take care of yourself first. The Dragon Storm and Dragon Wind roared. The dragons sealed the void and trapped Giallo Kaling's body. The battle in the distance was as fast as lightning. The huge dragon's huge tail had already landed. A terrifying aura swept out. The dragon scales stood up. The terrifying aura was shocking and could destroy the void. At this moment, the golden-winged rock's expression changed. It could feel the terror of the attack. It was as if there was nothing it could not destroy. The huge dragon's cultivation was higher than the golden-winged rock's. If the golden-winged rock was hit, it would not be able to resist in its current state. The huge tail had already landed as fast as lightning. The huge dragon's eyes revealed a cold smile. The huge dragon was sure that it could kill the golden-winged rock. It was close at hand and as fast as lightning. The golden-winged rock, which had been severely injured, could not dodge at all. It could only fight with all its strength. It activated the power of the rock. Its feathers shone, and energy circulated in its body to strengthen itself. Golden light intertwined on its huge body. Its aura was extremely overbearing. The golden-winged rock wanted to use all its strength to fight back. Boom! The huge tail finally landed. The terrifying energy runes shook the void and distorted it. The muffled sound was like the sound of war drums. It produced a thunderous sound. "Be careful!" many golden-winged rocks shouted. Their eyes were frightening, but they were unable to stop the attack. Many huge dragons sneered. The golden-winged rock under the huge tail was enough to be suppressed and destroyed. Suddenly, all the spying gazes changed color. The pupils of the huge dragon that had attacked shrunk in the blink of an eye. Boom! The huge tail landed and suddenly stopped. Terrifying waves of air spread out in all directions. They spread out in a ring, and only stopped after reaching a certain point. Then, the runes dimmed and the waves of air dissipated. Everyone who was paying attention was surprised to see that the golden-winged rock was unharmed under the huge tail. That is, then, everyone saw carefully that there was a tiny human figure standing in front of the golden-winged rock's huge body. That figure blocked the huge dragon's huge tail with one hand, causing the huge tail to stop. The dragons and golden-winged rock present were not weak, no matter how weak they were. Naturally, they could feel how terrifying the attack under the huge tail was. The dragons who attacked were perfected beast venerables. If it were a human, even a perfected martial venerable would not be able to withstand it. More importantly, where did this human come from? Everyone was stunned for a moment, but it really did seem to be a human. Just how strong must his physical strength be to be able to withstand that attack? It's him. Why is he back? At this moment, many golden-winged rock's eyes were filled with surprise. The human was dressed in purple robes. At this moment, he seemed to be very small, but there was a powerful fluctuation in his body. He lifted the huge dragon's tail and had the strength to uproot mountains and rivers. It was the young man who had been brought onto the ship by the great commander and had cultivated the golden-winged rock's technique. Not good. At the same time, Dragon 9 Long Xiang and the others' expressions changed. How could he not recognize that young man's figure? If it was not Du Xiaofu, the Demon King who had set up the 8-star Nirvana Talisman formation to trap them not long ago, who else could it be? Dai. Holding the huge tail with one hand, Du Xiaofu did not stop. He turned his palm into a claw and directly grabbed the huge dragon's huge tail under the hard and shining dragon scales. Then, under the shocked gazes of many around, Du Xiaofu was like an overlord cauldron. Golden light erupted from his claw, and he lifted the huge dragon that was thousands of feet long and ruthlessly swept it to the side. Roar! The huge dragon let out a blood-curdling scream. At this moment, its perfect beast venerable realm cultivation was completely powerless to resist. It was like a ripple of an ant. The huge dragon's head directly hit the body of the huge dragon that was attacking another golden-winged rock not far away. The collision of the two huge dragons' bodies made the surrounding people's expressions change in horror. Watching this scene made their hair stand on end. Boom! This collision caused runes to erupt. Then, where the two huge dragons collided, the dragon's body exploded and the huge dragon was smashed into two. The huge dragon that was swung out by Du Xiaofu had its ferocious head blasted open. Dragon blood sprayed out, and before it could even scream, it was dead. Du Xiaofu soared into the sky, opened his mouth, and sucked. A huge suction force spread out from his mouth and wrapped around the huge dragon's blood, gathering it into a stream of blood. Then Du Xiaofu swallowed it with lightning speed. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was standing in the air, holding a huge dragon's body upside down in his hand. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed the dragon's blood. This scene was extremely uncoordinated, but it made the surrounding dragons and golden-winged rocks feel a chill down their spines and their beast souls tremble as they watched. Cuckoo! Watching Du Xiaofu swallow the dragon's blood, the golden-winged rocks and the surrounding dragons felt their throats burning as they swallowed their saliva. At this moment, that seemingly tiny humanoid figure was so domineering and peerless. It's that brat, it's Du Xiaofu. Quickly kill that brat, quickly. High up in the sky, this scene was immediately seen by Dragon Bao. After being stunned for a moment, he confirmed that it was Du Xiaofu who had escaped. Seeing the two dragons instantly killed, he flew into a rage and roared. Chapter 1305. Jialo Kai Ling also noticed the change. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. She was surprised that the human would return after escaping. But she didn't have time to think about it. You want to escape? Don't even think about leaving. Sensing that Dragon Storm wanted to escape again, Jialo Kaling let out an angry cry. She flapped her wings and flapped them in the air. Golden light suddenly burst out and spread out like lightning. In the end, it turned into a terrifying golden vortex of light that appeared in the surroundings. It erupted with a huge devouring power, dragging Dragonstorm and Dragonstorm's huge bodies into it. Ao! Ao! Long Ao and Long Foam roared angrily. However, under Jalo-Kailing's full effort, they couldn't escape. Brat, you can't escape this time. However, Long Ao and Long Ba roared angrily and immediately pounced on Du Xiaofu. Humph! I'm not done with you mixed blood dragons. A young child's voice spread out from the sky. A small figure appeared in front of Du Xiaofu like lightning. He shook his arm, and the small fist was wrapped in golden flames and blasted toward Long Ba. Du Xiaofu, who was devouring the dragon's blood, immediately reacted. He waved his hand and threw the giant dragon's corpse in his hand at Long Ao. Bang! Bang! Long Ba and the small figure collided. Long Ao's eyes were filled with rage as he collided with the giant dragon's corpse. Vast energy swept out and turned into a wave that dissipated. Thump! Thump! The small figure staggered and retreated until he was in front of Du Xiaofu. However, Dragon 9 definitely didn't have the upper hand. He was also swept back. Phew! Du Xiaofu stopped devouring the dragon's blood. His face was red, and there was some blood at the corner of his mouth. It made him look even more ferocious. The violent energy contained in the dragon's blood was surging in his body. However, it was only the blood of a perfected beast sovereign. The energy wasn't enough to make Du Xiaofu suffer. Father, which one are you fighting? After the small figure retreated to Du Xiaofu's side, he raised his head slightly and asked, All disciples of the dragons, listen up. Surround and kill Du Xiaofu and the variant dragons. Attack with all your might and kill the golden-winged Great Peng. And this quickly. Du Xiaofu raised his head to look at Dragon 8 and Dragon Xing, who had just been stopped. Dragon 8's face was cold as he shouted at the dragons around him. Let's go all out and end this quickly. Ao! Ao! The surrounding experts of the dragon clan also recovered from their shock at this moment. Immediately, they moved together and roared thunderously. They were about to attack the surrounding golden-winged rocks with all their strength, wanting to end the battle quickly. Ao! Ao! There were also many giant dragons who surrounded Du Xiaofu and little Xingxing from afar. They wanted to attack, but they seemed to be a little afraid. Du Xiaofu, remember this. I'll accompany you one more time. If you don't give me any benefits at that time, I won't let you off. Just as the surrounding dragon roars were shocking and the aura was surging, a voice rose from the sky. When the last word fell, a young man appeared above the sea of clouds. The young man's skin was as clear as jade. His clothes were whiter than snow. His nose was like a hanging gallbladder. His figure was straight, and the corners of his red lips were slightly raised. He stood there looking indescribably otherworldly, like a celestial being, but with a little demonic aura. It was the Zither Devil, Shangguan Qi Xian. Behind the Zither Devil, Shangguan Qi Xian, a scarlet youth appeared. His scarlet hair was like fire and blood. His temperament was outstanding. On his handsome face, his scarlet eyes were sharp and deep. He gave off an endless sense of oppression. The formless aura was vigorous and powerful, and it carried a ruthless and bloody sharpness. This young man couldn't be anyone else other than Gui Che. Palace Master, we're back. Palace Master, if you don't leave, we won't leave either. Lord Dragon Emperor, we're still here. Whoosh, whoosh. Loud shouts rose into the sky, and then dozens of figures appeared in the sky with powerful auras. They were the spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ying, Little Falcon, Divine Ape King, Fire Dragon King, Silver Blood Leopard King, and the others. Those demonic beasts are all back? This sudden turn of events caused the golden-winged rock's intimidating eyes to reveal a look of astonishment. The demonic beast kings had actually all returned together. Looking at the zither devil, Gui Che, spiritual tiger king, divine ape king, and the others who hadn't left, Du Xiaofu's eyes rippled with golden light. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, and a faint voice mixed with profound energy spread from the sky. "Attack! Kill the dragons!" Yes. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the spiritual tiger king, violent bear king, little Ying and little falcons, aura burst out. The runes on their bodies shone brightly and expanded. They immediately activated their huge bodies, and a terrifying aura spread out in the sky above the sea of clouds. "We're here to help the golden-winged rocks. Attack!" Violent Bear King roared. In an instant, he charged forward with the spiritual Tiger King, Little Ying and the others. Among the dozens of monster kings, there were some who were strong and some who were weak. However, they immediately charged towards the giant dragons. The dozen or so golden-winged rocks who were fighting a bloody battle and were about to give their all in the end immediately felt their hearts being stimulated when they saw the sudden arrival of reinforcements. "Everyone, the golden-winged rocks, thank you!" The strongest golden-winged rocks, who had reached the level of Nirvana Beast Sovereign, roared in reply. The golden-winged rocks were so domineering that they didn't even take the dragons seriously. However, in their despair, they were overwhelmed with gratitude when the violent Bear King, spiritual Tiger King, Gui Che, and the others came back to help. "Attack!" The golden-winged rocks began to counterattack, seeing hope in their despair. Dong dong, the sound of a guqin suddenly rang out in the sky. When the sound entered their ears, they didn't feel anything at first. However, the sound of the guqin made their souls tremble. It was like the sound of a demon. The guqin demon, Shangguan Qi Xian, sat cross-legged in the sea of clouds. An ancient guqin covered in runes was placed on his knees. The guqin demon, Shangguan Qi Xian, closed his eyes. His 10 fingers danced as he plucked the strings. Demonic music surged out. Whoosh, whoosh! The sound waves of the guqin were like knives that spread out in all directions. One of the dragons circling in the area had its scales crack inch by inch, and blood flowed out. Bastard! Dragon 8 was furious. His blue robe flapped, and his blue hair flew behind him. He was furious when he saw the spiritual Tiger King, Violent Bear King, Little Ying, and the others suddenly appear. He didn't think that these guys would dare to attack the dragons. But then, Dragon 8 fixed his gaze on Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. Du Xiaofu looked around. When he landed in the middle of the fierce battle between Jialo Kaling, the Dragon Storm, and the Dragon Storm, his eyes twitched. He looked directly at Dragon 8, and a cold aura surged. He said to Little Xingxing, "Can you stall that peak Nirvana Beast Sovereign for a moment? Just a moment is enough. Not to mention a moment, even a quarter of an hour won't be a problem. He's not even in the Beast region yet." Little Xingxing nodded and looked at Long Xiang. He couldn't defeat the peak Nirvana Beast Sovereign, but stalling him for a moment was no problem. "Okay, then I'll leave it to you." Du Xiaofu nodded. He raised his head and looked at Dragon 8 from a distance. He looked like he was smiling, but he wasn't. He smiled coldly. Sensing Du Xiaofu's strange smile, Dragon 8's heart suddenly trembled. He knew Du Xiaofu's strength, so he said to Long Xiang, "You deal with that, Du Xiaofu. I'll deal with that little dragon. Let's finish this quickly." "Okay, I'll make that kid regret coming back," Long Xiang said in a deep voice. He immediately dashed out. His speed was even faster than lightning, and he charged at Du Xiaofu with the dragon might of runes. Roar! Little Xingxing moved. His tiny body leapt out, and with a dragon's roar, he transformed into his true form, hundreds of feet long. He hovered in the air, and his wings, which were hundreds of feet long, spread like phoenix feathers. Blazing red and purple flames covered his body. Although starlight flowed around him and he had the aura of a golden-winged rock, he also had the terrifying aura of a sovereign. This autarka's aura filled the air, and the experts of the dragon race and the golden-winged rocks as well as the fantasy Tiger King and the violent Bear King, all trembled in fear. "Your opponent is me," little Xing urged on his true form. 5 claws rose from his abdomen, forming clouds of runes. His eyes shone with golden light as he flapped his wings, creating a blazing tornado of flames. Boom! Little Xing's true form immediately collided with Long Xiang. A terrifying, strange, and complicated pressure descended from his body. How can his pressure be so strong? The Supreme Being aura filled the air, and Longxing was shocked. Even though he was a powerhouse from the Dragon Clan, he still felt a suppression from the depths of his bloodline and dragon soul. Roar! Feeling the terrifying aura, Long Xiang had no choice but to urge on his true form. Energy swept out like a tornado, blocking Little Xing. Just as Little Xing pounced, Du Xiaofu moved. A golden light swept out from his tall body, and his entire body was covered in gold. The rock wings spread out from his back, and golden light shone brightly. His figure was like a god, and wherever he passed, the void distorted. In an instant, he was in front of Long Xiang. Chapter 1306. Seeing that it was Du Xiaofu charging at him, Dragon 8's expression changed. Dragon 8 knew that he was not much stronger than Dragon 7, and Dragon 7's fate was still fresh in his mind. That demon king, Du Xiaofu, was indeed terrifying. Roar! In an instant, Dragon 8 transformed into his true form, covered in blue dragon scales. His huge body traversed the void, shuttling through the sea of clouds. Suddenly, dark clouds appeared above the void and a downpour gathered. Boom! Dragon 8's true form roared, bringing with it a torrential downpour. The profound meaning he cultivated seemed to be related to water. The dark clouds in all directions rumbled, and the void rumbled as if it was about to shatter. In an instant, the runes on Dragon 8's scales shone brightly. His huge body swept through the sea of clouds, pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. Dragon 8's aura surged. Dragon 8's aura seemed to be even stronger than Dragon 7's. Du Xiaofu was not surprised, and his body did not stop moving. Du Xiaofu knew that Dragon 8 would use his true form. He waved his hand, forming a hand seal. Instantly, beast energies appeared one after another. Roar! The roar was like thunder, and the shadows of strange beasts spiraled out, roaring ferociously. There was the ancient bloodline Huidou, the ancient tongue snake, the Baiyan, and the Xieji. These were all rare beast energies. At this moment, Du Xiaofu instantly activated them. He had comprehended them on the 9th floor of the Hahuan School's Qinkuan Pavilion. These beast energies were powerful. If they were alive, their bloodlines would be stronger than the spiritual Tiger King, Little Yinging, and Violent Bear King. They would not be weaker than the Ghost Chariot bloodline. At this moment, these beast energies were like living creatures, pouncing towards Dragon 8's huge body. Dragon 8 was surprised that a human could summon so many beast energies. He had so many tricks up his sleeve. It was unbelievable. Bang, bang, bang! Dragon 8 swept out in all directions. He was a descendant of the true dragon and a revered beast of Nirvana. He wasn't a weakling. Dragon's might rolled out as he waved his dragon claws, urging the true dragon's shadow. That was a divine ability of the true dragon clan. It completely destroyed Du Xiaofu's beast energy. Roar! Dragon 8 roared. After destroying several beasts, his dragon had rushed out of the sea of clouds and locked onto Du Xiaofu. On that ferocious dragon head, the dragon's eyes looked at Du Xiaofu. The dragon's eyes were as deep as a black hole, and the blue light was as bright as the vast ocean. The dragon's aura made the world roar. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings and hovered in the air, looking directly at Draconic 8. Their gazes met. Their gazes were resplendent and dazzling. As they looked at each other, cold light splashed in all directions and killing intent filled the air. "Do you really think you can do anything to me?" Draconic 8 said coldly. His dragon eyes looked down at Du Xiaofu as if he was looking at an ant. As a descendant of the true dragon and the 8th dragon prince, Draconic 8 was indeed qualified to look down on all living things in this world. Stormy wave palm. Du Xiaofu didn't reply. He directly attacked, and a palm print was sent towards Draconic 8. That was the Du family's stormy wave palm. At this moment, Du Xiaofu was using it. Its power was incomparable to before. With the waves of a stormy wave, the runes shone brightly and the airwaves overlapped. It directly suppressed Draconic 8. Too weak, nothing more than this. Draconic 8 wasn't afraid. He waved his dragon claws and directly destroyed Du Xiaofu's stormy wave palm. Even the surrounding void was crushed and the space exploded. Roar! Draconic roars filled the sky. Draconic 8 opened his ferocious mouth and blue runes shone in his mouth. He spat out blue runes like lightning towards Du Xiaofu, who was not far away. Boom! Boom! The bright blue runes instantly pierced through the void and landed on Du Xiaofu's body. That terrifying eruption of energy caused a smile to appear in 8 dragons' eyes. The resplendent blue runes pierced through the void, creating a shocking scene. However, the moment a smile appeared in Long Ba's eyes, the smile froze in his eyes. Du Xiaofu's figure was shattered into pieces before the blue runes, but no blood seeped out from his body. Oh no! At this moment, Draconic 8's expression changed greatly. He suddenly raised his head and saw a golden figure with golden wings appear above his head. Rock descends to the 9th heaven. Du Xiaofu appeared. Bright golden light burst out and urged the rock descends to the 9th heaven. It carried the domineering will of the golden-winged rocks. It was like a supreme being that suppressed Draconic 8. Coiling Dragon Calamity. Draconic 8 also urged the coiling Dragon Calamity. His huge dragon body instantly coiled to resist Du Xiaofu. Draconic power fluctuated all over his body. Dazzling runes covered his body like a rain of light, twisting the void. One was the golden-winged rock's powerful supernatural power, and the other was the true dragon's supernatural power. The two collided, but there was not a loud explosion. There was only a vigorous bright light that rippled and spread out an astonishing power. Suppress! Du Xiaofu roared. Golden light gushed forth from his body as the golden wings of the great rock opened and closed. His tyrannical aura towered up into the sky as he swept his wings across the sky. His aura swept through the air, crushing everything in its path. Roar! Draconic 8 roared. Bright blue runes rushed to the sky and resisted Du Xiaofu's rock descends to the 9th heaven. A series of golden and blue runes burst out in the sky. The two collided and the pressure swept out. Heaven and earth trembled. The sea of clouds was shattered and no longer recovered. Ka! The void cracked and collapsed, revealing faintly discernible black cracks that made people's hearts palpitate. At this moment, Draconic 8 and Du Xiaofu were using their full strength. One was a venerable origin beast, while the other was a venerable origin martial. One represented the true dragon, while the other represented the golden-winged rocks. Such a collision caused the void to tremble. Draconic 8 was gradually suppressed. The coiling dragon calamity was loosening. Draconic 8 was shocked. He realized that he could not do anything to a human. Du Xiaofu's expression turned serious. Draconic 8 was a descendant of the true dragon. He could not completely suppress him in an instant. As expected of a descendant of the true dragon, his cultivation was not something that ordinary beasts or venerable origin martial could compare with. Bastard! Draconic 8 roared in anger. He was afraid that something would happen to Draconic 8. He used his huge body to attack Little Xingxing. Stay! Little Xingxing activated the black tortoise divine shell and shouted. Golden light shot out from her eyes. A dazzling ink-black rune light spread out from the black tortoise divine shell. Suddenly, an illusory beast roared like a dragon and rushed to the sky. Roar! This illusory beast was completely black, but it was dazzling and resplendent. It was 1,000 feet large, and its entire body was covered in scales. It was completely black in color, and the turtle and snake intertwined. It was like a living creature, and it brought with it a tremendous pressure. Rumble! Majestic power spread out. Even the space was distorted. Spatial ripples spread out in all directions, causing the space to tremble. It suppressed Draconic 8. All of a sudden, a terrifying energy descended from the sea of clouds. Waves of strange energy began to converge. The terrifying energy emitted from above caused spatial cracks to appear in the surrounding void. The aura of a supreme being, the ink-black illusory beast, was the black tortoise divine shell. A terrifying energy swept out. Many of the true dragons, golden-winged rocks, and spiritual tiger king who were fighting fiercely were greatly affected. Draconic 8 was blocked. His expression changed. Under that terrifying power, Draconic 8 felt his dragon soul tremble. He had no choice but to be blocked. He could only resist with all his strength. Human, you can't do anything to me. Haha! Draconic 8 roared ferociously. Although he was suppressed, he knew that Du Xiaofu couldn't do anything to him in a short time. When the time came, Draconic Storm, Draconic Wind, or Draconic 8 would come to help. The Demon King, Du Xiaofu, in front of him would be doomed eternally. It's too early for you to be happy. Golden light surged in Du Xiaofu's eyes. The moment his voice fell, purple gold lightning surged out of his golden eyes. Everything happened in an instant. As if he had been prepared, an unprecedentedly powerful aura rushed out from Du Xiaofu's body. Instantly, lightning swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. A terrifying aura erupted and swept out in all directions. Rumble, lightning raged as thunderclouds rose in all directions. In an instant, Du Xiaofu was like a god of lightning that had been born into the world. Monstrous thunderbolts exploded, causing the entire sea of clouds to flash and thunder to rumble. His terrifying aura gave others an unparalleled aura of execution and destruction. At the same time, an overbearing aura began to seep out from Du Xiaofu's body. Purple gold electric arcs shot out in all directions. The dazzling purple gold electric light was like a rising sun. In an instant, countless purple gold electric arcs poured down, emitting a blazing radiance. A huge purple gold golden-winged rock phantom soared out from Du Xiaofu's body and soared into the sky. The purple gold golden-winged rock phantom and lightning rolled, enveloping Du Xiaofu's figure. It was as if they had merged into one and were about to soar into the sky. Gee! Du Xiaofu roared like a golden-winged rock. The sound waves pierced through the clouds and split the clouds. The phantom's huge wings spread out, and purple gold lightning arcs sparkled all over his body. The ferocious aura spread out, causing the entire thunder space to tremble. Is he a human or a golden-winged rock bloodline? The surrounding thunder surged and the void boiled. The golden-winged rock in the distance couldn't help but exclaim in surprise at this moment. Under the terrifying purple-gold thunder rock's aura, even their real golden-winged rock would tremble secretly. The rock blood in their bodies was boiling and surging. Suppress! Du Xiaofu shouted again. He activated the thunder martial vein in his body and merged it with the purple gold rock supreme beast energy that had comprehended from the golden-winged rock to suppress Dragon 8 again. Rumble! The purple gold thunder rock spread its wings and suppressed. The tyrannical energy fluctuated, and the lightning arcs rose and fell like a golden rainbow across the sky. Dazzling runes surged in all directions. At this moment, Dragon 8 seemed to have felt something from Du Xiaofu's body. His dragon eyes were filled with disbelief. The dragon scales on his dragon body stood up and bright runes surged. In an instant, the void boiled violently. Above Dragon 8's huge dragon body, there seemed to be a huge dragon phantom that was thousands of feet long. Roar! The huge dragon phantom overlapped with Dragon 8's body, and suddenly there was a violent and destructive aura. It was as if the entire space was shaking, and it was shocking to the soul. There was no doubt that Dragon 8 was going all out at this moment. He had been pushed to the brink of death by Du Xiaofu. So what if you are the crown prince of dragons? I am the golden-winged rock, and you cannot withstand a single blow. Du Xiaofu laughed overbearingly. The purple-gold thunder rock phantom's eyes shot out purple-gold lightning arcs, and they were like two bright suns that illuminated the sky, overlooking the world. It controlled the supreme power, and it released an endless amount of tyrannical aura that suppressed the world and suppressed Dragon 8. Screech! The purple-gold rock screeched, and the sound seemed to pierce through the space. The sound waves were able to distort the thunder in the space. Its body was covered with purple-gold lightning arcs, and the claws under its abdomen were filled with purple-gold lightning arcs. The lightning arcs raged in the sky, and the claws tore the space apart, directly tearing apart the huge dragon phantom on Dragon 8's body. Creak! The terrifying claw came down, bringing with it a violent, destructive power. The giant dragon shadow on Dragon 8's body started to crack, and he spat out a mouthful of dragon blood. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's human figure appeared above the enormous phantom of the violet gold thunder rock. Violet gold talisman runes flickered as an unprecedentedly powerful aura spread out from the tall and straight figure of the violet gold thunder rock. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's aura was extremely strong, and it swept across the sky. It could not be provoked, and it also carried the power of execution. Boom! Du Xiaofu's fist landed on Dragon 8's ferocious dragon head. The lightning of execution burst out, destroying Dragon 8's defense. The fist hit Dragon 8's skull, and it made cracking sounds.